What is going on, everybody? Welcome to yet another after show here on Logical, Plausible, Probable. This one, uh, man, I gotta tell you, this debate slash discussion slash worldview comparison, wherever the heck it was, over on Godless Engineer's channel between the one and only Godless Engineer, aka John Gleason, and Otangelo. He of the Intelligent Design Academy and the God Talk channel. Wow, that I don't even know really how to describe what I witnessed in that debate. I was joking earlier that it was almost like I was watching a caricature being executed during a improv comedy show at a church that was making fun and pointing out how incredibly out there, not all, but a significant percentage of atheists are in the context of using a modicum of actual rational thought in analysis and discussion of their worldview. And I mean, Otangelo just broke everything down, countered every single position in an extraordinarily rational and eloquent manner. And it was like I was observing somebody trying to dive into the proverbial sack and try and pull out, a new trick. The magician, going down into the bag and like pulling out a new trick. And I mean, how pathetic the supposed counterpoints that were being put forth by Godless Engineer was just. I mean, I was cracking up. I honestly have not laughed that hard in quite some time. I mean, it was mind bending. But Otangelo did a great job. I don't know how he managed to maintain his patience. I mean, let's just say that I am dramatically looking forward to any formal video content / attacks are going to be levity that may or may not be levied against me by different individuals over the next couple of days after Godless Engineer literally asked Otangelo if Christ Jesus watches him jerk off. I kid you not. This was actually said and repeated, along with many other very juvenile and insulting and derogatory comments. It even got to the point where Godless Engineer was apologizing for being a dick. It's like, so if you're having to apologize for being a jackass, but then you continue to double down on being a jackass, and then you go all the way to the extreme of asking if the Son of God watches you jerk off, I'm sorry. Any and all semblance of intellect, reason, quote unquote gentlemanly behavior, etc., has gone out the window. It has left the building. You do not deserve it. And the pointing out and the assault of your lunacy is 100% justified. So if my opponents are no longer opponents, my former opponent is, they want to attack me personally, they want to go after Smokey and other folks, go for it. I literally dare you. Because, and this particular point I'm making is addressed at Matt Dillahunty, you literally host shows and have done so multiple times with Godless Engineer, who asks people during quote unquote supposedly serious dialogue if Jesus watches them jerk off. You've lost all credibility at this point. I don't know if you're worthy to debate me, I guess, is where the things have come down to. I can't believe I shouldn't have debated Godless Engineer. Although it was fun. I enjoyed it. I would do it again because it was fun to annihilate him. But anyway, back to all of tonight's entertainment. By the way, he was watching the debate. If you want to come in and join the stream and share your thoughts, feel free to do so. Stream link is going in the chat. It's also in the description. But yeah, Otangelo did an amazing opening statement and really just broke it all down, pointed out the obvious fallacies, the paradoxes, and so on. And then the counter was, but it could happen, right? I mean, I really do not comprehend how the atheists continue to cling to the premise that because something can be executed by an intelligent agent, that means it is possible to occur without an intelligent agent being the catalyst that is required for it to exist. I mean, I just do not understand how this is so complicated to process. It is just, I mean, well, what do you think by information? I mean, I don't know how many times we have to, I mean, especially for somebody like Godless Engineer, who's a programmer, at least in theory, he claims to be, has the master's degree in software engineering, apparently. I really don't know how you're even asking that sort of question. Like, are you trying to like portray yourself as an idiot, or are you trying to dumb down the debate? Do you recognize the significance of it, and you're trying to, do a reduction to the absurd to convince your audience that this whole underlying conundrum is solved so that you can maintain your 50,000 subscribers and your little freak show online? I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm wondering with these atheists if some of them are just dumb and others actually do recognize the significance of the crap they're spewing and are doubling down in order to maintain their gravy train. I mean, Fighting Back makes a great point. I can't believe he would take this after his debate with you, John. I agree, man. I don't get it. It's when Otangelo told me that he was doing this debate, I was just stunned because, to be blunt, Otangelo's knowledge makes me look like Godless Engineer. I mean, when you think about the comparison, I mean, Otangelo knows so much more than I do on a much even more fundamental level, and has been studying it for that much longer than I have. That, to me, the premise of wanting to take on Otangelo while still refusing to accept the annihilation he received at my hands is amazing. But we are talking about somebody who literally posted a clip from he and I's debate on the chemistry problem of the interpretation of codons and their translation into amino acids. Like, he really thinks that I don't recognize that there's chemical reactions, but fails to understand the entire point that there's no chemical reaction between the codon and the amino acid. Like, he doesn't understand the significance of this. It's so fascinating. He tweeted at me, talked all this trash, posted it, commented on it during the premiere of the video from he and I's debate, and he literally still does not comprehend like how dumb he makes himself, like, unable to hide. It's reaching levels of hilarity that I can't. Oh, it's amazing. Tony, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, Otangelo got wrecked, man. Godless was incredible.
It was okay. So the real question is, so Otangelo, Godless tried to tell me that he only pretends to get drunk during his streams. I don't think that is true. I think he is getting hammered.
I think he's dumber when he's sober, but
I mean, I mean, obviously intoxication was kicking in about three quarters of the way through. He was clear. I mean, you could hear it in his voice, word enunciation. I mean, it was getting bad, but just he couldn't control himself anymore. Like, his anger was coming through, basically cussing out at Otangelo multiple times or cussing at him. I mean,
yeah, it's an embarrassment.
Yeah. That's the fact
Otangelo
the fact that yesterday Godless Engineer and his wife were tweeting at me that I am a mean person, that I insult people.
Yeah.
I mean, I find that to be hysterical, especially given what we just witnessed tonight. And now we have the man of the hour, Otangelo. Welcome to the after show. I don't know how you did it, my friend. How? Please tell us how you managed to maintain your composure throughout that debate. I mean, I think I only saw you only cracked a smirk maybe 5 times. I would have been rolling my eyes so hard that I probably would have be able to see out the back of my skull at this point. Tell us, my friend, how did you, A, why did you agree to this? And B, how did you maintain your composure?
Well, I had fun in my chat with John, and I think it was my goal to be friendly and not to press him hard, and let him talk. And then when he finished his talk, to reply. And that's how it went along.
Well, what I noticed is literally every single one of his objections you countered, and then he just utterly denied the counter argument. And well, I just don't agree with that. I don't believe you. That's not what people say. Like, what? and you kept calling him out on it, like, well, show me a paper. You're just wrong. Like, what? Okay. This is wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can make whatever claim you want. If you cannot back it up, then it's worthless.
Yeah, he did good, Godless. He beat you, Otangelo.
Well, you are free to think whatever you want, Tony. I mean, I had fun with him, and I think
I'm
that's
kidding.
what it is about,
Yeah, I'm not being serious, even though you blocked me.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, he had nothing. You destroyed him. Good job.
Well,
Yeah.
as I said, Tony, it is not my goal to destroy or something like that. I want to build bridges and not walls, and I think only when you establish a friendly dialogue with your opponent, then it is meaningful. But when your goal is, I want to destroy him or something, or I want to win the argument or something like that, I don't know if that is productive, because my goal is to lead them to Christ. I want them to be able to think about what we are saying to them, and that they understand that what we say makes sense. And in order to do so, I don't think we have to be better or destroy them or something like that. I don't think that is the way to go, honestly.
I felt that way a year ago, but I think for the audience, that would be good. But for some of these internet atheists, you're not changing their mind, Otangelo, even when you present, some of that.
I don't think that we can change their minds. The only one that can change their minds is Christ and the Holy Spirit. And what we can do is just provide them the information that we have good, justifiable reasons to believe what we believe. And I think that is exposing that, demonstrate them that our Christian faith is rational.
I agree.
Sense.
I agree. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't entertain people like Speed or some of these others. But no, I do agree.
Well, no. If you have followed, I'm not interacting at his channel anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he has slandered me and other people too, and I think he crossed the limit. And I wrote a reply at his at the stream from yesterday, and he blocked me. And
are we talking about pudding?
Yes. So
well, you actually, well, I think he kind of embodies the point that Tony was making, is that people like him, they have zero intent to A, ever change their mind, B, their only objective is to find some way to debunk you, embarrass you, make you look bad, slander, etc. And which is why I say it's we've talked about this before, Otangelo, but from my perspective, it's a this is war, and they are for lack of a better description, they're the uniformed enemy. They're not civilians.
Well, for me,
and the way you treat the civilian is different than the way you treat the enemy combatant.
Well, I see it differently, John. I think that our enemy is the devil, which is there to tell lies to people, and he inspires those that reject God with all these lies of evolution and so forth. And what we need to destroy are these constructs of lies. But my enemy is not the unbeliever. The unbeliever is, in my understanding, the deluded one, which we have to reach out. And we don't reach out to them and win them for Christ when we go with the attitude, "Oh, I have to destroy the guy." I don't think that makes sense.
Well, there's a difference between destroying the individual and destroying the argument.
But John, what we have seen in the last few weeks, in all these kind of wars between the Christian channels and the atheist channels, do you think that has been productive in some way?
I mean, you talking about did you say between the atheist and the Christian, or inside the Christian?
This whole confrontation, between which is basically only name calling, and at home it's attacking the people. It's not attacking their ideas and what they think that is true.
Well, Otangelo, we're not dealing with agnostics, and their arguments are ridiculous. That's what I meant. They are beyond ridiculous.
Yes. I mean, the thing is, how do you expose your point? And
I guess the point I'm making is you have to do a reductio ad absurdum. I think that's where we are now. For case in point, tonight with Godless Engineer, his attempted explanation of the RNA world hypothesis somehow overcoming your argument, that would have been an embarrassment to a high school student with a modicum of biology and chemistry. I mean, that was embarrassing. I don't know. You were nice to him, and just you kind of like, okay. I said, listen to you. I mean, this is not. Attention, do not take what I'm saying as a remote, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, a bash on the way you handle it. Because I follow what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I guess I'm giving you credit, massive amounts of credit, for your level of patience with this stuff, because it's just I don't understand. At this point, if you are Godless and these other folks, if you're actually going to continue to try and make these arguments with a straight face after individuals such as yourself, and then PhDs like James Tour and Dr. Hayes and Dr. Stadler and Stephen Meyer and Douglas Axe, and the list goes on and on and on of people of extreme renown. And even when atheist experts of the same disciplines also concede that the fundamental arguments that are being made are correct, they just are, clinging to, it could happen. I mean, for the atheists to sit here and spew ad nauseum and with such confidence that this isn't still an unanswered question, to me, it almost needs to be presented. There needs to be a gigantic spotlight put on it of just like, you guys are living in a ridiculous fantasy land. Origin of life researchers publicly state they have no idea how to pull this off. Like, they publicly admit this. They admit that they're arguing over whether or not they should just abandon the RNA world hypothesis. I mean, this is literally being, as you know, Taylor, I mean, that's literally being discussed. Of like, hey, we got to find something else.
I brought it up in the chat with John, that he actually thinks or knows more than professional scientists which work in the field, and they are not positive in regards. They cannot claim that the abiogenesis problem has been solved. But you see, by those which are not so well informed, they think that somehow there is an explanation for abiogenesis. And of course, who digs deeper knows differently.
Yeah, you're more patient than us, Antangelo. For example, when he mentioned the amino acid problem, he just said, well, there's just some mechanism.
Well, of course, this is superficial, and maybe I triggered him in one or the other issue, and then he will eventually try to figure out dig a little bit deeper. And if he actually comes to ask some more bottom questions or investigative questions, and I'll have the opportunity to explain it to him, then eventually he will understand why the abiogenesis hypothesis simply cannot work, you know. A little bit deeper, and if he actually comes to ask some more bottom questions or investigative questions, and I have the opportunity to explain it to him. I think Joel has some
Background.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't have much, man.
Well,
I really don't. I didn't see anything, any counters or evidence. So,
of course, we know that there is no evidence or a good solid case for materialism, Tony. But I say it again. I think my way is to establish a friendly interaction with those that disagree with our opinion and give them opportunity to expose what they believe and then address it. And
well, I mean, that's fine. We just don't have your patience. Like you said, you had to block Speed for the way he's been acting. So
yes. I mean, he attacked me per email and also, but actually he did that after I said that I would stop to interact with his channel, because I mean, after weeks that I make my case and then they say that cells do not host molecular machines and that there is no difference between software and hardware after you have explained it over and over, then it makes simply no sense to persist, and then we move on. And I told it to him, and they said, well, I have no problem with you, but it's time for me to move on. And it seems that he didn't swallow it, and then he started to bash me. And then, well, I mean, for me, it's simply persona non grata. I don't want to have any interaction whatsoever. I mean, he closed the way to have any interaction in the future with him because he went a step too far,
Yeah, I figured that.
Joel, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to find the debate about a half hour or so ago when I first saw the notice for your after show here, but I couldn't find it. Chris mentioned in text chat that I guess it's only on Godless Engineers channel, which
I'm putting it in chat.
I can put you the link.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so
I just posted it in chat.
See it, but I guess I'm really not excited to go there either. But I'm curious if you could maybe share anything. Was there any actual counters or any kind of any actual arguments or counter evidence to what you typically share other than just his denials?
I mean, John has already demonstrated in the last debate with John Maddox that he hasn't much deeper understanding on biochemistry, and he has confessed it today. So I wanted to try to meet him where he is,
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, but did he have any good points for us to continue to talk about or think about, or is it just kind of one-sided, I guess?
Well, the stream went almost for 3 hours. So they brought up in the question and answer many different questions, like about slavery and if God did a bad job because there are errors and deteriorations and bad design. And then he came to talk about evidence of the historical G's. There were several different topics that he brought up, and I tried to answer in my best understanding.
Okay. So it wasn't just about biology.
All actual, at least by the end, it was rather obvious that Godless Engineer was attempting to turn this into a joke fest at the expense of Otangelo. I mean, it was obvious as the alcohol as his drunken stupor set in. I mean, he was attempting to just ask dumb questions and try to see if you would actually give him a straight answer. I mean, you've jumped the shark when you attempt to ask with a straight face while your wife is laughing her ass off if Jesus Christ watched him jerk off as a teenager. Wow. Like, you've jumped the shark at that point. I'm sorry. There is no actual semblance of real rational dialogue. And this is not even remotely close to the first time that he's done that sort of thing, which is why I get so much entertainment in the context of the whole controversy with Matt Dillahunty right now. Dillahunty co-hosts The Line and The Hang Up with Godless Engineer and then says that I'm mean. Like, you get out of town. It's amazing. Anyway, so that's my tangent. Back to you, Joel. And welcome to the stream, Jungle.
Hey, Jungle.
What's up, John?
Hi, Jungle.
Hope you got some sleep, man.
I think
I caught you snoring a little bit last night.
Yeah, that was the Jaguar.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so actually, quick question on that. I passed out at about 2:30. How late did y'all stay up?
At least 5 o'clock, Kelly? Was it 6 o'clock?
Close to 6, yeah.
Yeah, Central Time.
5:30, yeah.
Woo, man, you guys did keep going. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of good. We got kind of weird, but then we made up.
I wanted to contribute at the end, but I just couldn't. That was.
Yeah.
You guys are gone before I could.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand. Is there any value in watching that debate on his channel later on today or not? Based on what you guys are saying. Was there anything to learn, I guess, from that conversation?
I mean, I would say the first 45 minutes. I mean, the way Otangelo was responding and the evidence with which he was, countering the objections, probably actually for the first hour, it was. I thought everything that Otangelo was saying was excellent. I mean, it was like a textbook. It was like Godless Engineer had gone to some atheist website and was just going in 1 through 50 of the most common atheist objections, and Otangelo was just zing back, counter, and then it got weird after that.
Okay.
Yeah,
John, maybe you watch my introduction. I did prepare it maybe half an hour before the stream started, and I provided 4 or 5 points in regards of information which is required in order to have communication. And I very much leaned in regards of what John Maddox brought up in his debate with him, But then he right away distracted to other topics and didn't give even opportunity to actually talk about what I brought up in my introduction. So
yeah, I think the scientists need to take notice that they're losing miserably. They don't have any position. Well, they never did to begin with, but I mean, it's becoming quite obvious to me, and it should be to everybody else, that they never did have a position to support evolution.
Yeah, I mean, evolution is faith. It is faith in natural forces and denial of a creator. That's basically it.
I would actually, it's more precisely, it's anti-science. I agree with you. It's faith in the belief of things outside of real time, which violates the scientific method, but it's just complete mythology.
If you want to, my introduction was 10 minutes. If you guys want to display it, I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I was fine for you.
They want to be rational, reasonable, and logical, but they're denying the reality.
There we go.
Introduce himself and sort of start the conversation off. So, Otangelo, if you want to introduce yourself and then go right into whatever prepared statement you might have.
Yeah, I think many of your audience know me. I have called several times to the Atheist Experience, to Paul Keaton's, and I am active in having debates with atheists. And it is my focus to elucidate the origin of life. My focus with atheists is not starting with the issue if Christianity is true, but through a cumulative argument where we start with a dichotomy. There is either a worldview where there is a God or a worldview where there is not a God. And my proposition is that we can best explain our existence through the action of an intelligent designer, an eternal creator, which made everything which is physical, which exists. We exist because of him. And one of the very important topics which is very actual today is in regards of the origin of life, in regards of information. I know you, John, that you had a debate recently with John Maddox in regards of that topic. And I would like to read some things in regards of my understanding. And I think that the information stored in DNA and communication systems in life, in cells, is a very, very strong evidence that a creator was involved in creating life. So I will read my text here. 3 things are essential to have life: the basic building blocks of life, energy, and information. Cells use the most advanced computer information system known. To have an information transmission system, following is required. First, the rules of any communication system must be established in advance through establishing in common agreement of the meaning of words, signs, or a code. There must be pre-established agreement between those that communicate with each other, otherwise the transmission of information is not possible. A message can only be created once a language has been established. A code is an abstract, immaterial, non-physical set of rules. Secondly, this set of rule, code, or language permits to produce a blueprint, which is instructional complex information that permits to produce goods for specific purposes. 3. Then there has to be a device that is a hard disk, a paper, or any hardware upon which the information can be recorded. 4. And there has to be a system to encode, send, and decode the message. These 4 things, language, transmitter of language, message, and receiver of language, all have to be precisely defined in advance before any form of communication can be possible at all. 5. Eventually, during the transmission of information, it can be translated from one language to another. In living cells, we see all those things, setting up the rules of communication. The translation of a word in one language to another language is always of mental origin. For example, the assignment of the word chair in English to shizi in Chinese can only be made by intelligence upon common agreement of meaning. In biology, the genetic code is the assignment, a cipher, of 64 triplet codons to 20 amino acids. Eugene Konin wrote in a science paper in 2009, in our opinion, despite extensive and in many cases elaborate attempts to model code optimization, ingenious theorizing along the lines of the coevolution theory, and considerable experimentation, very little definitive progress has been made. Summarizing the state of the art in the study of the code evolution, we cannot escape considerable skepticism. It seems that the 2 prolonged fundamental questions, why is the genetic code the way it is, and how it come to be, that was asked over 50 years ago, and at the dawn of molecular biology might remain pertinent even in another 50 years. Our consolation is that we cannot think of a more fundamental problem in biology. Since we know only of intelligence to be able to establish a common agreement of meaning of words, this assignment is best explained by the deliberate, arbitrary action of a non-human intelligent agency. Information stored in DNA. Chance of intelligence to set up the first blueprint for life. Mycoplasma is one of the smallest self-replicating cells, and its genome has about 500,000 base pairs. It is, however, a pathogen which has to be hosted by other organisms to survive. It does not produce the 20 amino acids used in life. In order to know the threshold of a minimal organismal complexity to sustain life, Pelagibacter rubique is a good candidate, since it is one of the smallest self-replicating free-living cells and produces all 20 amino acids used in life. It has a genome size of 1.3 million base pairs, which codes for about 1,300 proteins. That would be the size of a book with 400 pages, each page with 3,000 characters. The chance to sequence each of the 1.3 million characters in the right order by unguided means to get the precise instructional complex information to have a working self-replicating cell is 1 to 10 to the 700,000. This is in the realm of the absolutely impossible. The likelihood, however, of intelligence to set up an information system essential for life is 100%. We know by repeated experience that intelligence does elaborate blueprints, instructional information, and constructs complex machines, production lines, transistors and computers, and factories with specific purposes. DNA has ultra-high density data storage and compression. Our cells contain at least 92 strands of DNA and 46 double helical chromosomes. In total, the stretch is 6 feet, 1.8 meters, end to end. Every human DNA strand contains as much data as a CD. Every DNA strand in our body stretched end to end would reach from the Earth to the Sun and back 600 times. Cells store data at millions of times more density than hard drives. Not only that, they use the data to store instructions vastly more effectively than human-made programs. Consider that Windows takes 20 times as much space or bits as our genome. The genome is unfathomably more elegant, more sophisticated, and more efficient in its use of data than anything we ever designed. A single gene can be used 100 times by different aspects of the genetic program expressed in hundreds of different ways. Besides the information transmission system of DNA to make proteins, there is the most amazing and advanced information transmission system in operation in each of our cells, which works through light. The more sophisticated and fast an information transmission system is, the more intelligence is required to project and implement it. Light fidelity, or Li-Fi, is a fifth-generation cutting-edge technology, the fastest information transmission system so far invented by man. Life uses not only light, but quantum entanglement to transmit information, which occurs basically instantly. It is logical, therefore, to infer a super-intelligent agency created life's awesome high-speed internet on a molecular level. The origin of such complex communication systems is best explained by an intelligent designer. Since no humans were involved in creating these complex computing systems, a suprahuman intelligent agency must have been the creator. Okay.
All right. Is that all?
Yeah.
I have to say that's pretty good on time. I was keeping track, so you did pretty decent there. So thank you for your opening statement. I realize that we're kind of talking about like which one of our worldviews makes more sense, and I guess you're basing your entire position on the fact that you feel like there has to be an intelligent designer in order for everything to be in existence now.
It's so interesting to me how you could tell he was not actually contemplating or truly considering the points that you were making.
No.
They were just okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. And then here in just a second, I mean, I think what I'm saying is absolutely proven beyond doubt with what he's about to say here in a second.
All life to be in existence for this universe, everything like that. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Would evolution, because you harped on evolution pretty good bit in it. Now, if all of that had happened naturally, does that necessarily disprove God?
No, not necessarily. We could say that eventually God created the basic molecules and left them on their own, and then eventually they complexified. The thing is that this is very unlikely, as I exposed in my introduction, based on the unlikeliness to have a first genome of that kind of complexity, which would be required to have a first go of the first living cell.
Okay. Well, then, for me at least, if it's more than possible and probable that whether or not God exists, evolution would have still happened, then it seems like basing the validity of your worldview or your validity of Christianity on this idea that an intelligent designer is necessary for the diversity of life and for things to have happened, the way for the universe and everything to come into existence naturally. I feel like because God could still exist and those things be true, I feel like that kind of renders it a moot point as to the question of whether or not a God exists, especially whether or not the Christian God exists. So, I mean, we can discuss a few of these points because I wrote down plenty of them. I just kind of wanted to put it out there right off the bat, that you don't necessarily have to accept creationism or intelligent design in order for you to consider Christianity to be a correct world.
So okay. Did he just admit deism?
Well, actually something I just kind of dawned on me, which I think it's very ironic. So look at his shirt, okay? Obviously we can figure out what that spells out, but think about the literal chemical freaking code he's got on his shirt. You guys picking up on this in terms of like the semantic relevance to all this in what he what he tries to debunk with Coke and Diet Coke? That there could be no meaning to chemicals.
Oh,
I'm cracking up over here internally. I mean, he's got what's that?
so he intelligently arranged
Adenine, helium, iodine, and whatever the other one is. To spell out atheism. He's using chemicals as a code to spell out a word that has a semantic meaning. So, Godless Engineer, I have a question for you. Is it remotely logical, plausible, or probable that in any universe with an infinite amount of time that if I don't give a shit how many universes you have, could that shirt and the meaning which can be derived from the utilization of chemical codes, could that ever come to mean atheism? Without an intelligent agent. Oh my goodness, this is too good. Man, I wonder if he even recognizes the level of stupidity he has to have worn that shirt while discussing Origin of Life with Otangelo. Sorry for my little sidebar, guys, but this just, oh man, I'm cracking up internally over here.
Yep, semiotics at its finest.
Oh man. So, what did you guys think about the opening statement?
Oh, that's
Dodge.
Pretty basic theists trying to open up a scientific discussion, and the atheist saying, it doesn't have to be that way.
Michael, what's your opinion? Did you watch the debate, or are you coming in blind here?
So I caught the tail end when you guys were talking, or when Otangelo and Godless were talking about the squirrel and his nut. That's the part I caught.
I totally forgot about that. Oh man, there was so much humor. Funny. There was so much humor in that. I was actually at the grocery store picking up dinner, listening to that stuff. I was getting eggs, and I'd like my earbuds had fallen out. I put them back in. And I heard, "Well, what about if you believe in the super squirrel and you worship the magic nut?"
It was so funny. And his wife's cracking up in the background.
Oh man, you can't. And then, but as I'm checking out of the grocery store, he started asking the question about whether or not Jesus observed him jerking off in high school.
See, and I didn't catch that.
I'm just like, man, I can't take this. This is just too good. This is too good.
What part was that? I didn't catch that.
Well, hang on. That might have been when I was walking into the store. I don't know. It was like right when I was either leaving or just getting to the grocery store. I forget. But anyway, it was. Let's see if we can find the squirrel. I mean the squirrel was just too good. I don't know how to.
Intelligent, right? They like Paul in first. I can get behind that. I really can. But the problem that I have is that like with my son, I can allow him to make free will choices, communion crackers, and bless the genitals of the child he was about to rape. And I mean, he was a complete. I mean, you can say that he wasn't a Christian all you want to, but he definitely was a Christian. Go to hell or go to heaven.
Okay, listen. The Bible says that someone that truly converts to Christ will change his life. The consequence of a true conversion is that we will start to change our trajectory and start to
on this channel is having a 15-foot dick. They do not, though. They do not have one. It's 10, by the way.
So I'm just randomly. So far I'm randomly clicking, and I think what are we like 4 of 5? Like I click play, and it's something. and look. See, remember I said that Otangelo, there was a few times when he could not control his smirk. Look at that right there. In the freeze frame, Otangelo is attempting to not burst out laughing at the 10-foot dick reference.
Never heard that in a debate.
Yeah,
that's the first.
Everybody spam Kent Hovind about that.
Make sure he knows
Make sure he knows it's Tim. I think my wife's a little drunk.
And that starts from the principle of the first commandment.
Right. I would definitely love those. But I mean, you would have to also agree that Christians were also using the Bible to promote slavery, right?
Yeah.
Right to 14-year-old sometime later. And then there's a whole bunch of different shit in between that we could get into, or everybody could watch our daily Bible podcast that airs every Tuesday, just about every Tuesday. It kind of seems like God's a bit maniacal, and he's pretty horrible. Yes, honey, we think that God is fucked.
There's no way that he is not drunk. No.
Sorry, Otangelo. But yeah, so I mean, I have a lot of problems with God's actions in the Old Testament as well. Otangelo. And then he's got a whale dick emoji. And then there's Wacko in Seattle just sent a super chat of $1. Thank you so much there, Wacko. And then let's say we do have a couple. We have a few comments from the Skeptic Mafia from the community post that I posted. Okay, the Rune Warrior wants to know if you're homophobic.
No.
No?
No, I'm not homophobic.
Wow.
Okay.
What's with that too? This whole gay thing.
Below large font.
To adapt to the environment, and that is okay. First of all, it is never my purpose or goal to convert anyone. Okay, what I am doing is basically I am following.
Man, where did the squirrel go?
It's just ridiculous. I mean, there's always going to be a selection process, whether that's organic or inorganic materials.
Oh,
wrong.
So,
sidebar. Okay, so we'll have to watch this section here. So this, and Otangelo, I'd love to get your opinion on this because you kept trying to explain it to him that there isn't a selection process until you have controlled replication.
Well, I told him that.
I know you did. I mean, you told him at least 3 times, I think. And he just completely either flew over his head or he just categorically refuses to accept a premise that is, I mean, they talk about this in papers all the time. Like, we have to figure out a way to reach the point of a open-ended, self-replicating Darwinian process. Or it's like, I don't know. Anyway. Sorry for my tangent there. Go ahead, Otangelo, my bad. What did you think about that whole section where he was denying that?
Well, I hope that they start to think about what I said and then assimilate it. And I mean, he asked me to explain why I think that there was no selection process on prebiotic Earth. And I said selection, that is selecting things. That is something of intelligent activity. We as intelligent beings, we select things for special purposes. Molecules, they have no urge to select anything. And I think this is so ingrained in evolutionary thinking that nature selects. And I think some people, they still, they don't even think about the nonsense of this. And they just parrot it and repeat it. But they need to stop and really think about it, you know, and understand the limits of non-intelligent actions and what non-intelligence can do compared to what intelligence can do. And of course, it's a huge difference. So I think we need to outline that difference.
Well, one of the things that's, from a macro point of view, one of the things that I really want to do is put together a budget actually to animate some of the, in a control, from an abiogenesis perspective, really 3D animate the requirements for the supposed simplistic chemical reactions to occur and really break down what, because I've been looking for it. I haven't been able to find anything that's like really gets into the intricacies other than like just very surface level, and then showcase and then basically do a comparison as to, okay, now in what is argued to be this quote unquote natural chemical reaction, here is what is being executed by this enzyme in order to overcome the barriers to the chemical reaction that's required.
You see them
because that just gets glossed over. Of like, no, there is controls that are in place in order to enable this reaction that would not happen otherwise.
You seriously want to try to make something like that?
Heck yeah, man!
You're talking to a 3D programmer.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We got to get all the folks together, the experts, and get all those pieces together. Because I mean, I really think that that's something that is dramatically missing from the equation. Because I mean, over time, and I know a lot of us in this stream have done this or been involved in, showing some of the, the animations of, transcription and translation. Like we see that, but then the average person who hasn't seen it before, they're like, wow, that's actually what's happening. I mean, it's impossible to not have your mind blown when you see it, especially for the first time. And I think, those of us who are, have dove into this more and, read about it and understand some of the fundamentals and all that stuff, we're able to have a semblance of understanding of, that's my word tonight, semblance, a modicum of understanding of the complexity requirements. But I think until it's truly visualized, it's lost on us as well as the average person. But I think if it's just put in front of them, they'll be like, wait a minute, that's what's being argued? No, that does not make sense to occur. I get, deep time does not solve this problem.
Yeah, I'm already thinking of, not just what we see normally already in typical simulations where they just kind of show little circles for the elements and whatnot, and then the covalent bonding. But you could add actual animations that show the different amounts of force required to overcome certain boundaries, like you were talking about. There's all kinds of little cool little visual effects we could add, even sounds, to really emphasize not just the complexity, but what in my mind, it's a lot of these things, particularly for nucleotides, as you've heard me talk about before, it's physically impossible for some of these reactions to occur on their own.
Exactly, and that's I think we're mentally on the same page here. I mean, it's to me now, in my opinion, with what we have available to us, and I'm talking about in this context from a rendering perspective, and all the different 3D modeling platforms and all that stuff, the programs that can be used now to really visualize this stuff. We're without excuse, to figure out a way to do it. And because I agree with your point completely. I mean, oh, cool, we're looking at these lines, and oh, awesome, that's how they fit. Okay, cool. And to your point, like we're not comprehending, like, no, there's like electrons being forced over here, just all these different things that are having to occur that have to occur in this order, not a random order, in this order at this time. Otherwise, KO punch, you're done.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it over and over that they talk, oh, it's just chemical reactions. But you see a scheme all in all biology, not only in abiogenesis, but also in complex organisms, that there is always information which directs how things work, how they are made, and they are controlled by information. So there is always this relationship between signaling and information, directing mechanistically how things in molecular world work. And that relationship has to be explained. It's not simply chemical reactions, it's information directing reactions on a molecular level. And that relationship is always the product of intelligence.
That's reminding me of your biophoton lecture as well, Otangelo. There's all kinds of visual effects that we could fine tune based on further information. If there's more studies out there, more experiments showing those kind of details, we could create kind of a better, like maybe a teaching type tool simulation to further expand on not just the details of the reactions, which is what these atheists like to focus on, as you mentioned, but the things that are the quantum things, the telecommunication aspects between cellular structures.
Oh, I am sure, Joel, that science is just at the beginning to unravel what goes on with light on a molecular level. And when they will progress, there will be awe-inspiring things that will come to light,
Agreed.
Actually, what we already know is already really awe-inspiring. I mean, what I collected of information to make that video, it was just wow. I mean, it was absolutely amazing. But I think we are just in the beginning to unravel this. And I think light is probably very much more involved in instructing how to build complex organisms and how to direct the biochemical systems than science is aware of at this point.
Which reminds me of one of the most excellent points I've heard you make in all the lectures, which I think I've watched everything you've published so far, about how we have to learn this advanced high-level technology within God's designs to even be able to hope to begin to look at the next level that we can't see, that we don't understand yet. So the more we learn, the more we find out that there's even more. I can't even think of the right word. Complexity just doesn't even begin to describe it properly.
I see it like that. Those that still keep to evolutionary thinking, they are in the mid-19th century thinking and stuck there. And
Agreed.
which are proponents of intelligent design, we are in the foremost and in the edge of advancement of science. And what we discover today makes only sense in light of intelligent design and not evolution.
Well, to me, what we're talking about now in terms of you made the point in your opening statement about the li-fi comparison, and to me, the whole premise of in the end, man will rather believe lies than the truth is so self-evident when, number one, we're approaching that potential to be happening in biological systems, but we have already what we've already discovered should have proven the arguments that we're making beyond doubt. And then when you get, at what point do birds having quantum entanglement GPS systems built into their freaking eyeballs, like at what point does this not scream design? Like, no, they have they have the ability to navigate via the Earth's magnetic field due to quantum entanglement. At what point does this not say this must have a designer? I mean, come on. Obviously, that's just one of many examples, but if we get into things like there's the equivalent of light-fi in our bodies, and people still want to double down on evolution, I mean, you've lost all credibility at that point, in my opinion.
That's why I describe their position as anti-science. I don't say that lightly.
It's religion in materialism. It's a blind belief in materialism and evolution.
Mythology.
And one thing I find funny when the atheists ask us, like, well, what if we prove it to be true? I'm like, yeah, so I already know, to use my poker analogies, I already know I've got the absolute nuts. I don't care what you bet. I can't lose. I'm good. I'm golden. Like, we're already on the river, folks. Like, it's golden. There's no way. There's too many variables. There's not a chance there's not been enough time per your own model. There has not been enough time to account for all of this. Not a chance. You can't be done. What seems to go over the head of the average atheist is, per their own timeline, there's not that much time from the cooling of the earth, quote unquote, to the first form of life. There's not that much time. It could be as short as, quote, 200 million years for life to pop into existence.
3 days ago, I did post at my timeline on Facebook, materialistic atheist scientists waste their efforts and time to find ways to confirm their confirmation bias and presupposition where God has not the right to put his foot into the door, and fail. Theistic scientists use their time and efforts to unravel the amazing evidence of creation in nature to give him glory, and are, rather than being frustrated, rewarded with awe and give him praise.
Well, then Otangelo, that goes back to things that I like to try to promote, where it's that there are no atheist scientists. There haven't been. Einstein was complaining about that a century ago, and as you described just now, their frustration is that they're not in science. They're just trying to populate or trying to continue to promote their myth, while theists, who are actually the founders of all science and have always started all scientific fields and have made I'll argue this to anybody that has experience in this, only theists have made any significant scientific breakthroughs ever in the history of science. So we enjoy to continue to expand that knowledge and to actually use science that, again, theists exclusively created and started for the benefit of mankind and to glorify God, as you just said. We're doing the next things. We're actually making the progress. And atheists have to wait. They literally have to wait in academia for the theists in the actual fields of science to develop the next things for them to try to talk about. Theists lead everything in science.
Yeah, I mean, there are many atheists which do science and they work on the framework which is methodological naturalism, and try to press every explanation into naturalistic explanations. That's basically what we see in science today, and that's why there are so many bad scientific inferences which simply make no sense, and because they have to give a naturalistic explanation, so they try to simply to make things up and use that wordage. Oh, it's plausible, it's possible, we think that evolution explains this and that and so forth, and I think science should really change in the way how they frame the investigation. Operational science is okay to use methodological naturalism, but in regards of historical science, they should permit the evidence also to lead to design and to propose it as a better explanation than evolution or abiogenesis, when that points it to.
One of the things that always cracks me up in the debate tonight, he was trying to debunk hardware, software, anything in the middle or in between, and using the ongoing its chemicals, etc. And what goes through my mind whenever I hear that crap from him and other folks is, this is like arguing that because there's a 2 volts or less than 0.8 of a volt going through, there is no information. Like they can be interpreted from this and the pattern in which the voltage is passed through a logic gate. I mean, it's like, this is what you're arguing. It would be like me saying, no, there is nothing going on there. That's just electricity. Like, it's the equivalent of what, in my opinion, of what's being argued and all this. And then sit and argue, no, somehow there's circuits and there's this electricity going through, but you can't claim that somebody built that. I mean, you'd be laughed out of the room and considered a complete and utter idiot and fired from your job, especially if you're a software engineer. You would be toast if you made that argument. Am I wrong on that one, Joel?
Not at all. That's why I like to kind of summarize this with analogies. That argument you described is literally analogous to saying that you're going to write an advanced artificial intelligence program by literally rubbing your face across a keyboard without a computer. You have to have the computer, which was intelligently designed with all kinds of timing mechanisms and all kinds of tri-bus bridge gates and all kinds of input-output type buffers, all kinds of controlled, well thought out, very intelligently designed mechanisms. And then you have to write the program.
Well, and then somebody like Otangelo had to have designed the freaking machines that built those parts in the freaking factory that put the the computer together.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like
microchips. I can go. Yeah, that's an extremely annoying and frustrating, a super complex problem. The amount of wafers we scrap every day just because we don't get it right.
Don't we also not in terms of like processing power? Like, isn't it random? Like what comes out?
On occasion, yeah, with our error rate, yeah. You're talking about like with the Intel,
yeah,
i5, i7 type stuff. So that's one,
yeah. Like they don't know which one is going to be when it's going through.
Yeah, it's just because there's a mistake that happens, and sometimes it'll degrade some of the pathing for some of the processing stuff. But so there's a decision where you either just scrap the whole wafer versus if you just try to, cut out the part that would make it the more advanced model and just use it as a medium or lower grade model, essentially. That makes sense.
Yeah. So it doesn't have it doesn't have enough to be classified as the i7, for example. So, okay, cool. We cut this off. Okay, it has enough to be an i5 kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That I honestly wonder, even as technology advances, I wonder like how much the average person, I wonder how much their knowledge of like the actual intricacies is in reality being deprecated.
Yeah. I wonder that myself all the time. I used to.
Do they actually comprehend what is going on inside of their phone? I mean, to me, I think like for my demographic, like I'm 36. I remember when cell phones were a brick, and I remember my first flip phone, and I remember the first smartphone, all that kind of stuff. But I think people not that much younger than me that don't remember any of that stuff. I mean, they just have. I don't think they have any true realization of the paradigm shift of processing power that's happened in the last 15 years, but I for sure no less than the last 20. I mean, it's just been nuts.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest frustrations. I was saying how I used to debate with atheists by asking them first, do you even know the difference between the north side and south side bus of a typical Intel type motherboard architecture, for example? And of course, most of them wouldn't, but they'd still go on and to try to talk about how DNA can just happen randomly, et cetera, all these other conversations. And you're right, they have, most people, but in particular atheists, I've of course observed, have very little to no understanding of basic technology, which is why they're able to cling to these mythologies that DNA is just not technology.
Well, I thought something else I've noticed as a trend as well is I think that programming, coding in general has become such a commonplace concept that I really think a lot of universities are no longer actually teaching information theory. And the reason I say this is there's a guy a couple weeks ago who claims to be getting like higher, not undergrad. He's in the UK. So he's in uni, but not in the A levels, in networking. Mm-hmm. And the fundamentals of programming and code mapping and such, he didn't have a clue. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, huh. And then Amy, who wants to create the next AI consciousness, mm-hmm. Also does not understand any of the fundamentals. And I'm like, okay. All of my knowledge is self-taught. And I had to go and learn this stuff when I was learning the modicum amount of coding that I know. And I'm like, so people are in school for this? And they don't know some of the most fundamental components of all this? Like, what is code mapping? Like, how are the value assignments? Wait, hang on. If this one's going to be used more, then we might actually want to have fewer bytes in this information to increase efficiency. Like something that fundamental.
How does she not know what code on is still yet?
Well, I mean, I think it just proves the point that we make all the time that they talk mad trash and then demand, they demand sources, they demand papers, they demand, you to back up your claim. And then they never go and read it for themselves.
No, and I was just backing up. I mean, I caught the last half hour of this, so I was just while you guys were going through this, I was catching back on some of the interview. I was playing it about the hour mark where Godless sits there and basically acts like he's got the basic layout of how abiogenesis happened. And Otangelo sitting there telling you don't know what you're talking about because the experts are saying they have no idea. And he's like, no, I basically have, given you the pathway here. I just don't have all the details. And I mean, the arrogance, man, how freaking arrogant is that?
Okay. Well, George says the squirrel is around the 1 hour and 9 minute mark. So let's see.
I'm talking about
functional protein.
Oh no, you may have missed it when we were talking about the squirrel.
I heard that part. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
prebiotic Earth would do nothing by itself because proteins, they work only in a joint venture with all other proteins in the cell. So that's why I say boldly, the cell is an all or nothing business, and cells are irreducibly complex. They cannot emerge gradually.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of that right there was just hogwash, and I mean, it went one ear and out the other for me because it's just been none of that is true. I mean, the cells are not irreducibly complex. Normally, creationists like to bring up the bacterial flagellum when they want to talk about irreducible complexity, but the fact is that we've been able to remove portions of the bacterial flagellum, and it's only affected its mobility. It hasn't actually caused it to disappear or anything like that. There's also, to say that cells are irreducibly complex, eukaryotic cells are very different from prokaryotic cells. Prokaryotic cells would have developed first, then eukaryotic cells would have developed next. So to say that like the eukaryotic cells, like our cells, are irreducibly complex totally ignores prokaryotes. So, I mean, you're advocating for the ignoring of an entire portion of living things here. So it just seems rather ridiculous for you to assert that. But so there's a couple of super chats here that I want to read out real quick because they're kind of pertinent to where I think we need to pivot to, and that's Chris Dave says false dichotomy much. I'm pagan, more than two options, and then Uhan Roderick followed it up with the magic cosmic squirrel explains it all. So if the magic cosmic squirrel is a possibility of why life is here, why this universe exists, then how is it not a better, or at least as good explanation as your God explanation?
Well, if it is, bring the evidence. Let's see.
All right. Well, the evidence is that Uhan has a book of the magic squirrel, and it talks about how the magic squirrel buried his nut in a particular portion of the fabric of reality. And then that nut expanded immediately and developed into this universe. And this magical squirrel developed all of the blueprints and everything like that for life with his little squirrel hands. And that's exact. I mean, the exact script that you run, Otangelo, replace God with magical squirrel.
Wow.
Okay.
That's going to be a shirt.
That was retarded.
Well, find me some people which actually believe in your magic squirrel, and I mean, it's great.
Uhan Roderick. I mean, he sent a super chat. I mean, he worships before the magical nut. So
well, maybe we can posit the spaghetti monster. I like it more than your flying squirrel.
Well, so what disproves the flying spaghetti monster?
Maybe nothing. Maybe it's the right choice. Maybe we should all stick to the flying spaghetti monster.
Spaghetti exists, therefore it's more than likely plausible. So
great. You changed my mind, John.
But you could easily dismiss the spaghetti monster.
The point is that where I wanted to pivot was, how do we know that it's your specific God?
He ain't got a point.
Because you're not just arguing for intelligent design, you're specifically arguing for the Christian God, no?
Yes, correct.
Okay, how do we know that it's the specific Christian God versus all the other possible?
I don't know how to take this seriously. I had to put myself on mute. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
Especially when it gets to buried the magic nut.
He's so dishonest, man. Like hearing a few when he gets into tries to go into slavery, and then it's just funny. Like Otangelo's like, well, my wife's black, so I mean, I'm not racist. But it was just so dishonest because you could throw it right back at him, with Darwinism. Like, what's the full name of the book there, buddy? Trying to pin, servitude, and then trying to spin slavery, onto the Bible like it prescribes it or something, and then cults, like any cult can take. You can take any religion and I can make a cult out of it. And how am I responsible for that, or how would God be responsible for somebody else perverting His word?
I told him that. Him that.
That was.
This reaches the stuff that comes out of this guy's mouth.
Yeah, it's
like every time I bring myself to watch one of his videos, I'm just like,
well,
this is actually being said, and he thinks he's being serious.
Well, I think he's trying to be somewhat of a shock jock, maybe in a way, because he's got his subscribers, he's got to keep happy, because I don't seriously. Can he be that dumb? Can he be that ignorant? Is
Well,
I don't
agree
know.
with you to an extent on the shock jock portion of it. Like he's trying to play to their emotions and such, but some of the stuff, it's like I don't care if you're trying to get them all fired up. Like you're portraying yourself to be a complete idiot,
selling out for a few super chats. I hope it's worth it.
There's just not a prayer, and this is why I make the comment about the, nobody working in high level. Well, actually, I called him out on this in Twitter after he and I's debate. I challenged him to go to the developers at his job and make the same argument about code coming into existence. And of course he wouldn't. I mean, that's like, yeah, come on, man. You're not going to, there's no chance you would go into and talk to a bunch of other professional software.
Oh, I'm with you. I would pay him if he would do it.
Absolutely. I'm like, let's do it, bro. Hey, anytime, anywhere. I mean, it's like, I dare you. Let's do it. And it was really funny. This was actually pretty funny. There was a couple days after he and I's debate, he tried to portray me as threatening when I offered to drive down to Huntsville, go meet up with, I would set up the appointments with professors at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, where he went to college. And like, we'll go sit down with PhDs and ask him the questions he was right. And that, by a grown-ass man, was viewed as threatening. I'm like, so I want to meet you in a public place at a public university to meet with PhDs in information theory and information science and chemistry. And that's threatening. And you call yourself a man. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, you in the chat, Utopia Buster. Yeah, bats are
that's mean.
A problem. Oh, is that you?
Yeah, that's mean, Maddox. I was pretty mean to him.
Oh, man. Mean. I thought you said it was me. Oh, yeah. But yeah, supposedly evolved independently 3 times. So evolution got pretty lucky on that one.
Well, when you think about like just the premise of radar, like, is there any remotely plausible scenario in which radar technology that we have could ever come into existence without an intelligent agent?
How?
I mean, that's my question.
You have to generate a known signal that with an expected return with the receiver.
Yeah.
Right. The receiver, you nailed it right there.
Well, and here's the other portion of it too. I mean, the receiver is one portion, but you also have to be able to process the data that's received. Like you literally have to be able to process and interpret the data, right?
Yeah.
Like,
the
receiver's there, but then now the signal has to go somewhere after it hits the receiver, and then calculate what the output is, or I guess the meaning of the input, right? And anyway, I just don't understand how these. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys that are professionals in machinery and technology in general. Like, this is fundamental basics, right? Input, output. It's rocket science in many aspects, but it's simplistic as well, and should be a fundamental for pretty much anybody with any underlying basic education in these kinds of disciplines, right?
Yeah, you'll get, when I always say the honest atheist, you'll get the honest atheist will at least admit it appears designed, but it's not designed. Then you'll get the dishonest ones like, oh no, there's no design. It's not at all. What are you talking about? Denial. DNA is not a code. DNA is not a code.
So, Otangelo, how did you feel about the 13 pigeons?
I initially didn't understand his questions, but when he explained what he meant by it, I mean, hey, what's the point?
Well, he ultimately came around to the usual, if there's a chance, then it's going to happen.
Well, I explained to him that the tendency for molecules would be to disintegrate and not to complexify.
Well, of course. I mean, but no, there's still a chance, right?
Well, I don't think that he had even a grasp about the size and the number which I presented to have the minimal genome. I mean, it's such a hugely astronomical number. It's absolutely beyond anything that would be possible.
Did he present anything as far as a selection process? Chromatography, that's what Luca always throws at me.
He's still around, Luca? It's some time that I don't see him.
Nah, not really, but he's got nothing.
He comes in every once in a while. Well, I mean, in my debate with him, I use the premise of you've got pieces of steel. Are those pieces of steel, and you have bolts and you have nuts, are without an intelligent agent, even if you have the pieces of steel and the bolts and the nuts, will they ever attach? Like, will those bolts ever attach themselves in through the holes in the steel? And he's like, of course not. I'm like, okay. And this is the point I was making earlier about like animating the what we're talking about on the chemical level of we're talking about the equivalent of putting the freaking bolt through the hole and then attaching the nut.
And torquing out a specific amount of torque, maybe.
Well, there's so many different aspects of this concept. You could the same premise could be applied right into on the molecular level, whether it be in the actual chemical bond initially or in what's actually being executed via the protein. Like after it's folded, now it's machine. Like it's literally engaged. I mean, when you think about before the freaking proteins even finish being built, when you think about what the chaperone proteins are doing physically, not even having a chemical reaction, like they're physically adjusting things into the appropriate 3D shape.
Right. The start and stop codon part of it and the start and stop protein. But even your simplistic analogy with the nut and bolt thing, there are specifically, and George could probably attest to this as a civil engineer, there are specifically highly designed characteristics, specifications for the size of the bolt, size of the hole, the length of the bolt, the number of threads. There's all kinds of things that go into making sure that just something being bolted together is done very well. Versus if you just did it randomly, your thing's not going to hold up.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and Otangelo, I would assume that same type of logic applies to the machines that you design, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you see, like anchors at the cell wall where they literally fix the tubules and the actins and so forth. That is mechanics on a molecular level happening there. And there is information directing the mechanistic, how the things work and act inside of the cell. That's mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
And the amazing thing is there are so many different kinds of information involved in directing the process in the cell, and so many different things that work in a mechanistic way. It is just mind-blowing when you study it. Only in regards, for example, to have the shape of a cell. I have recently investigated this. There are over 30 different kinds of signaling processes involved in shaping a cell. That's why you have a cell which looks like a neuron and a cell which looks like a blood cell. Completely different, but both have the same genome, but completely different architecture.
Mm-hmm. Imagine white blood cells that change their shape constantly.
Yes, they have a specific sheet below the membrane, which permits that they twist in order that they can go through the blood vesicles and they can change their shape. And there is I think it's lectrins. It is a specific tissue below the membrane of the blood, which makes it more stable. It stabilizes the blood cell in order to be so flexible but not breaking.
All designed by the same exact code that makes your toenail.
Yeah, they did find out now that you can take a blood cell and turn it into any other different kind of cell.
It's all the same code.
It's the same code, exactly. Now the question is, what orchestrates the differentiation from the same code into all that kind of different cells? And it's many different mechanisms. And of course, if you want to know what defines body shape, then you have to start at the cell level and even below the cell level. And you need to understand these mechanisms. Then you know what shapes a cell And then you can go to the macro. Of course, then there are more and other higher complex mechanisms involved, but it is far, far more complex than by genomes, by genetic information. I mean, there are many epigenetic signaling pathways involved in shaping cells and the structure of tissues and organ systems and so forth, and bodies,
Well, one of the things that I always you used the comparison to the amount of data that could be stored on a CD in your opening today. Honestly, I think at this point, I've alluded to this before. I think I'm gonna change my argument to something to the effect of: we used to think there was no more than 800 megabytes of data being contained in the genome. Now we have no idea what it truly is, in my opinion, because just when you think about the variable splicing of a sequence and the different output proteins that can stem from the exact same original sequence and all the different potential variables, like, you have to look at that as additional data.
Right? It is additional data, and
then we also do have no idea in reality. We're just now discovering the entire premise of being able to be read in both directions. So that means we used to think it could only go. We only needed to account for the data that was being expressed in this direction. Now we have to account for both. That means you now have double. At a minimum, you have double, right? Even you have two different outputs, and then that's before you account for the microRNA variations of the output, and then the piRNA and the miRNA combo outputs, and then the output variation based on different enhancer variables, and then the output variation based on retrotransposon variables, and then time-based variables. And then what's actually being output at the same time by cell type variables. To me, when you just really start to think about this, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually a ridiculous amount of, from a megabyte perspective or a gigabyte, there's no telling what the actual amount of real data is that's being required to operate the human body or any life form, for that matter.
Well, only the glycan code is far, far more complex than the genetic code. And if you realize that the human genome has 3 billion base pairs, but we have 37 trillion cells in our body, and each of those cells have to be directed to the right place. And it is obvious that only the genetic information is not sufficient to make all that, to direct each cell to where it has to be in the body. So there is a huge amount of epigenetic information, which is, as you correctly stated, John, it is far, far more information in the epigenome than in the genome. And the epigenome directs also the expression of genes. The genome is just like a library, and the epigenome is like the library software which directs which book has to be taken from the library and expressed. So you have information above information, and then there is the information which actually directs the expression of genes. That is another level of information which depends on the environment, of the conditions of the environment, and then depending on that, the gene regulatory network knows which protein is better suited to adapt to the kind of environment that the organism lives in. And then that kind of protein is expressed and not another one. And that is another level of information. So it's really one sheet of information, one above the other. And then in the end, you have the protein, and you need another kind of information to direct the protein to the right place where it is. And there are so many different ways. You have the tubulins with the kinesins, the dyneins where they walk on. You have transport vesicles where proteins are literally transported to the destination, and so forth. So you have so many different levels of information, and all that information has to come from somewhere.
And even that's still scratching the surface, gentlemen, because even though it's 8 billion base pairs, as you mentioned, well, those base pairs are arranged literally in 4-bit type format, and then those are arranged into a total combination of 64 codon, which are basically character word sets. And so the level of not just the complexity of the operating system code itself is exponential, but there's, like you're saying, there's also dual layers of information. Even the actual base pairs themselves, if you stretch them all out and then start from one area or one sequence group to another, and then basically start in the middle or a different section of that sequence group, it'll create a new set of code inside the code. So it's code within code, and we don't even know what all that code is. And then it's not just bidirectional, as you were saying, John, it's also three-dimensional. The shape of the chromatin and the way it bends also affects that transcription, as well as on the epigenetic level. So it's so far gone complex that I don't know if there's ever a way we'd ever be able to fully translate God's code ever. At least not within any of our lifetime.
Well, no, I agree with you, and that's what I say. And as I was mentioning earlier, in terms of the all-in moment of like, whatever your bet, I call. I can't lose. Like, we're just finding more and more and more things that you're just dumping your entire stack over to my side of the table. Like, continue, please. I welcome your continued onslaught of claiming that we don't know what we're talking about. It's hilarious.
Yeah, speed kind of came late to our conversation. He's still stuck on the 800 megabyte data limit, and that's pathetic. It's I don't think we could count it. I think it's well beyond a Googleplex amount of data if you were to try to compare it to some sort of bit type, or binary bit type translation.
Yeah, honestly, I know you had a couple of conversations directly with him, but I honestly feel like one of you and I's first conversations, Joel, we were joking about the like the lines blurring between front end, back end, and how so many of the old school back end folks just can't seem to comprehend that. I feel like that's what we're dealing with when it comes to speed of pudding, like not being able to comprehend what is going on in the modern era.
Right. And that brings me back to what I wanted to mention about the lady we were talking about last night with Amy, and I really was pleased with how civil and she was a real pleasant person to talk with. But I don't know if you noticed, I was trying to pick her brain because she says she is in school right now for that information science field, and I was really wanting to kind of learn more about what she's learning and things like that. And it was really disappointing. I had to kind of stop asking her about it because even though I heard her make that common grief, she hopes that she's learning this stuff because she's spending an awful lot of money for it. But everything that we talked about, she mentioned Unity, she mentioned these different scripting languages, and she didn't know what Lua was. These are the things that she mentioned that she is into right now. These are public domain things. There's so much just public tutorials on the most basic of graphic engine stuff out there and AI development stuff out there. Like she was talking about, that's something that a 12-year-old can learn. No offense to her or anybody else, but there's so much free information out there for that. Anybody can learn that. Like over a weekend. Yeah, and she's at a school that she's already paying too much money with her own admission, and all she knows is just public knowledge stuff. I think that's the real travesty. I think our education systems, they're not just poor, they're destroyed.
Well, I mean, I agree completely. I mean, the fact that people go to, I mean, I know as a former, employer of devs and designers, and I mean, these kids coming out, I mean, I had Vanderbilt University isn't exactly some like low on the totem pole in academia, and I used to get phone calls from their folks asking me to interview their computer science grads, and they didn't have, half of them hadn't even been taught the basics of actual coding. All they knew was like the theoretical stuff. They didn't actually know how to code. And I'm like, so you're coming out of school with a computer science degree, you want to be a developer, and you want me to hire you, and you can't even be a junior dev. Like, this is a problem. Like, so hang on. So I'm going to pay you for like probably 6-8 months while you take away productivity from my higher level team to teach you what you theoretically should have learned while you were in school for 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Like, what is happening? Of course, now fast forward to now. I mean, there's a lot of folks, doing the boot camps and stuff, and they're coming out with at least the ability to be, productive members of a team from day one. And
you still need school for that.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, yeah, you can do school, cram it in 8 months, or it's like 3 or 4 months, whatever, and get ready. But with so many of the schools out there, the online academies and different things to go out and, if you're really something you're really wanting to do, I mean, you can learn the skills for some of those platforms out there. They're pretty legit. I mean, 30, 40, $50 a month. I mean, you're getting you're getting the equivalent of high level education.
There's stuff out there for free that will get you up to.
Well, no, I agree 100%. There's free stuff out there. I'm talking about for the folks who need a little bit more structure and not just going to go down the rabbit holes to find it for themselves. I mean, like, give them a little bit more of a coordinated effort is what I mean. Like I say, I agree with you completely. Yes, 100% you can do it for free if you wanted to.
Yeah. So your story about your professional experience, I had something similar where I was a guy that was hired like that. I was already done some work for RDCom and some other things with focusing with C++ and a few other languages. And this company was a Python Django developer company using a Apache Linux backend type stuff. And I applied for their job and I told them, well, I'm not very strong in Python because I'd never programmed in with it at that time. This is like 10 something years ago. And they said, that's no problem. Go ahead. Well, they thought that I had enough experience in other things, that I was a proven programmer. They literally hired me to pay me, and they gave me a month to basically teach myself Python. And so kind of similar to what you're talking about. And I did, I learned it in less than a month and started, so I think that's the premise though, that there's experience and then there's I think we've talked about like cross-pollination before, and that's stuff that school can never teach.
Yeah. Well, to the point you're making, let's get real in the dev world. If it's I got to figure out the syntax and all the rules, okay, cool, and then you figure it out pretty quick. In your context for Python, you figure it out in a month or less. Mm-hmm. But you already understood everything and had experience in practical application of that theoretical knowledge. Mm-hmm. And for the kids coming out of college, it's like, how do you not even have the basics? I mean, I remember talking to this kid who called me up and wanted to do like an internship, like they're like a junior in college. And I was asking him like, okay, what do you know how to do? What have you learned? They hadn't even taught the kid's a junior. Okay. He didn't even know the basics of HTML and CSS. And I'm like, what are you being taught? Like, how are you a junior and you don't even have you haven't had to do this?
What was his degree again?
He was majoring in computer science at Vanderbilt University. And they hadn't even taught him the basics of HTML and CSS. And I'm like, I'm not suggesting, yes, and I know for the purists out there that want to give me crap about it's a markup language, not programming. I know, but it's a fundamental. At this point, it's a fundamental, right? So it's a basic.
Yeah, it's a pretty universal. Yeah,
it's basic at this point.
HTML.
Right. I mean, they're teaching this in high schools now,
right.
And I'm like, how is this what are these kids paying for at this point? I know that Vanderbilt, I'm bashing it, but I know they've made some significant changes over the last 7-8 years. But I'm talking a decade ago. This was happening, and you think about that at a pretty high level institution. That was what was going on. What else? This is about education in general. If it was something in that specific wasn't being focused on, in that degree that has such a specific necessity, right? What the hell is being taught in some of these more loosey-goosey degrees? In terms of, I'm talking about real world practical application.
Yeah, and I guess
sorry, let me interrupt you guys. I will leave the chat. Okay, it's a little bit late here already. So once again, John, thank you for having me at your channel and for this after debate. It was fun to be with you guys.
Well,
do you have a second to answer? Utopia Buster asked a question that sounded like it was perfect for you. Yeah, that one. I don't know if you give him a quick answer.
Well, there are, as far as I have counted now, 27 different epigenetic codes and over 30 genetic codes, if I remember correctly, something like that.
I was going to say thousands, but yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, genetic codes. There are many variants for the mitochondria code, and the universal code, but there are many variations. But I have at least 24 different epigenetic codes catalogized in my library. I can put a link and then you guys can have a look at it. Just a moment.
Is that histone code that you recently published about? Is that an actual code itself, or just a structure?
Yes, it is a code on the histone tail. It's one of the epigenetic codes.
Wonderful.
But they haven't cracked that. They have a
no.
They have an idea, but they have not actually cracked the code yet.
No, they have not. They have not. Okay, I got the link here. I put it here. So, okay, you guys can have a look.
Thank you, sir.
That is just about epigenetic codes. Okay, I'll put it also in chat here.
Otangelo?
Yes?
How did you fight the urge to laugh when he brought up the squirrel?
It was fun. I had fun with John. I mean, I was relaxed, and it was. I enjoyed.
I saw you fighting the. You know, I saw you smiling, and I guess you were fighting the laughter. You didn't want to laugh in front of him. That's the way I saw it, anyway.
Well, let's be honest. What actually happened was before the debate, Otangelo went and smoked a gigantic joint because he knew there was the only way he'd be able to remain calm with that level of stupidity was to be stoned off of his gourd. So that's why he was being able to smile so freely. So the real truth was that Otangelo was getting high. It's just what happened.
Yeah, I was busy looking for that squirrel timestamp for you, but you guys are intelligent enough. But did you pick up on the shirt?
Oh yeah, you missed it. I went into a full scale meltdown laughter. I will be doing a video about that shirt.
Oh, good.
I mean, I can't resist. George, I don't know if you saw my post earlier about how atheists just keep on giving. It's like you can't even make this crap up. Of like, I'm watching the debate and he's like bashing Otangelo, asking about Jesus jerking off, watching him jerk off, and all these other things. I'm like, so I'm literally being attacked by this exact guy, John Gleason, aka the Godless Engineer, and Matt Dillahunty. I'm being attacked for being a dick, while John Gleason is literally apologizing to Otangelo for being a dick in the stream. I'm like, this is too good. Like it keeps going. And then when I saw the shirt, I'm like, I just want to be like, so is that Diet Coke or regular Coke? Like, what's the formula?
Well, if you do debut a show on just his shirt and he gets to see it, maybe hopefully he'll change it someday. Every video I've ever seen him in, he wears that same exact shirt.
I know. It's like, man, you do not recognize how much that debunks your like one of your foundational positions. And the irony of the chemicals that are required to make the letters that show up on the shirt. I mean, it's like there's like so many layers of irony.
Yeah.
Agreed. I just want him to wash the shirt.
Okay, Guy. Any other questions before I leave the stream?
No, appreciate you.
Thank you, Otangelo.
As always.
You did really well, Otangelo.
Yes, you did. Thank you for joining.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye, guys. See you next time.
Have a good night.
See ya. Joel, I was listening to the bolts that you were mentioning.
Yes.
There are different types of bolts, you're correct. And even the actual holes or the connections have got a tolerance. They have to be very, very precise. And some bolts actually, you need a torque wrench to actually attain the required tension in them so that the connection works the way you actually design it for. So it's not just the bolts that actually do the connecting, but it's also because they're high tensile. It's the actual when the two plates actually connect or touch, by tensing them to a particular degree, you actually have the interaction of the two plates also assist in that connection.
Yeah. Keyword design.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bolted connections, you really need to get them right. You need to design the loads on them, as well as you need to select the correct bolt type for that connection.
It just happens on its own. That's not true.
You just throw it in a pile and it works, right?
Yeah, it'll work eventually.
Well, there's a saying in engineering. When you visit the doctor and he gets it wrong, they bury his mistakes. But if an engineer gets it wrong, he gets sued for everything he's got, and he probably gets thrown in jail for 20 years.
Yeah,
it's still true.
Especially if a bridge collapses.
Oh yeah.
Those are serious lawsuits.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Speed of Pudding is still in the chat.
Oh,
you learned something. But speaking back on the college thing, John, I was thinking my brother went to University of Kansas, no, Kentucky, University of Kentucky, sorry, and to become an electrical engineer, and he got his master's in it, and it didn't seem like it was part of his curriculum or whatever that
curriculum.
Thank you.
Curriculum.
He needed coding languages, and he chose C++, and which he thought he'd be able to kind of breeze through it, but he couldn't. He was struggling through it, and of course he called me up and I helped him through it. But there's not a whole lot of coding for electrical engineers. I don't think, but so I don't know if that's just something between schools, or was that maybe an example of him taking it upon himself to want to learn something that maybe stretched his education?
Well, I mean, I would say probably. I mean, my niece, for example, she is working on her PhD right now. She graduated with two. She graduated with 2 masters. It's freaking nuts. Anyway, same time. The long story short, she's in clinical nutrition, I think, is what she's focusing on right now. But for bioinformatics and to be able to do much more in-depth analysis, she went and taught herself Python. And of course she's been recruited by her department to now she's writing scripts for them to analyze data. But it becoming such a fundamental of so many different disciplines and the analysis of data, as you know full well, given your background. I mean, that's why to me the argument, we had this whole point last night of Amy was trying to make some sort of differentiation between data and information. What are we even arguing? What are we even arguing over? This is getting ridiculous. Are we trying to argue semantics to try and debunk the overall point, or is this a misunderstanding of the fundamentals of what we're actually discussing?
Probably both. Utopia is saying his son is a self-taught coder, works as a Samsung tech, but now Samsung's putting him through Berkeley. I'd be kind of concerned about Berkeley, though, Utopia. I've not heard great things about that particular school system, but
Berkeley's well.
Joel, sorry, Maddox. Joel, man, you should put together a team of engineers, man, and start doing debates. I mean, I'm having trouble finding ID people in our community. I've emailed a lot of scientists, and I wish they would, start doing some more of these debates. You know what I mean?
I've thought about it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I've shared this with Otangelo, I think, or someone else, and it's not easy. We're already frustrated enough, as you kind of hear my talk, with just the lack of just general basic knowledge of technology or concepts. So
you'll spend half your time just trying to teach them.
That's true.
Well, and that's just it. We can, and we love to try to help people and teach. And that's it's fun, but to go on and on and on, spend a whole lot of
debate,
for them to just say, "Oh no," it's like, what? Why am I here?
It's I'm telling you, it's a perpetual. Did you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? scenario. Speaking of that, while you guys talk, I'm going to find that. That was a hilarious movie clip. What was that, Chris Tucker? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Oh, just an idea, because we got a lot of brilliant people in this whole, ID camp.
Oh yeah.
I just wish they were more outspoken.
And that's part of the conversation I try to share, is that everything that everybody talks about, all of the science, all of the, even evolutionary theory, all of this was started by creationists. None of this the atheists don't have anything at all. Everything that the atheists preach are ideas that were given to them by other theists. And of course, theists said, well, no, that doesn't make sense. And then they moved on from it. Well, atheists said, well, no, I still like that, so that they still preach it. That's the kind of, that's really the realm. That's what's really going on here.
Well, they would just say the early Christian scientists, that doesn't count. All that's been replaced, like Newton and
it's exact opposite.
Yeah, right. No, I agree. I'm just saying.
Yeah. The things that atheists preach about today are what the Christians or theists in general.
Yeah, I've always said
100 years ago.
Right.
But did you guys read some of the stuff in the chat of that debate? Sometimes I get despondent because reading some of that, I don't think anything that we're saying gets through to them.
Because it would upset their religion.
I agree with you, George. I mean, some of that stuff, like Otangelo was just decimating the standard talking points. I mean, annihilating them, and it was going well, as Godless Engineer said, in one ear, out the other. And in line with that, and on cue,
please tell me you speak English. I'm Detective Carter. Do you speak any English?
Rude.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Talk about atheists. Got my wife's attention.
Man, one of the best lines of all time, in my opinion.
Yep.
You can't, like, whoever came up with that, I love you, because that was just it's timeless. It's timeless.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speak English.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Chris Tucker's delivery of that was on point. See, like that was, I don't think anybody could deliver that better than it. Like that was just perfect.
Well, and the smile in return was also just brilliant. He just smiles at him.
Get through that one a million.
Maybe Eddie Murphy when he was funny in the 80s.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, Eddie Murphy from the 80s. Eddie Murphy raw.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I tell you what, it's not the most it's not kosher, but kid friendly, but the whole going to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Man, walking down he's walking down the beach and swinging his dick. Lifts it over his shoulder, and man, does your wife leave you? Eddie, what have you done for me lately, Eddie? Oh man, that's one of the best lines of all time too. Oh, it's too good.
So what do we do? I don't know.
Put together a dream team. You could do it, Joel.
Well, and see, and I've talked about this before too. So in our jobs, we talk about this stuff all the time together, especially when we're working really late or whatever, we're stuck on a problem.
They agree with you?
Huh?
Your colleagues agree with you? They're in your camp?
100%. Like I'm saying, there's no atheists in science, and we'll talk, we'll debate among ourselves, we'll all, SpaceX was probably every theist religion, I think, we had Calvinists, we had Mormons, we had, all these people. I don't think we had any Jehovah's Witnesses. Back at the place where I was at anywhere in McGregor, but we didn't have any atheists. There's one guy we thought might have been an atheist only because when we would start to have some sort of theological type debate or something like that, he'd kind of, he'd walk away. He wouldn't, he'd go find something else to do. But he that's the only thing. Everybody else that ever talked about anything outside of work was a theist, so of some variety.
Yeah, that's that. And, that's just, and you hear the opposite in the atheist, talks that all the scientists, all the engineers, all the smart ones, well, they're all,
Nope.
you know, atheists.
They're talking about from their perspective, which is being stuck in academia, which is not science.
That
No.
True.
that Jackie Chan clip, by the way, reminded me of something. In 2013, I was in Greece, and you must know this. Pretty much everyone in Greece speaks English now. But if you're ever in a tourist shop, speak to them in English. But when you want to buy something, tell them that you were born in Greece, but you actually left when you were very young. But you never really was taught how to speak Greek. Pick a place in Greece and tell them you were born in that particular area, and then say to them, "How much for a Greek?" I got 50% off. That's how much they bloody take you for over there. So just if you want to save some money, that's what you say to them.
George, what do you call a pig that knows karate?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't know.
Chop suey.
A pork chop.
Pork chop, yeah.
Oh no.
What do you call an Aboriginal with a machine gun?
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
Sir.
I was going to go whatever they want to be called.
Yeah, right.
Wait, hey George, so you know the in France, if you go out in the country, the French people for the most part are pretty nice, and
Yes.
you can try speaking to them in English. In Paris, it doesn't matter how bad your French is, they're going to be assholes until you at least attempt to speak to them in French, and then they'll respond to you in English. Like, they act like they don't speak English until you try to speak to them in French, and then they respond to you in English. I'm like, what the? You little.
I will assert that the parishioners are the single most rude people in the world, by far.
I found exactly the same, John. I've been to Paris twice, and you're right. At least if you attempt to speak French, they will go out of their way to help you. But if you just go up there arrogantly talking to them in English, they won't even bother.
I've had most of them wouldn't bother even if you did try to speak French, but yeah.
The Parisians are their own animals. Like, there's no doubt about it. And what always gets me is like the Paris, in my opinion, actually gives France a bad name.
Yes,
the
French people tell me that.
I mean, and the flip side of it too, it's kind of like the same equivalent of anybody. A tourist comes to the United States, goes to New York, and thinks they have an understanding of the United States. And it's the same premise, right? And I'm probably not going to. I'm not saying all New Yorkers are jerks, but a significant portion of them are. It's like, this is a fact, or they at least appear to be a jerk until you like come back at them hard, and then they like, oh, okay, well, you're cool, and then you're normal. It's like suddenly they go from being a complete prick to totally cool when you're having a good time, hanging out. But
I'm from New York, so now,
I know.
you know what?
I know, and you know everything I just said is true, right?
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys remember that? You remember that Pink Panther movie where Inspector Clouseau asks this lady? He says, "Does your dog bite?" She says, "No, my dog did not bite." So he goes to bite. He goes to pat the dog, and the dog just about rips his arm off. And he said, "I thought your dog doesn't bite." She goes, "That's not my dog."
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I can't do French.
Smokey, join the entertainment, my friend. Come on and join. We I don't know if you saw the.
I didn't see him in chat. Hey, Smokey.
Yeah, he just arrived.
Yeah, I was going to add also. I don't know if it's still like this or not, but when I was there in the '90s over there in Europe, there was an army regulation that forbids you from driving your personal owned vehicle, your POV, because the parishioners they're so rude. Their driving was so bad that instead of honking, they literally just do a fender bender. Just they'll bump your car instead of honking.
Well, I'd say in England where I grew up, they let the airmen bring American cars and trucks over.
Yeah,
Why they did, I have no idea. I cannot tell you. So I lived in one of the towns I lived in outside of the Lake Air Force Base was called Littleport. And it was 14 miles from our front door to the base. And there was 7 miles that was totally straight road. Then you did a complete 90-degree turn. You went about 2 miles, another 90-degree turn, so on and so forth. Anyway, this first road that you went down, I used to be an idiot. I'd get up over 100 miles an hour going on this road. So freaking bumpy. I don't know how I didn't die. But there was no shoulder and literally 20-foot ditches on either side.
Yeah, and the super thin road.
Yeah.
And all the idiots that would bring their F-150s and stuff over. And it's like, dude, you literally have like 6 inches of variable on either side. I mean, like, or you're going to go into the, and I cannot tell you the number over the years, the number of upside down, flipped over, smashed up F-150s and Silverados and such that I saw in ditches and, you know, driving through the farmlands of the Fens to get to the Air Force Base. And I'm like, why? Why do they keep authorizing these being brought over here? They get just, these guys are getting hurt all the time because, like, you take okay, let's think about this logically. You're going to bring an 18, 19, 20-year-old guy over from Texas, driving on gigantic roads. You're going to put him on, you know, a road that is 2 lane, but it's less than the width of 1 lane in the United States. And they've got an F-150. It's lifted. Like, who came up with this idea?
John, have you been to Paris?
I have, yeah.
Well, you would have noticed how they park their cars. They literally have probably 6-inch gap at the back and 6-inch gap at the front. Now, tell me, how in the hell do they get out?
Well, in England, I mean, it's similar in a lot of places of England too. And I'll tell you, one of the reasons they're able to pull it off is I don't know what the rules are in France. In the United Kingdom, you cannot even begin learning to get your driver's license until you're 17. Then you have to do something ridiculous, like I think it's been years since I thought about it. It's something ridiculous, like 500 hours of training with an instructor. Then they have a written test that is so comprehensive that most people fail the first time and the second time. And then the driving test, if people pass it on their first go, it's oftentimes newsworthy if they pass the first time, because you have to do insane things. And I kid you not, you're talking about the parking, George. You have one shot to get within 6 inches of the curb. And the freaking instructor, you know, the tester guy, gets out with a tape measure and literally measures the distance from the tire to the curb. You have one shot. It's pull up, match up with the rearview mirror on the opposing car, and then you have one go. That's it. There is no adjustment. None of this crap here in the United States. I don't know about in Australia. In the United States, we see people like adjusting 17 times and they're still halfway into the street. You know, I mean, no, you've got one shot to get 6 inches, and it's like
same here, John. But I think at 16 years old over here, you go for what they call learners, and you have to clock up. I can't remember how many hours, but you need to have someone with you in the car that's an adult and's got a full license. And once they get all those hours, then they can go in for their tests. But I don't have that problem anymore with parking, because I just put my auto park on and just let the steering wheel turn itself around and park it for me.
Well, George, the rest of us that don't get to have the amazing self-parking technology in your fancy schmancy automobiles. Yeah, I tell you what, when I came back to the States for college, so my father, my dad's amazing, but he let me start like messing around driving when I was like 14. But we were driving a manual on little dinky English roads, and we had a van. And like, I'll never forget, we're driving home around the middle of nowhere in the Fens, and he pulls over. Okay, you can drive. I'm like, what? Of course I would accept. And when I look back on it, I'm like, my father let me drive a manual transmission vehicle on a street, on a road that was bumpy as hell and had 20-foot ditches on the other side. I guess he recognized that I was going to force me to focus or something. I don't know. yeah, look back on all that stuff. And then when I came back to the States, I actually got my license here in the States. But because of the status of forces agreement, if I got the American license, even though I was only 17, they would recognize it in the UK. And I got to get the.
That's pretty similar.
It's
Similar to
smart
how
to
my
start off on a manual like that, though, because it makes kids pay attention to what they're doing. You know.
Oh, I love driving manual.
Yeah,
My first 3
yeah.
cars were manual. I love them.
Yeah, same.
pretty
in
similar
Germany-
to how my brother taught me how to swim. We were at the public swimming pool at the deep end, and he goes, "Do you know how to swim?" I go, "No," and he just threw me in the deep end.
Same
and says,
thing
"You
happened
better
to me."
start to learn."
The same thing happened to me, man. My dad did it,
God.
and I freaked out.
One way to learn.
I
So in
was in the
Germany,
ocean, though.
they you had to do a lot of that similar stuff, particularly for the international driver's license test. But it was like $1,500 US. It's like $4,000
Whoa.
mark. Yeah, it's super expensive, and so it was part of the deterrent to try to make sure that people that actually got on the road, especially on the autobahn, were serious. You know, it wasn't just something you could just. It wasn't just like a thing that any kid could do. And so the military paid for ours, but still, it was like you had 3 chances and then forget it. You know,
Well, I mean,
we're going to pay for it a third time.
For those who have never driven in Germany, I mean, it's been calmed down somewhat over the last 20 years, but I mean, the Autobahn is not for the weak by any stretch
no
of the
way.
imagination. I mean, if you
No way.
go on there, I mean, people don't, the whole premise, like when you're taught, at least I was taught, my dad always taught me, because it's actually pretty funny. My dad was, when he was in the army before Vietnam, he was stationed in Germany, and he's told me crazy stories about like what the Autobahn was like back in the late 60s. And but I remember we went over there one time when I was a teenager, and he was telling me about the whole aspect of like on the Autobahn, the whole premise of like double checking and triple checking before you change lanes, at a whole different level of importance in Germany on the Autobahn, because if you were getting in that fast lane, you better be going at the minimum 120, like minimum. At that speed, like, I mean, that you check the mirror, you better check again, buddy, because that car could be on you so fast you wouldn't even see them coming to hit before they took you out. You know,
it's kind of crazy stories just from the late 90s, even. You know, I was driving some German-made Passat station wagon thing, and it was nice. You know, it had a nice engine, and I was going, it's like 180 miles an hour, 220 kilometers an hour, whatever. And I was booking it, and I was thinking, okay, yeah, you know, this is fun, you know. And then I'm sitting there enjoying myself, and all of a sudden some sort of black thing just off the left. I mean, they were going 300 kph minimum. I couldn't even see what it was. So if I had just, you know, even thought about making a lane change, you know, maybe I'd probably would have been dead.
Fast as I ever went was 168, and how I survived this, I have absolutely no idea. I was still 17 years old. My mother had come back to the States. It was just me and my dad were still in England. My mom had banned me. My dad had bought a Jaguar, and that thing was ridiculous. I love that thing. But my mom only let me drive the Volvo that we had. Well, I talked my dad into letting me drive the Jaguar while he's still at work, because I needed to go run an errand. And my dumbass immediately goes over to this chick named Ashley's house and said we should go for a ride.
Oh yeah, okay.
I've got the Jag, now let's go. So we go and drive on the A10. And
was Ashley impressed? Huh? Oh, was your friend Ashley impressed?
Oh yeah, that was cool. Well, her and a friend came. Anyway, so they're all, oh man, it's so cool. Let's go. So I'm like going faster and faster and faster on the A10, and you know I'm getting 120, 130. You know, about 140. You know, you're starting to feel it. You know, and like that.
What, kilometer per hour?
No, miles. I do not know how I survived this. Well, anyway, the girls are sitting there being like, John, look at this. They're like pointing things out as we're driving. Of course, I'm in like full scale. My knuckles are turning white on the steering wheel, you know. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, now I'm at like 150. I'm like, okay, I wonder how much faster I can go. Anyway, the point where I'm going with all this is I get to this point where I'm like, okay, I really need to slow down, but I know I better not like hit the brakes very hard, or we're gonna flip. You know, will this be bad news? You know. Then anyway, I looked down. I remember the reason I know that's the speed I was going. I looked down, I see it, and I was like, "Okay, John, you're an idiot." And because at that point I was starting to get tunnel vision, and I took my foot off the gas, and I'm just looking to go down, drop, and then I see this way up ahead. I see these like traffic coming, like crossing over, and I'm just like, and of course I'm 17, so I have no clue at 130, can I put the brakes on? Like, without, anyway, so it gets down to like, I think we hit like 120, and I started hitting the brakes and slowing down, and managed to like slow down enough to not run into the back of these cars. But therefore, there was a good, couple seconds where I'm like, I have no idea. I've never gone this fast. I have no idea if I'm able to stop, like slow down enough. Anyway, we turn around this town called Newmarket. We're driving back to the base, and we get to the villages, and I had to go 30 miles an hour. And holy crap, I felt like it was not moving.
Yeah.
It was the most excruciating, probably 10 minutes of my life going through this little small town, going 30 miles an hour. I felt like I was not moving. It felt like hours of just like this. Oh my God. I feel like I'm literally like, you're joking around, you like go super slow-mo, like walking across a room or something. That kind of perception, I felt like it was in a car. And, but the fact that I survived that, when I joked that like one of the many stupid things I did, that my guardian angels were going into like full scale code red, emergency, 17-year-old idiot going 160 plus miles an hour. How I survived that one, no clue.
But John, the issue is back in those days when you were doing speeds of that sort, you'd feel it. Your car would be vibrating, whatever. But today's modern cars, I don't know what car you drive now, but if you get into a good German-made car, you could be doing 160, 180 kph. It would feel like you're doing 80.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They are so aerodynamically stable, and especially with mine's got a 4MATIC, so all four wheels literally act on the road. And I remember I was going up to the mountains, and it was a wet road, and I was going around a bend, and I just felt the car kind of, it's going to lose it, and all of a sudden the computers took over and straightened the car up for me.
Well, the variable torque distribution to individual wheels based on angle and force and everything is amazing. I mean, there's
about 4 criteria that the computer actually analyzes every so many times every second. And yeah, you're right. They're so safe.
I used to design chips for stuff like that, but I forget the model it was. It was some French-made car that I had when I was stationed in Germany that had some sort of, it was like a variable pneumatic shock control thing. So a little thing on the
Citroen. Citroen. Yep.
Okay, well, better than I do. But yeah, it had little lever, little positions, and you could manually adjust it or put it in automatic. And so yeah, when you got to a certain speed, and it had that little curve in the bottom of the chassis, so it was like that made it extra aerodynamic and stuff like that. But you could feel it as soon as you got to a certain speed. You could feel the car just hug the ground even more and more and more. It was pretty wicked.
Yeah, my good friend of mine growing up, his dad loved Citroens, and man, that was as a kid. I'm talking like 8, 9, 10-year-old boys. Man, the changes in the levels. Woo, we thought that was so cool.
Yeah. Okay. My Citroen broke down in the middle of Ramstein. Had to spend 3 days trying to fix it. It's annoying.
Man, Ramstein's a big old base, man. It's a crazy spot. I tell you, so I had surgery when I was a kid back in San Antonio, but we flew back through launch stool and then over to Ramstein and then back to Lake Neath, and came back in the wintertime. And so I'd had some pretty major surgery. We're taking a hop back over, and so I'm in a cargo plane that's got like some medical transport stuff. So I'm laying in a freaking cot in a tanker flying into Germany in the wintertime, and we hit ice or something. We're basically bouncing down the runway, and I'm in a freaking cot, a medical cot. I did major surgery, right? And I'm like sitting there, like holding on for dear life, bouncing, laying down. I'm like literally Rapone in this thing, in a freaking tanker. Like you're not exactly in, the lap of luxury here. I'm sitting there thinking, I was about to turn 13. I'm sitting there like freaked out. Like I survived this major surgery. I'm gonna die bouncing down a runway in Germany.
I visited Launchstool quite a few times. I had a foot injury. I had to go there for surgery and stuff pretty often. but every time I drove this, I was stationed near Frankfurt, and I forget the road that I went to. But every time I went there, I always missed the wrong what do you call it, off ramp or whatever, and I always had to turn around in free because it's right there on the border. So there's this one guard duty or guard shack, whatever you call it, on the highway. I had to make a U-turn around, and there in France, you had to cross the border and everything. And there was these two hills on opposite sides of the road that just were almost always year-round covered in this gorgeous just field of flowers year-round. So it was nice. But yeah, I always missed that turn almost every time. I was crazy.
We just wanted to see the flowers, man. It was so part of your it was a deterministic chemical reaction in your brain. You just there was no libertarian free will. You had to go see the flowers, man. That's just the way it was.
Trying to avoid the French Border Patrol people. Yeah.
I know where you're coming from, John, because I've had open heart surgery, and they literally kick you out of the hospital after 10 days. And as you're driving back home, sorry, somebody else drove me back home, but the smallest bump on the road, you feel like you're going to split in two.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable feeling. Like I think it took me like 6 weeks to recuperate before I can actually get into a car myself and literally turn the steering wheel.
From what?
Sorry?
Well, you're saying something about bumps? What happened to cause that?
This is after we had heart surgery.
Oh wow!
After if you're in a car, they give you a pillow to hug, right? But if the car goes over a very small bump, you feel it. Believe me, you feel it.
Okay,
I believe that. So I had something called pectus excavatum, which is where the cartilage that connects your ribs to your sternum grows too much and starts to like push your sternum in, like onto your heart.
Oh yeah.
So the surgery I had was pectus excavatum surgery, but the way they do it is there's a couple different ways to treat it, but all of them require they literally cut all of the cartilage that connects your sternum to your ribs, lift it up, and then basically line everything up, and then the cartilage basically goes back and reattaches. But it takes like 6 months to do. So I was 12 when we had surgery, and it's like a 10-hour surgery where they're like messing with me. But anyway, my uncle, who's a pharmacist, let's just say it turned into a complete. I could hear him in my drugged stupor. I could hear my uncle yelling at people because about 10 hours, maybe 12 hours after I woke up from my surgery, I was puking. So I've got nothing connecting my ribs to my sternum. I've just had 10-hour open chest surgery, right? And I'm puking. And they had given me some medicine that did not mix with morphine. It was like it was known to cause like vomiting. And so my uncle's a pharmacist. Like I guess he like looks at my chart or whatever and sees this, and he's like, I vaguely remember like hearing yelling in the outside of my room of just like basically what idiot would ever mix these two drugs, especially on a kid. He's just like puking is not an option for this kid.
It's the military hospital, or
this is a military hospital. Okay. Man, they were flipping out, but somehow I survived that whole deal. I don't know, I survived the 6 months. But to your point, George, of like feeling everything, oh man. I tell you the weirdest. So I've had that was a major surgery. I ended up having knee surgery later on, and I've had brain surgery. But I'd say one of the most bizarre feelings of all time for me was, so they had these ridiculously large drains that left in my chest after my surgery that I had to keep for a couple weeks. And when they removed them, of course, my flesh had started to grow around these things, right? So they got these holes sticking out from my front, and they pulled out one of them, and then like 3 or 4 days later took out the second one. Well, I haven't been that freaked out when they took the second one out. I was so freaked out about that whole deal because the first one, you could literally, it felt like a snake was like being pulled through your like inside. Oh my goodness, it's so bad. And then the worst part though was for the about probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks after that, as like these like lanes following the tubes, the flesh hadn't regrown and connected, right, while they were in there. So for a couple weeks after that, I would feel the collapse as those gaps would collapse as my body was like rebuilding inside. Ugh, weirdest, strangest feeling like that, like inside you. Ugh, that still gives me the chills. This is 24 years, like 24 years ago. I still remember that vividly.
How'd your body know how to rebuild the holes, though? Mm-hmm.
Deterministic chemistry, man.
Yeah, was it random?
Must have been.
Does it make new random holes for you?
Well, I like to joke around, but on the day of my operation, I had to wash up, and they come along and they give you this happy juice, shall we say, and you're on the table being wheeled into the operating theatre, and they have to ask you your name, your date of birth, count from 100 down, etc. And then they ask you, what are you here for? And I said, left leg amputation. and all I could hear was the nurse say, we've got a joker over here.
You're Australian, of course.
Yeah. I know, but after my first day in intensive care, about midnight, I woke up to this screaming woman. There was about 6 of us in intensive care, and this lady, she would have been 80 or so, and she's screaming at the top of her voice, "You bloody murderers! You're trying to kill me, you bloody murderers!" I'm thinking, more painkillers, please, more painkillers.
Fun.
It really is.
I was quite fit, actually. I was out of intensive care within 1 day, and as soon as you get out, they try and get you to walk at least to the end of the hallway and back. You must exercise. You got to get your lungs working. They don't want you to end up getting too much fluid in your lungs. So the first chance they get is they get you to get up and walk.
Interesting. Yeah, they did that for me with my chest surgery, but I don't remember as much of that. It's interesting. I actually remember more of the aftermath of my brain surgery than I do my chest surgery. It took me a lot longer to come out of the anesthesia as a kid than it did as an adult. But I guess that surgery actually was more intense potentially than my brain surgery. But same thing. We had to walk. I remember making circles around I actually walked more than they wanted me. Like they said I needed to. And man, I refuse to. I gotta know if I'm gonna be a vegetable. I gotta get out of this bed and see if I can at least walk.
Well, I spoke to my cardiologist, and he asked me, "Are you afraid?" I said, "Of course I'm afraid. I've never had this done before." He said to me, "Are you afraid of dying?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Don't be." He goes, "You'll be under anesthetic." He says, "If you die, you'll never know."
No, thanks.
That was it. And no kidding. I mean, he was right. I was, you're going to be out of it. So if you actually die, you're never going to know.
Well,
but I was nervous on the day, though.
Well, it's weird. I'll tell you what. My brain surgery, I had no fear. And I don't mean that just as talking big game. I really didn't. That I had the most simplistic and profound moment of my life in ICU. So I found out I was having a brain hemorrhage on a Wednesday. Had the surgery Friday morning, like 7 a.m. But that Thursday, when all the neurologists were talking to me and basically informing me how I should not be alive and how they were all mind blown that not only was I not dead, but I could actually talk, and had driven myself to the hospital. Like they were just, their minds were blown. And but when I had that moment of realization that God made it extraordinarily clear to me that He was holding my feet to the fire for the promise I'd made, and B was leaving me with my greatest skill in spite of the fact that I shouldn't have it, which is my ability to communicate. And I knew I was being given a second chance, and all fear vanished. I knew I was going to be good. And I remember they were wheeling me back to the OR. All the nurses were patting me like, it's gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. I'm like, I'm good to go. Let's roll. And they were all looking at me like, is this guy insane? Like, they're about to go cut him open, his skull open. He might like not wake up, kind of thing, you know, or might wake up as a vegetable, or have massive cognitive deficit and all that stuff. And I had no fear, and
he had purpose.
Yep. Woke up, ended up. So funny, a client. So the client that I had been on my way to go sign a contract with when I found out I was having a brain hemorrhage, he called me that afternoon. He didn't know, of course, I was having surgery, and he called me while I was like 2 or 3 hours after I woke up from my brain surgery. I answered my cell phone in. Hey, his name was Mr. Whelan. I'm like, hey, Sean, what's up? How you doing? Well, Sean, what's going on? I heard you were having some problems. Like, yeah, I just had brain surgery. I'm good. He's like, what? Like, yeah, just woke up. I was cracking up. And I'm sitting there like, did you call? And I was like, hey, did you call my partner's business partner's name? And it's like, did you sign the contract? Is the deal good to go? He's like, yeah, we got it all worked out. We're good. I'm like, all right, awesome. That's what I needed to know. I'm glad to go.
Yeah, the hospital from having a brain seizure. Yeah,
that was my waking up. That was who I was back then. I focused on business. Like, did you sign the contract?
We're not skipping a beat.
Are you fans of Mel Brooks? Now,
the director.
Well, he actually starred in this one as well. He made a film called The Young Frankenstein.
Oh yeah, yep.
And Marty Feldman. I'm not sure if you know Marty. Marty Feldman was the hunchback with the protruding eyes. Mel Brooks is the nutty professor, and he's saying to Marty Feldman, I want you to go to the hospital. I want you to get a brain for me inserted, but I want you to get a normal brain. Okay, so he goes to the hospital, finds the section that says normal brain, and he's in his attempt to pick it up, it falls down to the ground and breaks. So he thinks, I'll get this brain next to it. And he brings it over, and Mel Brooks does all his surgery stuff, puts it into the brain, and all of a sudden Frankenstein comes alive. But he's all passive, and Mel Brooks looks at Marty Feldman and says, did you get that brain that I asked you? He says, yeah. He goes, which one did you get? He goes, this guy called Abby Normal. Abnormal? Abby Normal? He's a killer.
Well, that should be on a T-shirt in using chemical symbols to spell it out.
Uh-oh.
Happy normal, yeah.
Hey, so Utopia Buster was talking about how Australia is the only place outside of the United States where you can get a real steak and stuff. And I mentioned South Korea. So where I was stationed in Wonju, there's a restaurant there now that a gentleman from there flew to Texas, spent I forget how many months to get an actual certification from one of the restaurants here in Texas for grill master or whatever, and then flew and then opened his restaurant there with that certification. So you can look it up on YouTube. What's cool about it is that there's a bunch of videos where they've got North Korean defectors. And so this guy opens up his restaurant. He gives free meals to these North Korean guys to basically get their opinion, because they like to introduce them to all these different Western stuff, whatever, and it gets their opinion. What's the best barbecue? So they'll have, the Koreans now they're cooking like the Tennessee type barbecue, the Kansas type, Texas type, all the different types, and then they have these North Koreans compare. And of course, they love the Texas barbecue, but that's another story. But yeah, so you can get a real steak in South Korea these days too. Was the point? And what sucks though is he opened that restaurant after I left Wonju.
So, you knew it was coming. You just never got a chance to take part, huh?
I guess left too soon.
Anyways, the joys of the rest of the world. There's so many different things that we take for granted that other people don't have, and vice versa.
Yeah, I really like to kind of recommend those videos. Just watching the North Korean defector reactions to things. It's brilliant. I love their interviews.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I think people really do underestimate the level of diversity options that we enjoy from a cuisine perspective.
Take for granted, yes.
I mean, just the sheer number of options. Like, I think people don't really recognize, like so many other countries, there's not very many options. You've got Chinese food. I mean, I know that China's changing to an extent, having more options, but still, you got Chinese. That's the main option. The we take for granted, like, oh, I can try Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese, French, Ethiopian, Mexican, Spanish, Tex-Mex, whatever it may be. There's like so many different options.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Tex-Mex. I love some Tex-Mex. It's love Tex-Mex.
Yeah, see, I'm from Houston originally, and so we got the Tex-Mex, and then we've got the authentic Mexican restaurants. And I tease people, the way you know the difference which restaurant you're at is if they've got cow tongue on the menu, and if the waitresses can't speak English. Then Mexican.
menudo.
And you get to throw your peanut shells on the floor.
That's
Logan's. That's Logan's Roadhouse.
Logan's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my buddy's Mexican. He took me one time at the flea market, and we got some menudo. It's cow intestine, cow stomach. It's supposed to be really good for a hangover. And, but I didn't really. I tried a bite. That was it. But
super greasy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been to? Are you been in Texas, Chris?
No, I've never been to Texas. No.
Yeah, because there's what they Hispanic, or we even call it Latino grocery store chains called Fiesta Texas.
Oh yeah, I love some Fiesta Texas. Man, are they still doing all the like hydroponic growing like inside the stores and stuff? Or is that nowhere?
What I was going to comment on, you go back to the freezer section, you'll have a saran wrap pig's head, thigh balls poking out. Sorry, but you go. I think the Fiesta Texas is last time I've been there. It's been a few years. Had literally every. I mean, you can go in there not only to get your menudo, but you can pay your taxes and get your car registered and and everything.
One of my sisters, they after she got married, they lived in Houston, then they moved to Dallas, and then they moved back to Houston, then New Orleans, then back to Dallas. So I spent quite a bit of time and. Actually got my driver's license in Houston when they were living there.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry for you. Yeah, sorry.
Houston's its own animal. People cracks me up when people don't realize, like, and I know it's changed quite a bit in the last, like, 15 years, but the whole, like, driving through Houston and you're, like, driving through some ridiculously gigantic neighborhood, and then there's, like, cow fields and barns and steers, and then then you're back into another gigantic neighborhood. I talked to some college kids a couple years ago, and I was telling them about the whole deal. I was like, "Hey, is it still like that?" I hadn't been to Houston in a while. Like, yeah, that doesn't sound like Houston. Are you sure you were in Houston? I'm like, yes.
Yeah, because I lived in the Stafford Sugarland area for a while back when I was working for TI, and so my property was split. I was actually like 60% Harris County and 40% Fort Bend County, whatever. And it's exactly like that. On the Harris County side, it's nice little suburbia, and then you're right there into the I-59 Beltway 8. Just massive city. 20 minutes down the road, and there's the skyscrapers, and then on the other side, it's farm. It's Sugarland. It's Missouri City. It's just farm fields as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
That Thai takeaway, John. Major disappointment. So it was so poor that we had to drink the whole bottle of wine just to wash it down with.
Oh, what,
I'm
your
not
dinner
joking.
last night? Oh, I got you.
Yeah. My other half, her birthday was 61 plus 1 day.
Well, that's a good day. That's a good date right there.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Your wife's birthday. Yeah, we're talking about that.
Yeah,
John, what is this I'm reading on your little thing going by here? You're wanting to create a debate tournament? How would that go?
Well, I'm thinking you do so you do like a couple rounds, okay, and the audience will vote, but they have to in the first rounds. They have to register as an atheist or they have to register which side of the discussion, that particular debate they're on, right? And then you have say like 3 sets of people, and the audience gets to vote on which one they think makes it to the next round on both sides. And then you have like a slightly different topic. And then the end win is, I'm debating on how, like, if there would actually be a quote unquote winner other than just from a whoever think, no, I'm less from an official perspective, right? And more of a but the earlier rounds would be you'd be giving power to the audience, I guess. Kind of giving incentive to, I'm thinking about like putting some money on it.
We definitely needed a pinpoint a time to do a chess tournament too. We've talked about it a few times. We've definitely at least got to play one time sometime soon, the next, I don't know, month or two.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I've been looking to get back into it. It's been a while since, I took about a year off here, but I've been itching.
Just sign up. Okay, download chess.com and you can play me any day.
Okay, you're on chess.com. I usually use Game Night. Okay, I'll write it down real quick. I'll make an account.
I got a couple of friends on Facebook that are also Christian evangelists that are also just chess nuts like you guys. I could introduce you to if you want.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I love some chess. I'm not gonna lie. Earlier, or not tonight, but the other night, I may have played a game of chess on my phone while we were streaming. I'm that level of an addict. And it's actually, I kid you not, it's actually part of my wake up ritual. I literally wake up, roll over, grab my phone, and usually with one eye closed, I play a couple games of chess. Speed chess in the morning.
I'm gonna do that wrong, but so one of my friends though that I was mentioning, he'll play a few rounds of chess with just strangers on the internet, and then he'll actually share his stories. He'll evangelize to them. He'll witness to them, and so he's had people that have said that they accepted Christ. They're just playing a game of chess together, just talking.
You can make some pretty good friends playing chess. I've got a couple that I've played with for over the years. That from one guy for England in particular, I've known him for about 7 years. We played a lot of. We did a lot of online blitz together. Now we do a lot of correspondence, of course, because he's busy. He drives a train, and I'm busy too. So we just kind of play.
So one of the most fun thing, entertaining, bizarro things I've ever done in my life. I had this harebrained idea a couple years ago that just for literal shits and giggles, I was going to go down to Broadway here in Nashville and set up a table and play tourists in chess. Because I was so bored playing online. I was like, man, I want to play like real people. Plus, things would be fun as heck just to get like do people watch and play idiots on Broadway. So I did. And having a grand old time. I was there playing this chess. Well, then this cop decides that I am breaking the law. He tries to say that because I had this whole thing of like $5 to play, $20 if you beat me, right? And this cop decides that I am breaking gambling law, even though it's not gambling, it's a game of skill, and it's literally in the state Supreme Court ruling, chess is literally delineated as a game of skill, and it's in the ruling literally states that gambling law does not apply, right? Well, I'm sitting there showing this, I pulled up my phone and like showing this to the cop, right? Like, dude, this is the ruling. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not gambling. It's ridiculous. Anyway,
how does the cop know you're playing? Was he like on the chess game thing or something?
No. I'm playing in like real life. This is like real life on Broadway. I've got like a table, the whole nine.
And a cop just walks up and looks at your phone or something? I mean,
no. I'm sitting there physically playing chess.
Oh, okay.
With somebody. I'm not playing on my phone. I'm like, I have a chessboard, whole nine. We're playing there on the street. And kind of like they do in New York and stuff, right? I'm like literally playing chess on the street. Well, he's like, well, you have to shut this whole thing down. Or like, I'm going to arrest you for gambling. And I'm like, no, you're not, dude. Like, I'm not gambling. Like, here is the law. Like, you better not arrest me. Anyway, so I'm like, well, I had my dog with me, and he's like, at this point, there's like 4 cops have showed up, and they're all like talking about arresting my ass. I've got my little dog with me. I'm like, man, okay, so am I gonna like allow myself to be arrested? And like, it's a weekend. Like, is it worth it for me to get arrested over playing chess? Like, okay, so I decide, I make the mental calculation. Okay, I'm gonna let this one go. Well, I'm gonna walk away. I'm not gonna let it go. So I then proceed to go to the municipal courthouse it's like the weekend magistrate. And I'm like, I walk in and like try to get past the security and everything. And they're like, what are you doing here? I'm like, well, I just had to interact with some cops and I need to speak to the magistrate. And they're like, why? I'm like, I need to talk to the magistrate. So go over there. I show them. At this point, I had, before I went to there, I'd gone to a FedEx and printed out, I'd like Googled and printed out the laws and like the ruling and the Supreme Court ruling, all this kind of stuff. When I finally get to talk to the magistrate, they're like, why are you here? Because usually they're issuing warrants, right? And like arrest warrants and stuff. And I'm like, well, I had some cops threaten to arrest me. And since the weekend, I'm debating, it's interrupting my entertainment. Before I go back and challenge them, I'd like for you to take a look at this law and these rulings and let me know if you're going to issue a arrest warrant for me if they decide. And they're like, she's like, what? I'm like, read the law. And so anyway, she does. And she's like, oh, no, you're not breaking the law. I'm like, cool. Please put that in writing. She's like, what? I'm like, please put that in writing. Anyway, so eventually she's like, okay, she's like, I'll send you an email. You can show the cops this email if they mess with you again. I'm like, okay, fine. So I give her my email address. She's like, puts in her name, like, John Maddox is not breaking the law if he's playing chess. Like, this is not violation of gambling law, yada, yada, yada. So I'm like, appreciate it. So I go back to the FedEx, print out her email, literally tape it to my table, and drive back down to Broadway and set back up and go back to playing chess, right? Well, sure enough, 30 minutes later, cops show back up. And like, man, we told you not to do this. I'm like, why don't you get your sergeant? And, what? I was like, before we progress any further, I suggest that you get your sergeant. And actually, I demand that you get your sergeant. He's like, oh, okay. So he calls me. Guy comes over. I was like, well, so I had a little conversation with your officers here. I suggest that just like I told them, you now read the rather prominently displayed pieces of paper that are taped to the surface of my table now. So I know at this point I have the letter from the magistrate, the Supreme Court ruling, and the gambling law provisions literally taped to the surface of my table next to my chessboard. So the sergeant goes over, looks down, reads them, looks back over at his guys, and he's like, let's go. And they walked off. I proceeded to have some fun playing chess the rest of that weekend. Never went back and did it again, but it was good times. Like random crap that I've done of going to courthouses to demand authorization to play chess on Broadway. It's a good time.
Yeah, John. The importance of getting things in writing. I'll give you a little story. I was involved in the consultation of the reconstruction of a swimming pool we had, and we had a meeting with the community. And my boss at the time, he was doing most of the talking, and he was making all these promises to them. And I didn't say anything until we actually left the meeting. I said, Ian, I go, we've got a limited budget. Why did you make all those promises? He looked at me and he said, did you see anyone taking minutes? Hey, guys, it's 20 past 2 here. I haven't had lunch, so I'm going to leave, but I'll be listening in the background, okay?
Appreciate it, George. You have a good one.
Good night, George.
Good on you, mate.
Good evening.
Hey, God bless you. Yeah, it's true. It's good night over there, isn't it? So, yeah. You guys are Superman. I mean, I remember watching that or listening to Joel, what is it, with Jesse and Jungle Jargon last night. And I thought to myself, God, you guys never sleep.
Yeah, they outdid me. I had to tap out. I usually go to bed when you're walking your dogs. So that's usually my when you say it's time to walk to Jack Russell, it's time for me to.
I was out cold at about 2:15 a.m. something like that. I put the computer to the side and closed my eyes, and if I fall asleep, and then I woke up. Then 6:45, whatever it was.
Yeah, we started sharing some war stories, so it just kept us going. It's great.
Anyway, I'll leave you. Have a good night, and God bless.
Appreciate you, George.
Yeah, buddy. Take care.
See you, mate.
You too. Michael X.
Hello. I just wanted to say, if you guys are gonna plan to play chess, please, I'd like to be involved in that. I love playing chess.
Nice.
All right, now it'll probably be Blitz.
Oh yeah.
You go with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now,
I'm
do you prefer Bullet or Blitz?
Blitz.
Yeah, I like Blitz too. I mean, it's fun to make mistakes, but Bullet's just kind of like, that's.
I mean, I can play Bullet, but Blitz is what I do primarily.
Yeah.
What do you do? Like 3-2, 3-0? What's your usual?
3-2.
3-2. Yeah. I used to do 3-2s. I mean, I do it sometimes, but I actually prefer 3-0. It's a nice hybrid between, and it's not just forces you to constantly be on your A game. You gotta be in full scale go mode the whole time. That's what I like. It's fun.
I was talking about playing chess earlier. Never happened, but I'm always looking for new people to play with.
Yeah, it's the beauty of online chess. It's just it's part of who I am, has been for years. It's amazing. It's interesting when I was teaching my daughter how to play chess. It's kind of interesting to me the realization of the fact that chess is not that simple,
right?
And B, the level of proficiency that has been developed, that I've developed over the literal years of playing thousands of games. Like, I take for granted the ability to compute the strategy and the moves and the mid game, end game, like just all the different variables, and you take it for granted of
definitely
like how much is actually occurring. It was pretty interesting, like watching my daughter. She's like 5, and I started teaching her, like watching her learn, and then we started doing like playing game, like not full games, but I do puzzles and stuff, and watching her figure it out and have those things clicking in her brain as she was trying to figure out how it all worked. It was very fascinating, and realized how much I took it for granted.
Are you?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, are any of you guys on chess.com?
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
I'm making an account now.
There we go. Yeah, no, I've been on that website for a bit. We should.
I always use GameNot. You ever played GameNot, Mitchell?
Oh, no.
It's pretty cool too. I always liked it better than chess.com. It's been a while. Maybe at chess.com.
Well, chess.com is. I wouldn't play chess.com without a paid account, because the advertisements.
That's why, that's why GameNot, there was no bull crap, man. You could just join right in, and
I mean, I've got the
there was always people ready to play too. Like GameNot seemed like I had a hard time getting games or something.
Well, I forget which level I am. I pay $7.99 or whatever it is a month on chess.com. But yeah, I mean, there is zero waiting. I mean, you're playing as much as you want. Tournaments all the time. It's fun.
I must have made an account there before, because it says the account already exists in my email, so it's been a while. I have to see what I have to do here.
Yeah, I've been on chess.com since like either late 2009 or like very, very early 2010.
Yeah,
2014 for me.
Yeah, I think I made one back in 2013, 14. It's been a while.
I haven't played since the 90s. I kind of got burnt out. So I was a real good chess player when I was younger. My uncle, he was our family chess master. He couldn't get anybody to play him anymore because he kept beating everybody. So I beat him the first time he taught me how to play. Of course, he called it beginner's luck. But so I enjoyed it for a while. But then my best friend and I in high school played it like religiously. We played dozens of game of chess every day, just because it was just for fun, and we're very, we're a couple nerds. But at the first few thousands of times, we were pretty even matched. But he got to the point where he started really studying it, and slowly started beating me more often. And we got to the point where he just beat me every time. And so I just, I got burnt out of it. But my wife and we haven't played any. I was thinking just now, we haven't really played any board games or anything in a while, because she won't play games with me anymore because she says I have roll hacks.
Dude, check it out. Do not play Risk with this guy. Don't do it. He has mad roll hacks. You have everything all set up. You're going to freaking make him crash and burn. You're like, oh, yeah. And then he rolls 2 6s and you roll 2 1s 3 times in a row. Really?
Yeah. So that's the thing. So
But
chess.
he does a little sleight of hand loaded dice action on you. Huh?
Yeah, well, she
Yeah.
used the same dice, so I don't.
No, you
But-
used up all the good juju off
Is
that
that what it
dice
was?
on your rolls.
It's
Yeah.
juju. So, but the point was that chess doesn't have dice. But see, the thing is, though, she's got a far superior memory than I do. So, and she's extremely strategic and smart. So she'll probably skunk me.
As long as it doesn't have dice, we'll do it. Okay?
So there.
You gotta love
You
the
gotta be
strategy
inspired.
games.
Huh?
You gotta love the strategy games.
Yes. Well, see, that's just it. I love strategy games. Starfleet Battles is my favorite. Basically, it's a Star Trek combat simulator, tabletop type game, and you can anything you can imagine in Star Trek, from using your transporters to all your phasers and your photon torpedoes and disruptors. It's a super complex game. The rule book is about 3 inches thick, and it reads literally like legislation and tax law. I love it, but it has dice. When you fire your phaser, you got to roll. You got a little spreadsheet. What's the distance? What's the dice roll. So she won't play it because it's got dice. So, anyways, you guys may have inspired husband and wife playing some chess here soon.
I should do it. Well, what's weird for me is I've gotten so used to playing on my phone that it now feels weird to play on my computer. Yeah. So I've just been playing such a ridiculous amount on my phone.
Like memory, we call it muscle memory to your phone for chess.
Well, to an extent, I mean, especially with Blitz. I mean, there is some of that to an extent. Just the intuition. I'd say what's interesting though is the ability to, especially in Blitz, to be able to like anticipate an opponent's move.
Yeah,
it's like such a huge component of Blitz.
Time to castle. I'm playing a game. I can't help it. I had to go ahead and start.
Watch them fall into your trap.
You ever messed up on your castle playing a game?
Oh yeah, you're like just going over one.
Yeah, some dick won't let you fix it. It's like, oh come on, not play. I don't mind playing Blitz, but if you're playing a real game, it's like, come on, man, let me fix my move here. I love playing black. It's been a while since I played white. I played the heck out of black
3 times in a row.
That's my game. That's my move.
There's no strategy to that. You stole juju.
She's still complaining about my diet.
Dude, that makes me so mad.
We were playing there's like 4 people. It was us, and then
it was your sister,
my sister, and her husband, and my sister was just dying laughing.
They took pictures of my horrible dice rolls. It was horrible. She was crying from laughing. Oh,
yes.
I'm never playing.
It was fun.
I have horrible luck with dice games. And well, I tell you what, I have sworn off of the craps table forever. Like I will never play craps ever again. The level of
a name should tell you everything you need to know.
I know it. I've had a few good runs on that, but it's like 99% of the time, just get up there and like, how is this possible? How is it mathematically possible for this to be like working against me?
Exactly.
So when you first saw my chat name in here, I used to come in here as SFB mod, if you remember.
Oh yeah,
that's from back in the days, particularly in the 90s. It got more difficult to find players for that Starfleet Battles game I was talking about. So we had play by email where I was
SFB mod, got it.
Yep, that's where it's from. I was playing people around the world just through email. It could take a week to a month to play a game, but we loved it. So I love complexity. That game is probably the most complex game I've ever known, and it's just
time to get the queen out. There we go. Man, it's been literally it has been probably 8 to 10 months since I played a game. It's so fun. It's like riding a bike, man. It's all right there in the memory.
Yeah, tell us if you're gonna win your first game or not.
Well, they're a 745. I don't know if they're a real 745. If they're a real 745, they're getting destroyed, but they're not playing like a real 745. So we'll see.
Less or worse?
Do what?
Less or worse than 745.
Oh, shoo! I'm not paying attention to my time. I'm gonna hurry. I gotta make moves quick. I'm gonna lose on time. Damn it. I'm gonna have to move. Yeah, I wasn't realizing when I didn't hit. Yeah, this game's toast. I'm screwed on time. I was just playing around. I'm gonna see what happens though. I'm gonna let the clock run out. See what happens if I lose. Yeah, I lost. That's what they were doing. I'm now at 950. Okay, I'm back to the chat here. Sorry, but I got one set up now. Where are you at? Is that chess.com right there? Or you got the board color changed? You changed it back.
Yeah, I'm on chess.com. Yeah.
Used to be cool.
Oh boy.
Well, I was playing. I thought I had. I didn't know I was playing 3-2.
I don't have my mouse. So I'm playing slow. Doing my pad.
Wait, can't you pre-make moves?
I can. Well, yeah, you can, but it's your opponent still has to. If your opponent's moving quickly, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I'm also used to playing on my cell phone too. So
No, that's what I was saying. Like I haven't played on my computer in a really long time.
Right. It's taking me too. It was taking me too long to make my moves. If I play, I'll be on my cell phone and I'll smoke, man. I can fly on my cell phone.
Yep.
I honestly used to play 2 games at a time on my cell phone. I used to have one cell phone going and playing another game. I'd be playing 2 games at a time. Got them lined up. You're black?
Yeah.
He's got that queen set. There you go.
Get rid of this pen.
Mm-hmm. Cold beer cups.
You're gonna have to get that pawn backed up. Move your castle on over to the. Oh, she moved it
back on defense,
or they moved it. Yeah, I like to go with the dragon out of the black. That's my favorite thing to do. Sicilian defense.
Yeah,
like it goes a lot quicker. You can force people to move a lot faster than they want to. Somebody put in the comments, checkmate, atheist. Yeah, come on in, atheist. We'll not only beat you up with our arguments on intelligent design, we'll also whip you some chess.
I mean, I'm down to play anytime.
Do you play a lot? What's your rating?
On chess.com around 1600.
That's probably what me and John's at. Like I told him, I lose more 1700s than I beat him, and I beat more 1500s than I lose to. So
yeah,
I'd be. I can't remember what my last thing was. It was high 1600.
Nice.
They've actually got the advantage, believe it or not, though. Still.
Oh yeah. Up a pawn.
Oh.
But you can start. You're gonna have to go over there and get behind them. You're gonna have to get them pawns.
I'm gonna run out of time on this one.
Yeah, the time's a factor. That's why I was saying I like to play blitz rather than bullet because you make so many mistakes. Which is fun. I like to play blitz for that reason. But if you give me a time game, it's a whole different ball game.
What?
That was weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that move was.
That was a blunder.
It happened.
What's their rating? 1500. That was its. Oh, they're gonna try to march on down here on you, dude.
Yeah.
You probably have to give back. You'll have to probably get that horse back. You'll probably give that horse to him though.
That's bad with my part.
Start running your king down there. There you go. Yeah, you got to give it back to him. But that's fine. I was gonna say start running your king. Back them up. Check them.
Oh.
All right, we got a rematch. I'm playing on my computer a long time. You guys keep talking. Don't just be focusing on my games, man. Distracting me now.
John lost.
I did. All right.
We're
All right,
trying to help.
All right, that was my warm-up game. Okay, let's go. I'm playing on my computer again.
We'll be quiet.
No, you guys can talk. I'm good with y'all talking.
I'll only talk if I see something wide open that you missed.
I don't know if I got anything to talk about.
Castle Farside.
Oh, no pawn. You're going to Castle Queenside. Never mind.
Yeah, he had that's a freebie.
You guys remember that old?
This guy here's a 20. Oh, never mind. Is he that's 2020? I was gonna say, is he ranked a 2000 ranking? I was gonna say, whoa.
You guys remember that old game, Battle Chess?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That was another weird move.
Yeah, this person right here is gonna get smoked. He castles queenside, then he's gonna start coming down hard here in a second.
What?
Yeah, definitely. Take him out. You're up.
Zoink. Dude, it's almost put me in the mood for some StarCraft. Whoa, what just happened?
You swap knights. I mean, rooks.
It happened so fast.
Leave him there and put you. Never mind. Do what you want to do. I was gonna say move him over to the.
Ooh.
Can you review your games on this?
you can. Yeah.
If you can't review this game, I'll go back and show you what you could have made us a minute ago. Go ahead though. Easier though. I don't have a time limit. I'm worried about.
It's the Knights table.
This could very well be not 2 nights. You can get a draw pretty easy. But somebody will make a blunder. But John Smart run that king.
What? No, C8. You could have won a pawn.
If you want to go learn, if anybody that's wanting to learn though, go to I would suggest Chess Network. He puts out videos for beginners and just I've been following for years. He's the best, man. You'll love it. You'll learn how to play chess. You'll learn how different openings. You'll learn, one basic one you can go with.
Let's see where you could have probably taken the rest of his pawns on the right, but kept your knight.
Yeah, but I'd probably just check him and then move my king up. Unless he comes back with his king, and then you don't get too far down there away from that. Too far away from your king with that knight. Yeah, you got to defend. You swap it. Yeah, I would have threatened his knight and then made him swap or move it.
Too late for me to be playing chess. Since 5.
That clock makes such a difference, though, doesn't it, John? It makes such a difference. You don't need to think about your moves.
Yeah, it's too late for me to play chess. I play way better than this. I'm playing horrible tonight. All right, one more game. Gotta play one more. Then I'm calling it night because I can tell when I'm too fatigued. I make dumb moves. It's really weird playing like the feeling of it playing like this, not on my phone, is also good.
Yeah, that was me. I just played a minute ago. I lost because
it's really bizarre. It feels weird.
I was winning, but I lost because I looked down. My clock was red. I was like, "What?" I was taking too much time.
I wasn't clearly paying attention. Were you playing the same opponent or different?
That's the new one.
Yeah, you can 1,400 rating, so they're. Them knights are. I mean, them bishops are in a good spot, man. They're gonna swap them though. Mm-hmm. There you go.
Wheel. I'm thinking about moving on, guys, unless y'all want to stir up another conversation of something.
You're fine. Queen H4 is good.
This is my last game, Joel.
Say again?
I said this is my last game of chess.
Oh no, you're fine. Don't stop playing because I'm crying. I was actually thinking years and years ago. I actually wanted to create my own Starfleet Battle online simulation.
What is that? What is that, Joe? What is Star? I never heard of that.
It's a tabletop game. It started back in like 70s and 80s, and it's basically it's like a paper type game simulation, combat simulation. You got a bunch of players, and you basically control one or more starships in the Star Trek universe. And
yeah, I like some role playing games, but I kind of got out of video games for some. I don't.
Yeah. It's more of a strategy game than that. That's not more. It's not really role playing. Yeah, role playing is where you kind of create like personas and you create scenarios, act them out. Starfleet Battles is more of a strictly strategy simulation kind of game, where you basically it's kind of an engineering kind of game where you have to. Your limitations are based on your actual starship, your capability, what kind of engines you have, and the components that your ship has, and your crew. And you have to kind of pre-plan how you allocate your energy. For example, you have to kind of pre-strategize what you're going to do at in certain intervals of time, and then you're restricted by, say, for example, do you want to have full shields versus how much movement, how much energy you want to put in your warp drive to be able to move a certain amount of distance? Do you want to fully allocate energy to your weapon? So there's all these gives and takes. You can't fully, whoa. Maybe I should be.
That was smart. I was get rid of that queen. She was dangerous with that. She was paired up that rook.
Doesn't look good for you, John.
No, he's better off than he was because that queen was paired with that rook. I mean, she was going to do some damage regardless. Now he can come back. Check him.
And then you can defend with a knight on B3.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, he's got you on a pawn.
He's not going to make it easy for you.
But he can hunt him down. That knight can move. That knight can boogie though. People forget about that knight, man. I'm telling you.
I love knights.
Yeah. I like to get my pigs on the back row, and then at night, just boy, you can just pick them apart.
Yeah, forking with the night, man. That's the
especially beginners, man. At night can boogie, as you're seeing. He's stuck. I mean, all that bitch can do is guard dark square now. So keep king light square. Come back to Finn when you're. Should be at least maybe to force
too much time.
A draw, depending on time. Your time's so damn low. That's the problem. Keep checking when you're in doubt. Make his time go down.
Oh, I see.
Got him. You had his bishop. He missed it.
I did.
Check him.
1 second. All right, no more chess for me tonight. I'm done.
That's all good, man.
I can't be playing at 11:45.
Like I said, when you're one person focused on one board, it's a lot easier than having to keep up with the other person's side. Yeah, we definitely did do it sometime, man. Just maybe, I don't know, man, go into we'll play on our phone or something, John, just for fun, me and you sometime, and then we'll
anytime.
Yeah, I'm not exhausted.
Oh yeah, you don't want to play chalk. I played it so long. I've played it before, man, like hours and hours like that, and I'm always like, one more game.
Oh, trust me, I did. Well, it's amazing. I was playing horrible. Like this past day and a half, and I've been playing. Like I've donked off over 150 rating points in the last day and a half. I was up. I was just over 17 the other day. That's what I was saying. I was playing so bad tonight, just missing. Like my eyes were closing. I'll put it that way while I was playing. I was like fading a little bit. Like, okay, I'm too tired.
Oh yeah, you gotta be fresh to play chess. You need to be.
Yeah, it's just
fun game.
It's not normal. So it's an awesome one.
I guarantee, though, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably go over and play about a few games here in a minute.
Well, of all the things to be, admittedly addicted to, it's like, what's your addiction? Chess.
It's not bad.
I'm a hardcore chess addict, baby.
I broke it about a year ago, though, man. I had to, man. I was like, I had to, because my grandfather, I had to, spending too much time on the board.
Well, for me, a big portion of it is just my own. Some of it, I mean, I just love the game. I've been playing ridiculous amounts of chess since I was 6 years old. But the huge portion of it for me is, I guess my drive to play is just the fact, because of my brain surgery and stuff. It's like I know if I do this, I will always be. It's part of my daily routine for the rest of my life. Like I'm giving.
They've done studies on it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've read tons of them, and the studies on the impact of chess on the synaptic connections and the plasticity and everything else. I mean, it's nuts. Yeah. And I'm like, if I do this the rest of my life, my odds of either minimizing or defeating any. I mean, let's get real. You've had a massive brain hemorrhage or brain surgery. Like, even if you're fine now, the probability of in old age you having ramifications from that pretty high. So it's like
fighters in MMA, you're going to have some kind of damage later in life. Yeah. Any kind of brain trauma, swelling.
Yeah. So gotta do what I can to avoid the rocky outcome.
Papo had a stroke at 89, John, and he completely rehabilitated, speech 100%, everything. If it wasn't for the fact that he had bad knees, he had one of his knees he had surgery on, had it done. The other one he didn't. Unfortunately, the left side was the side he had a new knee put on, but it was his weak side, so he couldn't do a lot with his right side because it's his bad knee. But he was strong on that side, so he couldn't do the rehab to stand up. I think he fully could have walked again.
Gavin is reporting that there's a quote unquote disaster going on in Praise's channel.
No, what's going on Praise's channel?
Atheitards.
It's fun too, man. Go over and smash some atheists.
I'm about to call him anyway. So you guys, let's see what's going on. I'm pulling it up. Let's see what's going on. I don't see anything. What's going on Praise's channel? I don't see anything.
I think they're doing a debate prep for Gavin.
Oh, okay.
That's a fun thing to do too. Is I see you and Smokey watch some of that. Y'all did a mock debate.
Oh, before the first rib and Canadian Atheist.
That was pretty cool. I like that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it was fun. I played the devil's advocate, or the I am impersonated an atheist. It was pretty fun.
I could do that. I could do that pretty good. I know their arguments pretty.
Do they have any arguments other than just that's not true?
Or they're lame, but yeah, they have them.
That's what I keep looking for. I haven't seen anything new.
Well, they generally attack the Bible. You know what I mean? If the topic has anything to do, they can bring the Bible into it. That's what they're going to go to.
I call those atheist Bible thumpers.
Yeah, they love to go to slavery. Even Godless Engineer did it tonight. Went straight over to slavery over on Otangelo. It's like, man.
Well, Godless Engineer doesn't have an argument. No, he's got nothing.
He'll say stupid stuff like, God loves drowning babies or something stupid like that. It's like he said something not like, I don't know, God raped 14-year-old, or it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything. I'm sorry. It's a joke at this point. How bad he is.
I've met a few atheists over the years that were intelligent. They actually knew some things about science, and I really enjoyed talking with them. But then they found God. So
most of the ones that are honest don't want to do the debate. They're just in search for truth. The ones that want to do the debate are the ones that don't know anything or just want to are mad for some reason, or want to attack Christianity, or just attack. They're mad at God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they all have. So many of them have obvious underlying issues. I mean, it's like obvious.
And a lot of times they'll admit it. They'll let it slip.
Yep. Yeah, they've always got some kind of
secret motive.
Yep. It's like the desperate. What gets me is like the sheer desperation to like they run around claiming that all they have is a lack of belief, but then they proactively want to make you not have one. Okay, so, and here's the thing for me, like the vast majority of them, they're not just atheist or agnostic, they're anti-theist. And to me, it's like all lines have been crossed at that point. When you go to become an anti-theist, I mean, don't run around trying to act like you're, just
objective.
Yeah.
Well, so even a lack of belief is still a belief. I'll counter with theism is the lack of belief that there is no God.
But you better not tell Aaron all that. He will flip out on you.
Yeah. You mean Larry Nelson?
Is that his real name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny. You like him, Dylan Hunting to an extent. Another one's like, I mean, lack of belief is a belief. Whew, man, it's like a trigger factor. They go nuts. Yep.
It's ridiculous, though. And it's like I said, theism is a lack of belief in atheism. And it's, I've tried to explain basic, logical structures. Every proposition has to be boiled down to a true false claim. You got a positive, negative. Theism is the positive claim to the same exact question. Atheism is the negative claim in. And it's just frustrating. I mean, it's basic logic stuff that if you were in a formal debate or logic class is just like, I don't know. It's like the first week that you learn something in a formal logic setting. And it's just not, it's like a foreign, it's literally like a foreign language to some people, I guess, these days.
Well,
I don't know how to describe it properly, but
I think the dramatic exacerbation of subjectivity in all facets of modern society has enabled the atheist to kind of suspend the fundamental requirement of what you just described. Like, ultimately, there must be a true false. And it's like, well, now there can be true false and maybe.
Not in logic, there's not.
Well, I know, but I mean, I'm talking from their worldview. Like, well, I don't know.
So that's one of my predominant theories is that formal logic classes, there's like elective debate groups or whatever, or even outside of regular class time debate group type things in schools, but a formal actual, whatever you call it, curriculum for a strictly logic class, I haven't seen those in years. I haven't seen it in any of the schools my kids went to. And I think that's why quote unquote atheism is on the rise is because it's just not taught. Logic is not taught anymore.
No. I mean, logic hasn't been taught for years. I mean,
Yeah.
not fundamental logic. I mean, you're 100% correct. That has not been taught. I mean, that's not even being taught at the college level.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't understand the fundamentals of logic, it's you're setting yourself up to not be able to see the obvious. I think in many aspects.
Has anybody here taken a predicate logic class? Math class?
Not formally, no.
Yeah. It's yeah. I don't know. When I took it, of course, a lot of people were struggling with it, but it's just I don't know. It seems like it's either people either innately understand, I guess, these things, and other people. It's not that they don't understand it. It's like they literally don't want to understand it for some reason.
Yeah. Well, I think a large portion of it stems from if you, as I'm using logic here, if you operate from the perspective that there is no absolute, then learning logic has no ultimate value.
Sure.
I mean, if everything is subjective and relative, then why bother? Like, it's a waste of your time because there's always going to be some unknown that can change. And I think this also correlates directly with the stunning, in my opinion, reduction in the number of people that actually believe in absolute truth. And I think the atheists, they very aggressively try to blur the lines of like, is everything an absolute truth? No. Are there absolute truths? Yes. Right.
And they're the arbiters. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, I don't, that whole component of it to me is one of the ultimate fundamentals of all of the underlying problems and the differences in the worldview of like, if you remove absolute truth from the equation, then I don't really understand how you can actually ultimately have true rational thought if you've removed all absolutes from the equation.
And especially in regards to to morality, they always talk about how morality has to be subjective. So I've got to the point where I call it their subjective immorality, because if morality is subjective, then of course immorality is as well.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I was playing chat. I'm sorry. I was just sitting there. I'm sorry.
Congrats. But yeah, so I don't know. I've tried to figure out ways of kind of turning the tables, so to say, using their exact premise to show just how not just ridiculous, but how it just destroys their own philosophy, or their own argument. But it just nothing seems to work. I don't know what else to do anymore these days. We talk about the science, we talk about the actual things we're trying to do to progress, not just scientific work, but humanity in general, and it's just that side doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, true. I think something else we all need to keep in mind too, though, is that although they are loud, and try to act like they're not just a little minuscule minority, they're a minority.
Mm-hmm.
It's growing. I mean, in some portion, I mean, globally they're declining. In Western civilization, they're increasing, and I mean, it's definitely something to counter for sure. But it's at the same time kind of like they're just loud.
Have you ever looked into the sources of their claims that atheism dominates the sciences?
Oh yeah.
You familiar with the AAAS and Pew Research?
Pew Research, yes. The AAAS, you were talking about. I remember you telling me about that the other night. I was like, was it originally the atheist? I forget the name, but it was
the Advancement for the Association and how does it start? Something about Association for the Advancements of Atheism. In 1925, they changed it to Association of Advancement for Science. But the thing was that all the references, and they do it almost every year. There's a few years they didn't do it, but I see it updated, and it's always the Pew Research Corporation always only polling the AAAS. You don't see it referenced anywhere else. The Royal Society polls are not the majority atheists, for example. So they don't cite those polls are fake to begin with. But regardless, I don't know.
Yeah, I tell you, it's been very interesting to me the last couple of years, as I've been reading tons more papers, the like formal scientific papers, there's a stark difference in the open-mindedness of things you see published in the Royal Society, from Royal Society Publishing, than Nature. I mean, much more, or I say much less biased, I guess would be a better way to frame it. And some of the conundrums and the more fundamental paradoxes, I mean, they address them much more open-mindedly than, oh, it must have just happened.
I canceled my Nature subscription back in the 90s. It's a total rag. It's not science at all. I haven't read a scientific article in Nature in I don't know how many years. It's very frustrating. NHCB is okay, but I don't know.
Well, there's so many different options now, and
yeah,
I mean, half the time I still read quite a bit of stuff on Nature, but usually it's
super biased.
Well, there's a lot of super bias, but also, I mean, I've noticed the last couple of years, I think it's very interesting, is now there seems to be much, especially like on the biology stuff, there's much more like in the abstract and in the conclusion discussion is like the only portion of it where there'll be like evolution mentioned.
Right.
And then like the rest of the paper
refutes it.
basically is like, and I joke about this in the streams all the time. It's like you see like intriguingly, surprisingly, stunningly, we did not anticipate, like as they're like going through all the stuff they discovered, and then occasionally they'll toss in like, we do not understand how this happened, but it must have evolved, and then they go back into just more like technical explanation of their discoveries and stuff, and it kind of cracks me up. Like, it's like, what are they sitting there, oh crap, we haven't like hit the standard talking points for a while, let's throw that in real quick and then we'll get back to it.
That's how they get published,
just to cover their bases.
Yeah, to repeat the dogma. Yeah,
that's why it cracks me up when the atheists go on their tangents about like, does the author agree with you? And it's like, the only way they got this stupid thing published was to portray it as some sort of evidence for evolution.
I was watching one of the atheist guys that frequents y'all's channels frequently. I was watching one of his things. That was the second thing they're doing. They were looking at a reference to something that Otangelo was actually promoting. The first thing they did was kind of just talk about the abstract, like you said, and then the second thing they asked, okay, who's the author? And they started talking about their Googling the author. Like, that matters, It's total F for them.
Well, it's like, are you debunking what they said and what they are arguing, or are you disagreeing with their opinion on the implications? And the thing that really gets me is like, a lot of times these papers don't even have any like real true significance to like the macro level significance of, it's like, oh, we just discovered this function, and they're describing the function. And it's like, I don't understand how this should somehow be construed as has zero bearing to the macro view of the argument, because it doesn't say one way or the other whether they agree or disagree with evolution. Like, they're talking about X, like to me, like the let me see if I can find that paper. One of the things I've always found just nuts is these guys mapped out the translational pausing logic in the syntax, in the codon syntax. Like, actually we're able to map it out. And to me, when you like look at that, if you're actually being able to truly quantify and qualify what the like what's happening and how this is all working,
that's choreographed.
Yeah, like you're being able to like literally create a frame of all this, and you're gonna now argue like speed of pudding is always like, well, I think that guy's like I think he's in favor of intelligent design. Like, he doesn't say anything about intelligent design at all, ever, in any of his papers, and he's the head of an origin of life research facility. And because he like puts out information like about the prescriptive aspects and formal information and all this kind of stuff, and like directly opposes RNA world hypothesis. Therefore, you should like dismiss everything he's documented. Like, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, what they're doing literally in Utopia as well, what you're talking about with James Torres, what he's pointed out as well in a lot of his lectures, they're literally checking to see if the author is part of their church. They're looking to see, okay, is this guy speaking from the authority that I should be paying attention to or not? If they're not part of their clergy, then dismiss it.
Yep.
It's literally going on.
Yeah, you'll like this. I don't know if you've ever seen this.
Hey, Jim.
What's going on?
IQ level just went up in the room.
No, I'm not that. No, I'm getting that.
Yeah, you're the guy. He was the guy that we were talking about. Alexander, what's his face? He brings up like 3 books of his. Kelly. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What's
Yes, you were plugged in.
Yes, sir. What's
The guy that had all the books from Alexander, what's his face? Shalenson? How you pronounce it? Yeah,
that's right.
he says he's not very smart. He's joined the room. He's like you. I tell my wife she's brilliant all the time, and she proves it. She says, I'm not this smart. What's up with smart people not being smart?
You put me on the
Can
spot, boy.
you read, Joel? Can you read that?
Yes, sir. Let me expand it though. Make it easy. Table 3A, tabulation of observations and rules that govern arginine. Isn't arginine an amino acid combination with respect to pausing natural?
No, this is nucleotides. So this is like dual syntax of and meaning of the individual codons that control timing variables.
The codons are amino acids. Yeah, okay, I see it.
So now you're getting into like looking at the different variables of like the different pausing logic. So
Nice.
so this codon, like the CGU, like all this kind of stuff, those equal both equal amino acids as well as pausing and pairing logic.
That's awesome.
So the ribosome is reading both the actual. Remember my diatribe about 3D printing, and now it's reading both the element, in this context the amino acid, as well as the timing and the positioning, but it's being determined by overlapping data that's being extracted from the sequence at large.
So question is, my understanding with ribosome translation is that it does one RNA strand at a time, but this suggests that it's doing multiple.
No. This is suggesting that it is okay. So the ribosome is reading a codon, so like three base pairs at a time, right?
But what's the reason for the pause?
Okay, so so you know how there's certain, for years the whole there's multiple codons that equal the same amino acid, and that was viewed as like this junk, right? Well, what they're discovering and what these guys are mapping out here, okay, is that this redundancy is not purely just duplication and junk and Evans revolution and such. Actually, the synonymous codons have timing variables built in. So the ribosome may be reading, hey, I need amino acid A, but I also, because it's this codon, not the second one or the other variable, it means I need to hang on because there's still there's real-time folding that's going on as those amino acids are being put together. So just like 3D printing, right? So yes, it's doing it one amino acid at a time in terms of the connection, but it might pause for an extra, split second to enable the dynamic folding to continue so that when the next one comes in place, it continues the appropriate 3-dimensional shape that's being formed on the other end.
Versus if it doesn't have that pause command, then it'll just kind of cut off that protein where it's at.
It might do that, or it might put the next amino acid in too quickly, and then it ends up with the improper fold.
Okay.
So, and they have actually tested this with removing the synonymous codons, and they've literally been able to quantify that, not in every case, but in many, 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 many cases, either the ribosome actually terminates the synthesis because it's not going to end up being the actual correct protein, or the functionality of the protein. Like they can put it together, but the overall efficiency of that protein is diminished.
So it's basically choreographing the rest of the complex actual protein build structure processes at the same time.
Correct.
Which again would never possibly be random. So when I first looked at this, the first presumption that clicked in my mind was that multi-threading thing that Otangelo was talking about earlier tonight, where you will pause one thread sometimes to help kind of trigger or time processes or machine code going on in a different thread, so that whenever you try to get your actual output, you don't have multiple threads colliding into a single group of registers. That was my first thought, and then I was like, wait a minute, ribosomes only process one. They only have one thread at a time. So this is talking about the actual physical building of the protein structures, like you're saying, like a 3D print. Okay,
you see what they're mapping this out now?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
So that can't be random, because I mean, all the it would be still be making tremendous mistakes today if that was truly random.
Yep. And why some of the additional aspects of the significance, in my opinion, are because there's syntactic variations, right? There sometimes are slight, but they're the freaking start and stop codons are different in terms in the mRNA, not necessarily the DNA, but like in the mRNA, right?
Well, there's only two differences, but yeah.
But I'm using that as an example. There's like also amino acid codon differences.
Very
they're very, very slight. But the point I'm making is that the significance, like when we're learning about this, like translational pausing subset logic, right? That all has to be there as well. Otherwise, you don't get the appropriate output.
Right.
Those even minor modifications, you have to have the ability for the alternative meaning that's now been applied to that codon.
So there's a reason for
the ribosome that version of the ribosome that's doing the interpretation has to know not only the amino acid variation, it also has to know the timing logic variation.
Right.
As well as be able to interpret these variations. So when you think about this from an evolutionary perspective, you have to have there's no way to circumvent the requirement of all these new pieces of variable data and the ability to interpret them being like the shift has to happen simultaneously. Like there is no option for like, oh, this changes slowly over time. Like that kind of change has to be a complete 180 or like a complete 100% shift all at once. Otherwise you have death. There's no way around this.
The few variations in the codon command key that are used in the RNA side have to all be pre-programmed. They all have a purpose and a reason. They're not changes. They're just extra complications or extra, how do I describe it? It's like a higher level language. You got low level languages in human code.
Yep.
Like assembly, for example, and it's very simple. It's very strict. It's always the same across platforms, across operating systems. Then you have an HMI level, then you have an API level, then you have your lower level languages like C++, then you have your higher level languages like BASIC, for example. Yep. And they all get translated back down to the base code, eventually the machine language, the ones and zeros. So what we're looking at here with the RNA differences is we're looking at basically a higher level language that's still doing the same essential transcriptions. And what's also fascinating that I try to bring up on top of all the stuff that you're showing, DNA does not have variation. The start stop codon command keys, all genomes and everything in life, all plants and animals and microbes use the same exact 3 start stop command codons. It's only got small variations in RNA, which makes perfect sense since RNA is the packetized, it's a snippet, tiny snippet of parts of the actual code. RNA is not the code itself.
Well, what cracks me up about some of those like slight modifications, how they try to argue their, evidence for evolution. I'm like, okay, just use a very much dumbed down like analogy.
It's not like, true variation. Yeah.
Well, I know. I'm saying like, what cracks me up about it, I'm like, to use a very dumbed down analogy. It's like, okay, so you used to use a B command for bold. Now it's freaking strong. What is your point? in terms of like, this is not a, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is
right. And just like in HTML, there's redundancy. You can still use bold.
Yep. It's like, okay, cool. So you've got HTML and then 4 and HTML5. What is your point? You know, it's
that's just it. Yeah. Well,
I mean, there were significant upgrades in HTML5. Let's get real, but the especially
that's all design though.
Well, I mean, obviously, I mean that was all accounted for new functions, but I'm joking in that context. But to me, when you think about we have DNA and the additional codes that are all operating to the point you're making up all the different levels of code that are operating in different facets inside of biology. Like the similarity, and then ultimately going back down to the assembly code the machine code for execution. It's like, good Lord, people. I don't understand how people don't comprehend this. It's amazing. It's so obvious.
Utopia, I don't know if there's necessarily different proteins that do, or the same protein that can do different functions, but what he's talking about is that the choreographing, that timing variable creates different protein structures for different reasons, for doing different things. Without that timing, it will not create the proteins that are needed properly.
Yeah, it won't be the peak performance, or sometimes it could be different outcomes. And people take for granted the fact that, like, they think that, once it goes to the ribosome, that's just done. And it's like, right. No, there's, in conjunction with the timing logic, many, many, many proteins. There's other machines called chaperones that are literally modifying the shape in real time. So, like, it's kind of like if you're doing a 3D printer and it's like coming out, then you've got another machine that's like, let's say you're 3D printing a like toy or something. Well, you got another machine that's like painting it, right? Or like sanding off the rough spots and getting it all ready. And it's like that's what's happening with chaperone proteins. As it's literally coming out the other, the exit portal of the ribosome, there's like other little robots that are making sure it's like in the perfect final condition. And then before it's loaded up and like moved over to like the export logistics warehouse. I mean, this is not figurative. This is literal in what is occurring. And oh wait, we're gonna stamp a freaking destination address code on it after we wrap it in a membrane, and then load it into a truck protein that literally moves up a road to a doorway and then gets released onto the like, are you kidding me? And then it gets taken to, could be the other side of the body, goes back through a portal. The stupid address code is read that's been stamped onto the membrane. It gets loaded up into a new transport protein, taken to the final destination, and then offloaded.
And then there's also mechanisms I've read about where certain tRNA will intercept other mRNA in the process of all the stuff you're describing to actually create a different process. And how that's happened.
I think you're talking about miRNAs, the microRNAs.
MicroRNA? I don't even know what that is.
Yes. Okay, so microRNAs are hairpin single-strand RNAs, but they actually are. They will bind to different specific positions on. It's part of the maturation of a mRNA before it actually goes to be expressed.
Okay.
They literally. This is what I was talking about earlier, like all these different potential data variables and like how much 800 megabytes is a joke, because with microRNAs, and this is like the significance of this has really been being discovered over the last like 10 to 15 years. Okay, these microRNAs will go and bind to a very specific point, and sometimes there's more than one of these microRNAs that will bind to a different position along the strand of a mRNA. And based on where they bind, they will literally modify the protein outcome of that strand.
Right.
So you could have and in some instances they've actually shown that through this process, a single gene sequence can produce hundreds of different functional proteins.
Right.
So
organized.
So
I'm trying to ask the question
this is before you talk about splicing. This isn't even talking about splicing it. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Well, I just wanted to the thing that'll help kind of make this all jump on my mind. MicroRNA, is that still a tRNA strand? or chain?
No, so the tRNAs are what's moving. They're bringing in their main function is bringing in the amino acids to the ribosome.
Right. And then and it converts into a messenger. But so is it just like a small piece of a tRNA, or is it something completely different that I've not heard of before? So I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so not always, but a significant portion of the microRNAs, like miRNA is the short word. MicroRNAs are. I assume you're familiar with like introns and exons.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you know how for years and years and years introns were considered junk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they have discovered is that very often what they thought was junk is actually, while the main portion of the mRNA is being put together, there's other proteins that are on the other side putting together this microRNA in a completely separate process. And very often they're being put together through introns. So it's so funny. So the DNA is transcribed, right? Then it cuts out all of the introns and exons and like splices them back together. Originally, they thought that introns were just junk and going off in there. No, they were actually being taken, put together, snapped and cut in half into a single strand, and then turned into a hairpin. There's like a whole process for that. While the mRNA is getting ready, and then once the mRNA is pretty ready to go to the out to the ribosome, then other transport proteins come in, grab the microRNA, bring it over to specific portions or points on the mRNA, and it binds to it, and then now that either silences or activates a particular portion of that sequence. So now either as the basically as it's going through the ribosome, let's say it's got this silencer mRNA or microRNA attached to it, right? So it gets to, let's say that's blocking codon, 15 codons, right? Just for example purposes. Well, now instead of expressing those 15 codons, the ribosome literally jumps over them and then continues at this new section. And because it skipped over that specific set at that specific point, now there's a new protein.
Right. It's a whole new function. Right.
Whole new function.
So that matches the understanding of what I was reading about. I'm just trying to understand if this microRNA, as you're calling it, it's not a tRNA. It's not a transfer piece.
It is not a transfer piece. No, it's a.
I need to learn more about that then. Thank you.
Okay. So the tRNAs, their primary role is, they do a few other things, but their primary role is
transfer from the nucleus.
They're grabbing the appropriate amino acid, which equals the codon that they're matching up to. They have so the bottom of the tRNA has an anticodon, which is an alternative match to the codon that's coming on the mRNA.
Don't forget the start header codon, which is another miracle by itself.
Well, true. But it's got the matching amino acid. So mRNA has the codon, tRNA has the anticodon.
Right.
And this is where some of the intrigue of the whole timing logic becomes very interesting on the whole piece. But then the microRNA or the miRNA is binding to the messenger RNA, and then that's what's going through the ribosome. And then basically, if those tRNAs are coming in, now because of that microRNA, it's saying, hey, ignore. Okay, now we're back. And now continue. Like, it's nuts. So when you think about that sequence number one, genetic sequence number one, because of these microRNAs, that some sequences, if it's depending on the variation that's being expressed at that particular moment, there could be dozens of different microRNAs binding at different points along this mRNA, and now totally different outcome. But then again, in a completely different scenario, maybe no microRNA is bound to it, totally different outcome, and it's all based on real time need. Like, oh, we need this protein. Okay, cool. Produce all of these microRNAs, bind to these specific points. Okay, now go express.
Right, which can never be random. So
it's freaking nuts, man. Like, to me, when you think about that, when you think about the foreknowledge requirement, like, hey, the freaking binding site that is now formed on this mRNA is now in the perfect location for the microRNA that just somehow happened to be put together in the correct sequence, being spliced together from the introns that were supposedly junk, and now it's being bound, and now it's going to go alter the outcome. Like if that's not the literal definition of foreknowledge requirement, I don't know. Or sorry, the example of foreknowledge requirement, I don't know what it is.
And don't forget to exponentially multiply that by the fact that it's happening trillions of times, trillions of seconds, or whatever, across a multicellular organism like us. But I'm reading about it a little bit on Wiki here. 22 nucleotides typically, and it's again. And I was going to mention to so you say in the chat, the signature hand of God in life. It's not so much the supernatural. The supernatural complexity, it's the universality. This is all exactly happening the same in every cell of every type of genome, not of plant, animal, microbe, all at the same time. It's universal information it's the exact opposite of random.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a mind bender, in my opinion. When you really contemplate what is actually being executed, it's
it's literally having some sort of it's not even a true subroutine. I was trying to parallel this to human coding. We've got the polymorphic type stuff. We've got methods and variable classes inside of variable classes, etc. The parent-child type class structure, but this is not even a true subroutine. This is just like a piece of, I don't even know what to describe it as in a human language aspect right now. I'm trying to think of it, that will interrupt an actual subroutine to basically cause the subroutine to change dynamically in a real time. It's in runtime. It's not something that's being done even as part of the code. It's happening once the code's already being run, and without breaking the subroutine. And it's a pre-designed change. It's like changing. Oh gosh, it's hard to think. So codons are the most similar thing in human language is referring to like an assembly language command, like a push-pull type thing. And so this is like part of an assembly code. It's not even a full like push command. It's like giving some sort of non-assembly language command key to a string of command keys and still make it work. It's crazy. That would I don't know. I don't think we could ever mimic that kind of technology.
I'm trying to find. There's a really good.
That would require the operating system would have to be pre-made. We'd have to support that essentially, and our current operating system bases do everything to avoid that. All of our error correction stuff. This is mind blowing.
I mean, our systems would correct me if I'm wrong, but they would basically crash if we tried to pull this off.
Well, again, they have to be pre-designed to have that level of complexity of being able to be modified again in runtime, which we do. We do have runtime subroutines and stuff like that, but not like this. Not ones that can literally change. It's not even changing the code. It's not even that. It's changing the. It's not even syntax. It's changing the machine language as it's being transcribed. That is crazy. And not changing it with other machine language. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to describe. It's changing it with non-machine language. I don't know if this is crazy.
Let me see if I can. Okay, this one. I haven't seen this one before. Let's see. Let's watch this. This may be a.
Yeah, that's the best way I can describe it. It's using non-machine language to augment raw machine language in runtime.
MicroRNAs are another type of small RNA. Most microRNAs come from RNAs that are transcribed in the nucleus, which then fold and are processed before being exported into the cytoplasm as double-stranded precursor microRNAs. The double-stranded microRNAs and siRNA bind to the dicer, which is an endonuclease protein that cuts the RNA into short segments. Most siRNAs and microRNAs are approximately 21 nucleotides long. The short double-stranded RNA then binds an Argonaute protein. One strand of the RNA is selected and remains bound to Argonaute. This is
John?
the strand.
Yeah.
The complex of RNA and Argonaute.
So this is not only segmenting the tRNA, but it's losing the header. The only way the ribosome can understand where the beginning of an RNA strand to even begin the transcription process is relying on that start codon, the header. So these don't even have those.
No, this is going to be okay. In a minute, you're going to see this. It'll be bound to the sequence that does have all of that.
Okay.
Okay. So this is going to come in and modify something that's entirely so. And this is part of the reason I talk about the foreknowledge is this process that you're seeing right now that's preparing this microRNA to go make a modification to the mRNA is happening completely separate. There is no chemical reaction that's happening. This is why the whole like, oh, it's just chemical reactions thing just pisses me off. Because I'm like, hey, idiot. Some of the most important factors that enable life to exist literally are not happening next to each other. They're happening completely separate. And then they come together after they've done all this other stuff. And then modify the outcome.
Even on that part, so we're about to watch, I guess, this microRNA about to attach itself or whatever, how it's going to modify this RNA strand here. The chemical bonds are extremely there's only four. There's only four we call it nucleotide types. So it could theoretically attach itself or modify any part of that strand. It doesn't have to be.
Oh yeah,
it has to be a very, very specific spot, or it's going to screw everything up. Yep. So how does it know? So but it could, in theory, attach itself to almost anywhere in that strand. But
and that's where the whole binding site thing gets so weird, of like the positioning requirement in order to modify the data that's being read, the codon sequences that are being read or not read by the ribosome. Like it has to be, it cannot be in a random spot. It has to be in a very specific spot. There's no way around it. Otherwise, you have failure.
Along with
right.
other
So,
proteins,
but there
is
can be
called
multiple spots. So how does it know which spot to go without screwing it up?
Well, and that's the point. Like this is nuts, right?
Something has to control that.
Yep.
RNA-induced silencing complex, or RISC. MicroRNAs also guide RISC to messenger RNAs. Usually only part of a microRNA, known as the seed.
Okay, so now the longer sequence that it's being attached to, that's the longer one is the mRNA.
Right.
And then the Argonaut protein has brought the microRNA over and is now binding it to a specific position along the overall sequence package.
Okay, so the protein then is specifically designed to know where to attach it. Okay, that makes some sense.
Pairs with a target messenger RNA. This imprecise matching allows microRNAs to target hundreds of endogenous messenger RNAs.
Yeah, in the multiple places. Yeah.
Targeting by a microRNA can lead to messenger RNAs being degraded or translation being inhibited.
For a purpose.
Well, yeah. Well, and what they're, I don't know what the longer version of that video is, but the then from there, that's when you then get into maybe this one. Okay, yeah. This.
Hey, John, this is really interesting, man. I want to head on out too, man. So,
hey, if you want to talk about something, Jim, we could switch to whatever.
Oh no, you guys are good. Like I just can't. Like this conversation is a little over me, but it is interesting though. But you guys, regardless, I still have to go. So appreciate it. As I said, you guys are smarter than I am. See?
That's why I wanted to hear what you wanted to come here for, man. We can help this conversation if you do have a little bit of time. Talk about something else.
No, I actually got to go, so I'm gonna try to work on some stuff, and then I gotta get some stuff done. So appreciate it, man. You guys are good though. I'll talk to you guys later.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, later.
This is the one that I've watched that is way more detailed. Ironically, it's from Oxford. Okay.
This is better than going to school.
Yeah, I was curious. How does it? Because the modified mRNA still has to run through the ribosome. How does it do that with this protein thing literally strapped to its back?
Well, no, the protein leaves once it. Just
okay.
Let's watch this.
Okay. There's literal crickets going on outside my front door.
Oh, that's me.
Oh yeah. Out there by the lake. That's my cat playing with a piece of trash. What are you doing over there?
Being a cute fungus.
Yeah. She has some sort of wrapper.
Yeah, the crickets are my friends.
Where'd John go? You were playing something, man. Dead air.
It's cricket
are
time.
You guys not hearing this?
No, sorry.
Oh crap. I've been sitting here like watching. Hang on one sec. Wondering like
Well,
what?
then
I was sitting there
see-
wondering why you guys were still talking. I'm like, man, these guys gonna shut up while we're watching this. Okay, here we go.
No, we're trying to learn, man.
And for everybody, any doubting atheists, this is from Oxford University. So kiss my ass if you think this is, like creationist or something.
It's the appropriate authority.
All regulatory RNA, microRNAs, and small interfering RNAs, or siRNAs, regulate the stability and translation of mRNAs in eukaryotes. Both classes of small RNA associate with a family of proteins known as argonauts, but differ in their origin, processing pathway, targets, and mechanism of action. We will first focus on microRNAs and then point out the similarities with siRNAs. MicroRNAs derive from actual genes found in genomes across the lineages of multicellular animals and plants. These RNAs begin as primary transcripts or pri-microRNAs and are usually transcribed by RNA polymerase II. The pri-microRNA transcript folds into a stem loop structure that generally has some unpaired nucleotides, and single-stranded extensions are found at both the 5' and 3' ends. This structure serves as the initial substrate for processing by DROSHA, a nuclear RNase 3 enzyme. DROSHA interacts with a specialized RNA binding protein called DGCR8 in humans to form what is termed the microprocessor complex. This complex forms a cleavage reaction that removes the 5' and 3' extension and liberates a 60 to 70 nucleotide transcript known as a pre-microRNA. The pre-microRNA generated by the microprocessor complex is recognized by a nuclear export factor called exportin 5, which transports the pre-microRNA to the cytoplasm for subsequent processing. In the cytoplasm, a second endonucleated cleavage reaction generally...
Okay, real quick before we continue on this. Significance, ladies and gentlemen. The microRNA that is going to be used is being processed in a completely different location. This is a completely separate process that's being transported around and being executed separate from the mRNA they will ultimately be binding to.
Something else to add, I was trying to tell my wife here kind of quietly, was that all of these proteins that are controlling and regulating and literally choreographing these little microRNAs, these little sub-RNA strands, all of these have to be created as well. There's other RNA processes going on with ribosomes to build these proteins specifically custom made to be able to control all of this.
Correct. I mean, it's
that's where you got chicken and egg right
yeah,
there.
I mean, your chicken and egg gets nuts at this point.
Dicing is catalyzed by
It's
dicer.
like an assembly line.
Incredible program.
Dicer is found in complex with a double-stranded RNA binding protein called the TAR RNA binding protein 2, or TRBP2.
Probably millions of varieties of these
Product
proteins.
of this second cleavage reaction is called the mir star duplex. It carries 5' monophosphates and 3' overhangs of 2 nucleotides, which is not fully complementary. The 2 strands of this duplex RNA are called the guide and passenger strands.
Wow.
Once the mir star duplex has been generated, it is loaded into the argonaut protein that is dedicated to microRNA-mediated silencing reactions. If the duplex is loaded in an appropriate orientation, one of the RNA strands, called the mir guide strand, is retained, while the other strand, the mir star passenger strand, is selectively removed. The guide strand will ultimately be involved in determining which target RNAs will be silenced. This process of retaining one strand and removing the other is called sorting. For imperfect mir star duplexes, it is not certain how the passenger strand is identified and selectively removed, though the action of a helicase may well be helpful.
Yes, it is understood. You
Proteins
just don't
charged with
admit
their
it.
guide microRNAs are referred to as the mi-RISC complex. The complex is now ready to bind its target RNA and promote gene silencing. Argonauts bound to microRNAs typically identify sequences with imperfect complementarity in the 3' UTRs of mRNAs. The most important pairing region for the microRNA is referred to as the seed sequence, which generally encompasses nucleotide positions 2 to 8 of the microRNA species. The absence of extended duplex formation allows the 3' end of the microRNA to remain securely bound to the Pas domain of the argonaut protein. As a consequence, the PW domain of the argonaut protein is generally not positioned appropriately to cleave mRNAs that are targeted by microRNAs.
By the way, so the Pee-wee that he was just they just referred to last year, very end of last, like it was November of last year, there was a presentation made by the head of the
Once bound to time.
Stanford genetics department. He actually founded it. But basically what they revealed was that those Peewee RNAs are actually dramatically more significant, prevalent, and relevant than the microRNAs that we're talking about right now. And the thought that we've had for years, which the only place those Peewee RNAs were relevant was in getting some crazy feedback from somebody.
Someone just joined.
Oh, it's Chris. He literally called it a paradigm shift in understanding about the Peewee RNAs, because turns out we thought they only had significance in like the germline, like the eggs and sperm and such. No. Turns out that they actually regulate almost every facet of the genome, and including all sorts of things that we thought were junk. And and they're extremely relevant in cognitive ability as a sidebar. Anyway, let's continue with micros.
MI risks appear to recruit additional factors, including in particular a protein that contains multiple glycine tryptophan repeats, which is known as TRNC6 in humans. This protein is thought to be involved in repressing translation and in destabilizing the mRNA through mechanisms that remain poorly understood. What is clear is that the repression mechanism does not depend on the sisal activity of the Argonaut protein. In contrast to microRNAs, siRNAs are not generally encoded in the genome as specific genes. Instead, siRNAs are derived from double-stranded RNA that comes from several different sources.
Wow.
Endogenous duplex RNA can arise from the normal transcription of genomic loci that have extensive hairpin structures, or from the annealing of sense and antisense RNAs that have both been transcribed from a given locus. Exogenous sources of double-stranded RNA include viral RNAs and duplex structures that have been synthetically introduced into cells by scientists for experimental purposes. Irrespective of their origins, duplex RNAs become substrates for an RNA processing reaction akin to the one described for the microRNAs, but without the first nuclear drosha-dependent cleavage. Only dicing by the dicer enzyme is needed. The cytoplasmic enzyme sequentially cleaves the long duplex structures approximately every 20 to 25 base pairs. The cutting frame is set by interactions between the double-stranded RNA and the Paz region of the dicer protein. The products of the dicer reaction are short duplex RNAs, similar to the Mir star duplexes, but fully base paired along their length. Once the SIR star duplex has been generated, it also is loaded into the appropriate Argonaut protein, and the SIR star passenger strand is selectively removed. For these fully complementary SIR star duplexes, the endogenous endonuclease activity of the Peewee domain of the Argonaut protein catalyzes cleavage of the passenger strand. The cleaved strands are then easily unwound and released. This mechanism makes use of the RNase H fold of the Peewee domain and acidic residues that are poised in the active site for such catalysis.
I don't know if you guys picked up on that, but they literally just said that the shape of the brown protein that it's hanging out on the Argonaut and the different points where they can enable the catalysis, the shape of the Argonaut protein and the specific, additional structural components are what enables the modification of the SI and the miRNAs.
The shape was changing, it looked as well. And so this simulation is horribly pathetic because those proteins are not smooth little floaty little rocks.
From an actual, they're pathetic. But I mean, even in this format, you recognize the significance, right? It's like but the point that they just made, like the voiceover guy talks in a monotone. It's easy to miss stuff. It literally said, "Oh wait, it's kind of important that the shape of this is perfect to enable the stab." Like, wait a minute, whoa, hang on, what? That's kind of a big deal, buddy.
That's what I'm thinking. If we could make, or someone could make a simulation that shows the actual molecules, the literal individual atoms that are not only in these shapes but are then also moving and we show the actual atomic forces that are changing these molecular structures to move the way that these have to do, that just even opens up an even more of a powerful visual.
Absolutely.
The resulting single-stranded SI-RISC complexes can now scan for their fully complementary target RNAs. In contrast to the situation with the MI-RISC complexes, fully complementary binding to the target RNAs leads to the 3' end of the siRNA being displaced from the PAS domain of the Argonaut as extended duplex nucleic acid forms. This results in conformational changes that activate the cleavage activity of the RNA's HPV domain. The cleavage reaction is referred to as slicing. Products of the slicing reaction are thought to immediately become targets for the exosome and other standard RNA decay pathways in the cell.
So I'm curious how they determine this. How are they able to pull it out to measure it and confirm it?
Their scanning technology is just, it's gotten pretty amazing at this point. I mean, but the irony is a lot of it they don't know. Like, that's just the portions of it that they do know what's happening. I mean, there's huge. I don't know if you noticed, there are multiple positions throughout the video where, like, how the rest of this actually happens, we don't know. And then they fast forward onto the next piece that they do know. Right. So you think about that, it's like when you consider how incredible just the portions they do know of what happens, you can only imagine what the actual total significance of the processes must be if they're this mind-bending at that level, of what we do understand so far.
So part of it was that some of the stuff that I had done in the past, we didn't have any of this scanning technology or whatever it is that they're presumably doing it with today to verify this. All we had was the actual code. The Human Genome Project was able to successfully map out the actual individual, AGC, whatever it is, T's, the 4 bits. And so we had to use the bits to say, okay, this is what it looks like. This is true, which was incredibly wrong, because when we found out later it's actually a shape, not just the linear order of the bits. But that's what we would use to say, okay, well, this bit, if this was read based on the RNA transcription that we understand, it will create this protein. And so we would see this protein and we'd say, okay, well, this protein looks like it would do this. And it was just incredibly difficult. But it was kind of like a reverse engineering based on the code itself. So I want to know what methods and techniques are used to I guess go even further than that without just having to look at the base code.
Yeah, I mean, now it's
not base code anymore. This is modified code of code. This is an entirely different thing.
Well, and that's why they're like applying.
Joe, we watched a nice cartoon just now, but I like how you're asking how did they verify this? And I remember watching a video a long time ago about how it was about viruses, but it's kind of similar, where they were saying like they had to put the virus in, I think it was a radiometric microscope or something along the lines, and then they were talking about how they had to put a virus, they had to coat it with a metal and put it in a vacuum chamber, and then because if not, the microwaves would have killed whatever it is they were examining. So it seemed like, so are they really looking at what they say they're looking at? So I like how your skeptic mind just asked that question, because I wonder a lot of the same thing too. Like, it was a good cartoon, and I like how you're trying to push this creationism versus randomness, nothingness, explosion. But all right, bro, I'm gonna mute myself again because it was still very interesting. I'm still learning a lot, whether it's how they verify it, who knows.
Yeah, definitely makes you want to learn more.
Well,
that's
the point to think about too, Iger, is like, I agree with they don't actually know everything about it. The point that is being made is that even if we just watched, if that's all we knew, it's significant. Like, big time significant. And it completely annihilates the entire premise of random chance evolution. It just blows it out the wall. And part of the irony is that from a phylogenetic perspective, the microRNAs that we were just learning about, the phylogenies, are like supposed timelines are way different than the gene sequence supposed heredity maps. So like, according to the microRNAs, we're actually closer to elephants than mice. But according to the genes, we're closer to mice than elephant. That kind of thing. So they're seeing all sorts of like complete contradictions to the supposedly proven, family trees, right? But when you look at the microRNAs, it's like it shows something totally different. So which is it, folks?
Yeah, I've read papers where they're speculating that we're more directly descended from pigs now than any primate. But
and that's the thing. When you get to until you get down go down the proverbial rabbit hole into like what is actually being compared, folks? Like which part is it? The entirety of a genome? Is it just the gene sequences? Is it just the gene sequences prior to because we have a whole bunch, like humans, ironically, have more microRNAs than any other species.
Yeah, believe it or not, I heard that we're more similar to pigs than anything else when I was a kid, basically.
Yeah, it changes based on the new discovery. Like, we're closer in this. Wait, this is totally different. Wait, but this is close. Wait, and where it really gets to, what I find very interesting is a book I was reading recently. What they've actually discovered is that we're 85% similar to mice, right? Okay, that is only comparing the coding portions of the genome.
Right.
If you do a comparison of the genome at large,
the non-coding, right?
I'm talking about the whole thing, coding and non-coding. You do a comparison. That goes from 85%, 86% to 9% similarity. 9, folks, not even 10%, 9%. So we dropped from 85. We're 85% similar to mice, and then we're 9%.
Right.
And it's also important
9%, folks. Like
that the non-coding or the archive coding, that's not random junk. That's all pre-codified stuff. It's all very useful. I don't like calling it non-coding anymore, John. That's archived back-end data stuff. It's still useful. It's still used.
Oh no, I agree with you completely. I mean, and that's what they're also discovering with the variable expression based on cell type as well as age. I mean, now that the technology and the scanning technology getting to the point where they can actually look at things in vivo versus being limited to in vitro,
that's what I want to see more of.
They're now discovering that whole gigantic portions of the genome they thought had zero function whatsoever are actually active depending on cell type.
Yeah, it's all required.
And the timing and where it's at and everything.
Yes, I mean, and like not only is it, this portion is only active in this cell type and at this stage of development. I mean, when you think about that from how in the hell do they actually claim they don't know? They know that nothing works, something doesn't work. Like you're just now even discovering having the ability to determine whether or not it's active or not active at all.
Just looking at nature, it doesn't hold on to things it doesn't need. You know what I mean? It's everything is like streamlined. If it doesn't need it, it lets it go. Like if a fish is in the like a cave fish, if it doesn't need the eyes anymore, it's going to let that go because it's trying to use as less energy as possible. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When this DNA came out, I think the evolutionists were like extremely afraid, and they tried to preempt. They try to preempt people saying that it's proof of God, but they just put their foot in their mouth. That's all they're doing.
Well, this is what I say in the content when I make my quasi jokes about poker. Like, I mean, they're bluffing. They are bluffing. There's the donkeys that are still gambling on winning with evolution, and then the ones that do know how weak their position is, they're bluffing.
Yeah, like Dr. Dan.
Yeah, I mean they're going all in, hoping that we'll fold and not go into the go behind the curtain and look for ourselves and realize like, wait a minute, you're presenting all this as a winning hand.
Right.
You don't even have ace high.
The whole thing about Africans being more diverse, it's not even true. Sub-Saharan Africans aren't as diverse. It's only the Ethiopian Africans that had trade with other countries that are more diverse, but they're not even as diverse as the Mesopotamian area people, like in Uzbekistan, Greece, and Persia and stuff, places like that.
Well, my understanding, as far as the human genome goes and the human diversity, that's not a genetic difference. That's not genetic variety. That's epigenetic. My understanding is that all humans have the same exact amount of melanin in all of our skin organs. It's just expressed differently and at different times and different conditions epigenetically.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the populations. The populations, for example, in the Ethiopian region will have different Y chromosomes, maybe the J, maybe the G or something. But in the Mesopotamian regions, you have almost everything represented in that population. The A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Well, not the A and the B because that's African, but the greater diversity is as far as the population is concerned, with both the mtDNA and the Y chromosome is in the Mesopotamian region. And then as they spread out to Europe and Asia and Africa, that's where the diversity thins out. In other words, different families went different directions. And of course, some stayed in Mesopotamia. So that's the thing.
I'd like to hear more about just the differences in the actual codon groups, because again, I mean, there's different allele groups as well, but from my understanding, the whitest European, or even a Native American with high jawbones or whatever, has the exact same DNA code, just expressed differently as anybody as a human that looks exact opposite. Low cheekbones and dark skin.
Yeah, what I understood is we have different numbers of copies of the same information. That's the way I understood it. When I look at the Y chromosome comparisons, you're comparing different numbers of copies of the same information, which identifies which branch of the tree that you belong to, which tree you belong to, but which branch of the tree you belong to too, as well.
Yeah, see, I thought the tree analogy was gone long ago. When you say Y chromosome, I'm thinking that's just the male sex component.
It's the father to son paternal line. So
what kind of variety is there in the Y chromosome compared to
Well, what it is that when the father has two sons, you have two splits of the Y chromosome. It's basically the same in the son but as the generations progress and they have more sons, then there's going to be a genetic distance over the span of 300 years. I can count 5 differences between me and cousins with the same ancestor, going back 300 years.
But how much of that is an allele change difference versus epigenetic change difference, etc.?
It's just the Y chromosome difference. It's the Y chromosome, different numbers of copies of the same information. In other words, they'll have 24 copies and I might have 25. Or they'll have 18 and I might have 17 in the differences. But it freaks you out when you look at it, because you're looking at different people with a DNA test and the numbers are matching. All the numbers are matching. 111 positions are matching. And out of those 111 positions, there's 5 differences in some and maybe 1 or 2 in another over the span of 300 years.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'd like to hear a little bit more sometime, but
yeah, and it's the same thing with mtDNA too, pretty much. But it makes a tree though.
And just remember, he's talking specifically about, in this context, about the Y chromosome. Like there might be
paternal,
differences in many more differences between people in terms of other chromosomes. But the X and Y chromosomes, because of its transmission by father and mother, respectively.
Well, yeah,
that's how they trace it.
And of course, the A and the B, because I'm an IY chromosome, the A and the B have a lot more differences than our family tree with the same ancestor 300 years ago. You know what I'm saying? We have a family tree. I have a family tree of the Y chromosome and have cousins that took the DNA test, the Y chromosome test, and all the numbers came out the same. That's why we know and we have ancestries going through the same common ancestor. That's how we know we're cousins, you know.
I've never looked at the DNA test like that. I guess I've thought there's always one Y chromosome in every male.
It is, but it has. They have a genetic distance chart, and it's the genetic distance chart that will show you which branch of the tree that you belong to. And in other words, I belong to the I branch of the family tree, which connects up to the J family tree, which is Jews and Arabs. So the IY chromosome could even be, because they're not even giving us all that information. It could be that the IY chromosome is the lost tribes of Israel that went into Europe, and the Scandinavians and Anglo-Saxons are the descendants. But they don't have, you know, all enough information on the tree to determine whether or not the I branched off before Abraham or after Abraham. But they just labeled it J and I, but it joins to the same family tree, though.
Yeah, I have to see some of those charts then sometime, because it's all new to me.
Right, and so we have the Semitic lines would be F, G, H, I, and J, as far as I can tell. And most of the F, G, H, I, and J connect all the way. I mean, they don't connect until way back at the time of Noah, basically. And they branch off from Noah. But a lot of them will branch off from the thing. But with the A and the B, for example, they have a family tree, and then they'll have the C and the D, but then they don't even have the major populations of the E3, which would be the Phoenicians, Egyptians, and Cushites. Those are the three major sons of Ham, besides Canaan, which would be probably an E2 or something.
And they're getting this information by going to these places and selecting, you know, random samples of population.
Well,
and
they're looking for the atom A.
Right.
The A atom. They're looking for the supposed most original ancestor, or the.
What they're hoping to find out is that there's actually an immortal Adam who's still alive. We just didn't realize it.
Right, but that A, they find an A, then they'll find an A0, and then they'll find A00, and I think they even found an A000. You know, and nobody's related to them. They're on the tippy ends of the branch, you know, the buds of the branch of the tree, and nobody else is even descended from them.
Interesting. Where are you finding some of this information at?
I'm looking at just Y chromosome charts on Google.
Okay.
And I actually found, believe it or not, I found a JY chromosome and a TY chromosome in America, which both are associated with the Jewish people, even though the T is not Semitic, but it's closely linked to the Jewish people. I mean, a lot of Jewish people have the TY chromosome, and that TY chromosome was found in America, American Indians, and as well as the JY chromosome, which is, you know, the descendant of Abraham.
I found it, and it was deleted off YouTube, but I found it on Instagram. I just put it on my YouTube channel right now. Oh, my bad. I'm talking about the how they look at these little tiny things with these. I don't know if you guys want to watch the video. I didn't even watch it. I just quickly started downloading it before it got deleted again. Can I see my screen? It's like I think it's like 5 minutes long.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's real good. It talks about
And this is about how they're scanning
viruses.
how it's actually I actually saw this video right when the pandemic started, and it was like the viruses even exist. So apparently there's this whole viruses versus exosome theory. So it's it's another creation versus evolution paradigm you can get attached to if you have that much time in your hands. You guys actually would pick it up pretty quick because you guys are so into this stuff. Like it's not my thing, but I think it was planned already just because of Event 201. But which is I'll show you what that is real quick. If you just Google up Event 201. Oh shit. Share screen.
I'm not getting anything yet.
I got it. I just sent it. So is it sharing yet?
Yeah, in Google.
All right, this is gonna be real quick. It's so Event 201. 201. First page that comes up, you look at it. They planned this back in October before the virus even came out, and it's October 18th, 2019. It's got like about 5 videos. If you click on the video tab, you can watch them all. But they kind of just predicted all the opposed media that would come about this and how they would deal with it and how they were gonna deal with the economies. Anyways, but it's by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Economic Forum, and the John Hopkins Bloomberg, whatever. But either way, yeah, this is the main reason I think is the pandemic, and all these elites are behind it. Bill Gates being like at the face of it, whether he is just a puppet or not, who knows? But all right, back to this YouTube video. When I saw this, I thought it was so interesting, and then I've seen so many other videos regarding the whole exosome versus virus theory and what this could really be. Oh my gosh, there's so many doctors that just get deleted left and right when they talk about it. But this is the video right here. I just uploaded it.
Provided by NASA and other space agencies of stars and planets and galaxies were completely fake. Images provided by NASA and other space agencies of stars and planets and galaxies were completely
fake. But I was curious about microspace. I remembered the images I had seen when I was little of viruses. So there's a lot of fear involved with sickness and disease and things we cannot see. So I was curious as to whether they actually existed, and I decided to do some research. It's 2015. I figured surely by now we have millions of pictures of viruses. And much to my dismay, I couldn't find anything. They were the same old NASA-like CGI pictures and images, nothing real. There were no real pictures from an electron microscope of a virus, other than the handful of images I remember from when I was a kid. So I immediately just started looking into it more and more and finding so many holes in the theory of viruses. We really have never seen a clear picture of a virus. The only thing we see in these electron microscope pictures or images are just these round orbs. And then once you realize what is required in order to view a sample under the electron microscope, you may not be so quick to accept the dots and squiggly lines as sufficient proof for the existence of these mythological beasts known as viruses. There are 3 things up front that, in my opinion, seriously call into question what we have assumed for so long. Number 1 is the power of the electron beam that is used, which destroys all living cells. Number 2 is the vacuum required for it to function, which immediately evaporates any water and would vaporize a biological sample. And number 3 is that all samples in transmission and scanning electron microscopes must be coated with a thin layer of metal, usually gold or gold palladium. This makes the sample conductive. And so the virus, too small to be visible under any optical microscope, can be located, captured, secured, have the water removed, and coated with metal for the finished product of a dot or squiggly line. That is unbelievable. And here is how the experts describe the process.
Quite important to be very open-minded about what you're going to say. You need to make sure what you're looking at is actually real, so you can get quite a few artifacts, anything from dust that's fallen on your sample, which can look like a piece of sample. You can get some cracking in the vacuum, so you actually get cracks forming in your sample, which are not there, they've been caused by the microscope. Sometimes the coating can cause artifacts. If you coat too thickly, you can start to see the metal particles. And of course, if you're looking for small particles, they can look just like your sample might look like.
The environment inside an electron microscope is incredibly hostile to the living cell, so it needs to go through quite an elaborate process to enable it to survive that hostile environment. Firstly, we have a very high vacuum, and if you stick biological samples into a vacuum, they'll just dissipate very quickly and be destroyed. We have a very high energy electron beam, which is required to be able to penetrate the sample. When the electron beam strikes the sample, it gets very, very hot. It can get up to 150 degrees Celsius where the electron beam actually hits the sample. So it needs to be able to survive that very high temperature.
Usually the way to tell if something's an artifact is just from experience. So spending a lot of time looking at a whole lot of different samples, you'll see these things continually appearing.
Some of the important things to think about when you're interpreting data from the microscope is, do you understand your sample well enough to be able to interpret what you're seeing? There's just a lot of information. In fact, you could almost say that you're going to be overwhelmed by information when you get to the ultrastructural level. And unless you really know your sample well, then this information could actually be misleading. Do you have enough experience with the particular technique you're working to know what has gone on during the preparation of the sample and how it may have altered your sample? You also need to think very carefully about, have you introduced bias into the way you collected your sample? You may have tended to look for pretty areas rather than areas that are scientifically relevant.
Spatter coating is popping a really thin layer of metal on top of our sample surface. The layer we'd use is between 1 and 10 nanometers, so it's nice and thin. It's not going to cover up any of the sample, but it's going to add a nice wee layer so the sample becomes conductive. If the sample's not conductive, we won't see anything. So what will happen is the electrons that land on the sample and go through the sample can't get away to Earth, so they build up inside the sample and cause artifacts, which we call charging. So we'd get our sample, attach it to a holder, so it's attached quite firmly. We'd load it into the spatter coater, shut everything up and create quite a high vacuum in the coater. We would then pass a voltage over the top of the coater where the metal target is sitting. And that creates a little electric field inside the coater itself. We then bleed gas into the chamber. The gas molecules get all excited and they kind of hoon around and knock little bits of the target material off. So those little bits of the target also move around inside the chamber quite randomly, and they find their way and land on top of the sample, creating quite a thin layer.
Now, there may be even more resistance to this idea that viruses are a complete fabrication, even more so than the flat Earth. If you say the flat Earth, people might just think you're crazy. But if you say, I don't even think viruses exist, they may think you're completely off your rocker. So it's actually that ingrained in us that these viruses exist. And that's how important it is that we be honest with ourselves and we look at everything with objective eyes and we say, okay, you're trying to give me medication or vaccine or this or that. Well, prove to me that you even have isolated a virus, that you even know what a virus is, that this virus actually exists as you present it. So there are people out there, not as many as the Flat Earth movement or the fake space realization. You know, there's a book by Klaus Conlin, and it's titled How the Medical Industry Continually Invents Epidemics, Making billion-dollar profits at our expense. And he shows that the alleged contagious viruses are just, in fact, particles produced by the cells themselves as a consequence of certain stress factors. So there's a lot of information out there. We need to discover a lot more information. And like I said, this is not a very popular topic, and there's not many people out there blowing the whistle on it. But I think that there are
That was it. I could play a video of Dr. Thomas Cowan. He's pretty good. I mean, I don't. Am I still on the show? I don't hear anybody.
Yeah, you're there. I hear you.
Okay, bro. I thought I got booted. I'm so used to getting
No.
deleted or something. I don't know, bro.
I mean, no, scientists will admit they have no idea. Viruses are even considered living things. So, I mean,
Yeah, if you
they don't know what they are.
versus exosomes, there's so much. You can spend hours on the topic. I like Dr. Thomas Collins. I think he explains it best. This is all about political stuff, so I'm not gonna be.
I've always had a theory that viruses at some point have something to do, some process in your body. They had original function, and they maybe rogue.
Right, me too. I always thought of it as rogue information or rogue.
Yeah, because they're not alive. I mean, they're there to do something like a function in your body, and then it gets when you get transmitted somehow, let's say sexually, it works somewhere it shouldn't be, and then it gets it goes rogue.
Right.
But what's intriguing about it is, like, let's say, like the hepatitis virus that wants to it has to hijack like a liver cell to reproduce, like an RNA virus. So,
well, all viruses are RNA strands, but the cool thing about them is that they have to be pre-programmed. They have to be specifically engineered to be able to not only interact with the specific cell type within a specific organism, and the way their little keratin shield and all that stuff that keeps them, basically intact while they travel, throughout the world. All that has to be pre-engineered, and then whenever it does find the target cell group and the target organism and injects itself into a living cell, the RNA inside the keratin thing has to specifically be designed to do what it does, to not only to be able to replicate itself, but also to cause the damage. And
exactly,
it's like it's a literal weapon, but it's extremely well engineered.
There's even exactly. Show you guys. It's the name of this guy. His name is Dr. Thomas Cowan. And again, this came out right when the first this whole around March when this whole pandemic came out. But
I have 10 minutes. I wasn't sure.
It's real good, bro. He kind of goes into his theory of exosomes versus and he's real quick and concise, and he tells you, he kind of explains what he believes all this RNA exosomes viruses were coughing.
So who's been engineering these viruses?
We're expelling a poison, so we're being poisoned. I'll let him tell you because he's more credible than me. You know what I mean? I'm just Joe Schmuck. But I saw this.
Well, I've researched a little bit into the hepatitis C virus, like that goes back into maybe into the military. If you go into conspiracy theory routes,
yeah,
they were trying to.
Go ahead, bro. You want to tell?
Well, one is Lyme disease. I know that didn't exist naturally. Lyme disease.
Well, I think that when I was talking about, they were trying to for the soldiers. They were trying to because of malaria. They were trying to figure out some way to vaccinate them against malaria, and then they exposed them somehow and caused something to go rogue, and then it created that virus.
Well, if you guys, I don't want to necessarily change the subject for everybody, but I'm going to post a link. I don't know if it works here in live chat or not.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll post it in private chat. But there's an episode of an old TV show called Dead Zone, where the show producers literally went to the CDC, and the CDC gave them the show prep material they used for this episode that literally had a coronavirus coming out of China that they found out that they could not cure it, but they could fight it with hydrochloroc or whatever that controversial stuff is.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, but this is all back in 2003.
Yeah.
So everything that's happened in 2020, this TV show aired in 2003. So it's pretty cool.
I gotta copy that.
I'm gonna talk for a minute if that's all right with you guys.
You go ahead, bro.
I was going to get to this stage, but I can't help but say something about this whole coronavirus thing, if you want me to. So, again, when you know Steiner, you have the answers to the test, but you have to then figure out the details. In 1918, after the biggest pandemic, the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918, Steiner was asked, what was this all about? And he said, well, viruses are simply excretions of a toxic cell. Viruses are pieces of DNA or RNA with a few other proteins. They bud out from the cell. They happen when the cell is poisoned. They are not the cause of anything. And the first way I would encourage you to think about this is if you are a famous dolphin doctor, right? And you have been studying dolphins in the Arctic Circle for hundreds of years, or at least a long time, and the dolphins were fine. And then they call you up, Fred, all the dolphins or a lot of the dolphins are dying in the Arctic Circle. Can you come and investigate, right? And you have one question to ask. So show of hands, how many of you would say, I want to investigate a dolphin to see the genetic makeup of that dolphin? Nobody, because that's stupid. How many of you would say, I want to see if this dolphin and that dolphin has a virus because it might be contagious and that's why all these dolphins are getting sick? That fellow. How many of you would say, excuse my French here, somebody put some shit in the water here? Like Exxon Valdez? Anybody? Everybody. Because that's what happened. And the cells get poisoned. They try to purify themselves by excreting debris, which we call viruses. If you go to the current theory of viruses called exosomes, and the latest head of the NIH giving a talk on the complexity of viruses, you will see this is perfectly in line with the current thinking on what a virus really is. I had a dramatic example of this when I was growing up. Right outside our house, there was a wetlands, and it was full of frogs, and the frogs kept me up at night, so I taped the windows, and in the spring they made a big racket. And then over time, the frogs were all gone. How many thinks the frogs had a genetic disease? How many think the frogs had a virus? How many think somebody put DDT into the water? That's what happened.
Antifreeze.
Diseases are poisoning. It's one of the reasons why vaccines, so let me skip that for a minute. So what happened in 1918? There was a huge, in every pandemic in the last 150 years, there was a quantum leap in the electrification of the Earth. In 1918, late fall of 1917, there was the introduction of radio waves around the world. Whenever you expose any biological system to a new electromagnetic field, you poison it, you kill some, and the rest go into a kind of suspended animation so that, interestingly, they live a little bit longer and sicker. And then starts in World War II with the next pandemic, with the introduction of radar equipment all over the Earth, blanketing the entire Earth in radar fields. First time humans have ever been exposed to that. In 1968, there was the Hong Kong flu, and it was the first time the Earth has a protective layer in the Van Allen belt, which essentially integrates the cosmic fields from the sun and the Earth, from the moon and Jupiter, etc., integrates that and essentially distributes that to the living beings of the Earth. And we put satellites emitting radioactive frequencies in the Van Allen belt. Within 6 months, we had a new viral pandemic. Why viral? Because the people are poisoned, they excrete toxins, they look like viruses. People think it's a flu epidemic. In the 1918, the epidemic, the Boston Health Department decided to investigate the contagiousness of this. So they, believe it or not, took hundreds of people with the flu and they sucked the snot out of their nose and injected it into the healthy people who didn't have the flu. And not one time could they make the next person sick. They did this over and over again, and they were not able to demonstrate contagion. They even did it with horses who apparently got the Spanish flu, and they put bags over their head and the horses sneezed in the bag, and they put the bag over the next horse, and not one horse got sick. You can read about this in a book called The Invisible Rainbow by Arthur Furstenberg, who chronicles all the steps in the electrification of the earth and how within 6 months there was a new flu pandemic all over the world. And when you hear the normal explanations, how did it go from Kansas to South Africa in 2 weeks? So the entire world got the symptoms at the same time, in spite of the fact that the mode of transportation was horseback and boats, and there's no explanation for it. They just say, we don't know how that happened. But when you think about it, with these radio waves and other frequencies that some of you have in your pocket and on your wrist, you can send a signal to Japan and it arrives instantaneously. So any of you who don't believe there is an electromagnetic field that communicates globally within seconds just is not paying attention to this. And I will only finish by pointing out that there has been a dramatic and quantum leap in the last 6 months with the electrification of the earth. And I'm sure a lot of you know what that is. It's called 5G, where they now have 20,000 radiation emitting satellites, just like the radiation emitting thing in your pocket and on your wrist and that you use all the time. That is not compatible with health. I'm sorry to say it, it's not compatible with health. That is a water destructuring device. And for any of you who say, yeah, well, we're not electrical beings, we're just physical matter, then don't bother doing an EKG or an EEG or a nerve conduction test, because we are electrical beings and the chemicals are only the byproduct of those electrical impulses. And I'll finish with, anybody want to make one guess as to where the first completely blanketed 5G city in the world was? Exactly. So when you start thinking about this, we are in an existential crisis here, folks, the likes of which humankind has never seen. And I don't want to go all Old Testament prophet on you, but this is something that is unprecedented. The putting of 100,000 satellites in the very blanket of the earth. And by the way, as I was going to say earlier, this actually has something to do with the vaccine question. And this got brought home to me because about a year ago or so, I had a patient who came in who was totally fine, a surfer and all, and then he works as an electrician putting in Wi-Fi systems for very wealthy people. Electricians have a very high mortality rate, but he was fine. And then he breaks his arm and he gets a metal plate put in his arm. 3 months later, he couldn't get out of bed and was total, heart irregularities, just total collapse. The susceptibility has to do with how much metal you have in your body, as well as the quality of the water in your cells. So if you start injecting aluminum in people, they become receptors for absorbing increased electromagnetic fields. And that is a perfect storm for the kind of deterioration of the species, which is what we're now experiencing. And I'm just going to finish with one more thing, which I like to, is a quote from Rudolf Steiner. And by the way, this was around 1917, so it was a different time. In times when there were no electrical currents, when the air was not swarming with electrical influences, we're talking 1917, it was easier to be human. For this reason, in order to be human at all today, it is necessary to expend much stronger spiritual capacities than was necessary a century ago. So I'll just leave you with whatever you can do to increase your spiritual capacities, because it's really damn hard to be a human being these days. So thanks for listening.
Yeah, I hope it was good. That's all. Because I don't know, my Wi-Fi's not that good today. I'm in the 4G, 5G transition.
All right.
This is the Pandemic by Hip Productions 2020 documentary, but it got deleted off YouTube within an hour. So if you want to, you can check it out on BitChute. I have an upload on my channel, Iger Television. But all right, that's enough.
Well, I mean, I would agree that that viruses, you know, they still have no idea what they are. I'll go back to my original point. I firmly believe that they're definitely there were a part of a system in the body that has went rogue in some form or way, whether it was man-made or could be caused by numerous factors. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I think what happened with that SARS virus, the innovation was to get it to jump from bats to humans, and they were able to do that in a lab in China, apparently, from technology they supposedly got from us. I guess, I don't know.
Well, your immune system plays a big role, because you notice that these kids don't, you know what I mean, are not.
Regarding how we keep blaming China, you'll see Biden blaming China, or you'll see every politician blaming China. You see everybody on TV blaming China. But I mean, they're just, you know, we have corporations here in the U.S. from other countries.
Well, actually, this lady scientist bragged about being able to do that, being able to get it to jump from animals to human.
What I'm getting at is Bill Gates, all these mega corporations. They're all these elite, you know, they're all these elite Illuminati people that are funding labs in China. They're not, you know, people keep blaming China, but that's only because they want a World War III, so they wanna put public.
You never know what's going on,
but what I'm getting at is you can't, you know, they want to kill off the population in China. They want to kill off the population here in the USA. They want a World War III just to call the herd, according to them, or thin down the population. So yeah, that if you want to debate that, but then you get into the Illuminati. That's one of the cards in the Illuminati card game of World War III. So they want us to and every time you have a war, the elite win, because the only people that go to war is the poor people, the working class, and that's the only people that lose in wars. The elite always profit. They profit off of selling weapons. We got the whole military industrial complex, just like we have the whole
the pawns,
medical industrial complex. So these.
You know what a pawn is, right?
Huh?
A pawn. The pawns.
Yeah, we're the pawns. So they're
the pawns. You put them out in front.
I mean, China, and to me it's insanity, because as I said earlier when I first started screen sharing, you could just Google up Event 201. First page comes up. It's their actual page. They planned this whole event in 2019, and the people behind it were Bill Gates and the Melinda Gates Foundation and the World Economic Forum and the John Hopkins people. So they got other people involved. So it's like a worldwide elite event. All these satanic Illuminati people, whatever you want to call them, synagogue of Satan people, and they're playing us against each other, and that's how they always win, because they always find a way to divide and conquer us.
Well, this lady that came out recently and said that it was intentional by the Chinese government, she said, I mean, I don't know how you can make an intentional virus to infect your own people and then to have it spread over the whole world. I mean, it doesn't even make sense.
Nope. And I think it has to do with the new election.
See, because China has millions of people, and with millions of people, you'll have lots of deaths. And right now, they're building hospitals right now.
Yeah,
because
a lot of stuff, but it's all empty. I mean, my neighbor is a nurse, and she tells me how empty they are.
Because of this winter, they're already having a lot of people with the spreading among the population. Because when you have millions of people like that, a lot of people are going to be asymptomatic, but then there's a lot of people who will be severely affected.
Yeah,
the older population.
At the media hype, how at first it was going to be, we thought everybody was going to be dying. We were going to be digging graves left and right, but You know, no more people died this year. I
Well,
don't
it
think.
was pretty bad. I mean, New
Now,
Jersey.
I do think now that they have these 5G towers up, because if you just Google up 5G military weapons, and a bunch of information is going to come out, they can do all kinds of things.
Hey, I want to say one thing. Wait a second here. You know, because Joel's in the chat. Joel, have you Googled about keeping cell phones away from your body?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, because they'll tell you they're safe, but they'll also tell you like don't sleep on by your head, keep away from your vital organs. I mean, they are
radio waves though. It's because of the batteries.
You ever wonder why your cell phone comes with a little cell phone Bible into it? I actually, somebody asked me this question today, and I just happened to have a little booklet from my cell phone that I bought a long time ago. It was crazy how it happened, because there's people I love and care, and I don't see eye to eye with anybody at this point in this world. It doesn't matter if you're on the internet or if you're an actual person that I know, which is sad.
I've got an article I'll link to from electromagnetic field scientists appeal calling for tougher limits on cell phones related technologies.
Well, yeah. Even what I was getting at, even if you look at your 4G cell phone, it's gonna tell you that there's a lot of stuff that they don't know about. You know how this is gonna affect how the cell phones affect people. So a lot of them tell you to keep your phone so far away from your body, like you were saying, Chris. And they recommend certain things and facing the back towards you. I was actually going through the manual today, but a lot of the stuff is so encrypted. It'll refer you to the CDC website or some other website to get more information. But when you really even look at what's on the cell phone when you buy it, if you read there's a safety. And it's the safety health.
Yeah, from iPhone, you're supposed to keep an iPhone at least 7 to 5. iPhone 7 at least 5 millimeters, about 0.2 inches away from your body. Galaxy 6 1.5, which is just a half an inch. But it says do not keep your cell phone in your pocket or your bra when it's powered on.
Yeah,
and that's that line. That's from the
manufacturer.
For the manufacturer, but then there's also different websites like the FDA that want to tell you that cell phones are not linked to any problems. But
keep reading.
There's
no proof that cell phones are not harmful. It's what I read from my own cell phone manufacturer today. So if you just read the whole thing, because I read probably like for 5 minutes of there's so many warnings in there. So
yeah,
pacemakers. If you have a pacemaker, you got to keep it even further away from you, or something in your what do they call the thing in your ear, the hearing aids. You got to keep it even further away from you, because the RF they called it, which is radio frequencies. They can interact with the RF and yeah, it's crazy.
I'm not 100% sold either way, but
go ahead, my bad.
I'm not sold either way, but I have a little like I was telling Jungle, he can get up where he was at for Sprint. Will give you a magic box, and that thing right there is like it amplifies the signal like up to 30,000 square feet. And so I mean it's like a mini cell phone tower, and I just don't want that thing. The best place I could find it was like in the you're supposed to put it in the window, was like by my bed. And I'm like, I wouldn't do it. I found a spot in the back room.
I gotta go to the Sprint store tomorrow, and they think they want me to check the phone. There's nothing wrong with the phone.
Well, they'll send somebody out first, do diagnostic, and see. They'll see.
Yeah, they told me to go to the store.
Yeah,
and diagnose my phone.
They should send somebody out in your area though, because they're going to have to. That's the only way they're going to be able to tell.
Maybe it's true.
If it's because my problem was I was in between two towers, and then when I upgraded my upgrade to a 9G or the Galaxy 9, they changed to different bandwidth. You know what I mean? So they were trying to push people off to different signals. So it was having a hard time. It was trying to go to one tower, but they were wanting to go to another tower.
Well, the phone keeps switching
between different kinds of signal. They got the LTE and the 3G.
And that Wi-Fi bouncing probably between two towers like mine was. And once I got that and I was able to lock onto a tower, and then it's constant, and then you won't have that problem anymore.
Yeah, I gotta have it
They're free
checked out
too.
at the store, and they'll probably give me the magic box, like you said,
They're
because
they're heavy, man. They're about the weight of a small microwave, and about as big as a laptop, about 6 inches tall. You know what I mean? The width is about as long as a laptop, standard laptop, 15 inches or something. I guess not 15 inches, but about a foot and a half or something like that. So
yeah, because my signal here is really bad, and sometimes I went and tried I had the Verizon phone. I went on the
Verizon's usually pretty good where I live.
the property. I went on the property, and it was a worse signal with a Verizon phone than the Sprint phone where I was.
Yeah, it just depends on where you live and who's got the most towers there. So
I'll tell you guys,
What was
right now we're transitioning from the 4G to 5G, so it's causing problems for everybody. Because I experienced even problems here too, and that's what it is. Is they're switching. They're taking out the old tower, so your cell phone was used to hooking up to a certain tower, and now it's a 5G tower, and your cell phone might not be compatible with the 5G tower. So eventually, we're all gonna have to get new cell phones to.
I don't think we have 5G here yet. We don't even have.
I've seen ads on TV, AT&T advertising 5G, but I'm not sure if that's already have it out. If it's coming out.
I don't think it's in this area. I mean, be lucky if we had 3G here.
In Florida, they're out, bro. And the weirdest part is that
because it's flat down there.
Yeah, flatter than a pancake for sure. Because there's a saying that. Anyways, we're getting off topic. I'm gonna go back to the 5G. but yeah, when the lockdown started, Trump signed an order to push this 5G, and there's nothing you could do to stop it because it's a presidential order, and they can put 5G in any public structure. So you'll see them in light posts, you'll see them in and the thing with 5G is before we had the 2.5 gigahertz with the 4G and everything before that. And now this 5G is going to be like 80 gigahertz frequency, and it's got to be even closer, and it's going to even travel through buildings. They're going to use it to you can map out a household like almost like if you were taking that thing where they lay you down and stick you into a thing. They can map you out pretty good with the 5G technology because that's just how advanced they're getting. So we're
CT scan.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a CT scan.
I wanted to ask real quick, man. Are you sure you're not confusing Trump's order to ban the Chinese switch technology for 5G versus? I think I heard you say something about
the
ordering
Huawei
installed.
Trump assumed the day that the lockdown took place around March. Around that time, Trump signed that order to fast track the 5G. That's why you've seen it. You've seen towers. Well, I've seen towers, and a lot of people see towers being popped up overnight.
That's ridiculous because 5G, it's just a compressed 4G. It's a compressed CDMA signal. It's absolutely worthless.
If that was the case, then we will have the same infrastructure, but they're building brand new towers. So that's why a lot of people are having internet problems. And
that's part of the scam. Since they're compressing the signal, then they'll have to build the new towers so they can pass on the expenditure to the customer to make more money because the old CDMA and the LTE networks are saturated. It's just a marketing scam. It's nothing. It's not a new technology.
I know it's been around. The 5G technology has actually been around since the 70s. They're called WEN towers, and you can just Google up 5G military weapons, click images, and you'll see all about it. They've been using 5G to crowd. They actually have something called
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah, they actually have something called Mind of God, which was used in the Iraqi war to they can actually make you hear voices with this technology, and it gets crazy. Check it out. I can't share my screen, but I'm telling you, just Google Mind of God military weapon, and they used it in the Iraqi war to make people hear stuff in their head.
King of the night, eh, Georgia? All right.
I don't know, man. It's some of that. There's a blurry line between conspiracy theory and truth. You know what I mean? But I think there's kernels of truth in there. But
all I can say is I heard voices.
now they did have something in Iraq where they were blasting them. They have that in the military, Joe. I'm sure can tell you about where they'll blast people with
but not only did I hear voices, I saw written out in letters the words in front of me that I was hearing.
Yeah, see that means they'd have to know how to specifically map some sort of thing to your specific brain physiology and to know exactly how to
in color, live in color.
I'm interested. Maybe my search engine is different than your Google search engine.
Someone was asking me something specifically I couldn't hear.
Yeah, Joe. Can you Google "Mind of God" military weapon?
I could, but
tell me what you get.
No offense, I don't know if I want to.
All right.
It's pretty deep, man. You have to do a lot of reading on that. I mean, like, there's videos and then there's counter videos, and it's just like, yeah.
Well, I guess to me, if that was true technology, and especially if the public were knowing about it, then Elon wouldn't be wasting all his millions and billions of dollars on Neuralink.
Yeah.
Sure.
Elon Musk is, he's another candidate from the Antichrist as far as I'm concerned. But I see that you have his dragon capsule as your avatar, so maybe you worship him like, the ultimate.
No, I worship Jesus Christ. And Elon Musk prays over his lunch like I do. So that's just ridiculous, man. I don't know where these ideas come from, but the dragon capsule is just another piece of technology to get us back up into space because the government sucks. That's it, man.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the Neuralink because people were like, how are they going to get this mark on your forehead? But what do you think about the Neuralink, bro? Tell us about the Neuralink.
It's not nothing to do with your forehead.
How'd they get the car in space?
No. I want to hear about the Neuralink from Elon Musk. Can you tell us, Joe? Because I know you probably
public information about it.
What do you know?
It's the next stage of what's called deep brain stimulation. Been using it to cure Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and all kinds of wonderful medical cures.
Basically, what it is like a coin-shaped object. So they drill out a part of your cranium.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They drill out your cranium about the size of a quarter, and then they put something similar to an iPhone watch, but it has little wires that connect to your brain. So basically,
that was version 0.3. Version 1 will not require any incisions.
All right. Well, my bad. But regardless, you got these wires that are going to go into your brain so you can connect with the AI. Because according to Elon Musk, the AI is eventually going to take over the world anyway. So the best way to beat it is to join it.
It's according to everybody that's in the AI research, but not just Elon.
Right. So, yeah, we got this AI kind of taking over the world. So you can call that the Antichrist also.
Maybe.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I'll have to check it out.
But the AI can't tell you what's true, though.
Well, the Bible's
true is that the Neuralink thing Elon Musk is working on is true.
I mean, unless it's programmed to believe the truth or tell the truth or.
Well, if you have something hooked into your brain, at what point?
I don't know if AI can be cast into a lake of fire, but
think the truth,
guys.
Yeah.
I said I'm not sure how an AI could be cast into a lake of fire, but I don't know.
It's getting a little far out there for me. But man, I got to go to bed. This is fascinating. It's probably a topic for me for another day. It's a little late. My brain can't hardly keep up with the. It's getting late. But you guys have a good night. And Jungle, I'll see you maybe this weekend. And Joe, good talking to you. And same to you, Iger. And good night to everybody in the chat.
See you, man.
All right,
Take
brother.
All right, Chris.
Yeah, and I don't want to stir up any controversy. I don't want to certainly start any kind of fights or anything, guys. If y'all want to share this,
Iger's used to it. He got thick skin.
Good.
You can just keep on telling us about the Neuralink, bro. Because I'm on version 3.0 still because I stopped watching it. So you can tell me what version are we on now? What version is he on now?
I think 0.9 something. 0.9A is the current one. They're trying to wait for the FDA to give approval for the first humans.
And what's that gonna do?
We'll be able to just use it on a person instead of a monkey.
Oh well, yeah. When I saw it, he actually had put it on the pig.
So what's the Neuralink supposed to do? Is you control electronics or mechanical things or what?
Just all kinds of things. It's instead of so right now they use what's called
Kind of
deep
like the Matrix, bro. It really is kind of like the Matrix, where if you want to learn how to garden tomato plants, you can just kind of close your eyes and think it, and then you're gonna see all the information in your brain. And or you want to learn Taekwondo? All right.
Well, that's going to be that's going to be
Just
that's
like
going to be the biblical prophecy fulfilled that when they kill the two witnesses, that the whole world will see it.
Can we share screens here or no?
The whole world will witness
possible, probable,
the killing of the two witnesses.
Let me see if this works. If y'all see this or not.
No, bro. Joel. Possible.
Yeah,
Try it.
Then it says they'll send gifts to each other, and then after 3 days, the two witnesses will rise from the dead.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working, huh?
Well, the thing is, possible, probable. On the stream anymore, so I don't even know if we're live still, bro. Let me check real quick.
It's live.
It's
live still. Well, 5 hours.
On
5:16.
So yeah, so it's basically the next step above. So DBS is like a pacemaker for your brain. If you want to YouTube it, deep brain stimulation. My favorite one is this. It's the one that's called juvenile onset Parkinson's. It's a young lady who recently had it, and she shows a demonstration where she turns the little remote battery that's embedded in her chest. She turns it off and on remotely, and so when she turns it off, she's got stage 4 Parkinson's, and she's very young. It's really sad. She's in her 20s or so, and her tremors start up again. She can't speak very well. She can't stand on one foot, and then when she turns it back on, you just see her just kind of melt. So what it does is it is direct implants. It's in your skull. It's in your brain. And so it's like a pacemaker, like a pacemaker in the heart. It helps create electrical stimulus to the heart muscles to help make sure it stays in time and prevent heart attack. Well, same thing with the brain. Since our brain is just electrical chemical signals as well, it'll stimulate a person's electrical signals so that whenever it'll measure and detect when there's tremors that are coming on from Parkinson's, and then it'll just kind of augment, either cancel out or correct those signals.
It'll cancel out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it's real awesome. So Neuralink is taking that it's basically the same kind of technology, but they want to make it bidirectional. They want to make it so that we can try to use those stimulations. It's basically it's like a very fancy EKG. So we can read and measure our own brain signals and then stimulate them with other computer technology. So the idea is that it'll help cure all kinds of possible things, not just brain related diseases, but you might be able to help better understand like sight problems and hearing problems, maybe even correct people that have blindness, for example, be able to help cure blindness. There's all kinds of possibilities.
That's why he's one of the candidates for the Antichrist.
It's just those are some of the miracles. So
say again.
The whole mark on your forehead.
There's some of the miracles, and
like I said earlier, you can download whatever you want. If you want to download how to learn Taekwondo, it's taking you into this.
That's cyberpunk, yeah. That's been speculated since like the 80s. I agree.
Yeah, I know.
Jack your brain in, they call it. Yeah, I've been following that. I've been
That's what it is, because like you said, they can measure your heart rate, they can measure your whatever, and it's hooked up to your brain and your other, nervous system areas. If there's a gap, so like I agree with what you're saying, where it can be used for good, but it can also be used for bad because
all technology like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to describe it. It's kind of like an ODB scanner for your car engine. It's like an ODB scanner for your head.
The best way I can describe it is like
So it's a troubleshooter. That's all it is a troubleshooter. I thought it would connect and link you up to technology and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can connect to the internet, and then the internet can connect to you, and who knows who's controlling what
Yeah,
you.
it's like you could connect your car computer to your laptop to the internet if you
Facebook
wanted.
has been in court so many times for selling your private information to all these corporations, conglomerate of corporations that actually rule the world through the Illuminati and other secret societies. Or if you go back to the Bible, you can call them.
Because eventually people are going to want to carry around a cell phone. They're going to want a cell phone
Oh, yeah,
hooked
with
up
the
to
new
their head or something, hooked up to their mind.
Yeah,
now you have
stream
stuff.
music straight into your ocular center. Yeah, there's even the speculation might be able to create actual telepathy. We actually just talk to each other.
Oh yeah, and talk to each other and see things around the world and everything.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah, that's what I thought it would be.
for me, that's a bad thing because that's gonna lead us into when the Bible talks about iron mixing with clay and then it can't mix. We're getting real close to the end times. So
No, we're already mixing, and we have two complete opposite ideologies, and we're mixing our seed already, and we're still not, adhering to each other. Just like Daniel said, the prophecy fulfilled.
yeah. So yeah, no matter how you slice it and dice it, I think we're getting close, bro. I think
There's
Calvin might be right. And
two extreme ideologies, yeah.
And then you can say that about everything nowadays. You can say that about wearing a mask. And I saw a lady getting tased for not wearing a mask today at a football game. When the football players are not wearing a mask, and then she's over here getting arrested and tased. So you could say the whole left-right paradigm, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, or who knows what they have in other countries. I was talking to Gavin from New Zealand, and he's telling me about his two parties, and it's the same thing. It's just they divide you and conquer you, and that's how these corporations that are. If you look at how many corporations control the media, it's 6. And then who controls the 6 media corporations? It's the same person. So I blame it on Satan, bro.
It's just the knob on your TV or your mouse that controls what the corporations tell you. If you don't want to hear what someone has to say,
what knob you
close the
turn,
browser.
they're all controlled by the same person.
No. It's just that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to. Again, I don't want to get into controversial stuff. We can turn it off.
Yeah,
and it's ultimately what the people want anyway.
Right, but if it's in your brain, you can't turn it off. If you
can.
get the neural link, you can't turn it off. It's in your brain. Test your brain. It's got little wires hooking into all your.
It still requires an external communication, so there's going to be a switch somewhere.
The beauty of life, because everything kind of requires consent.
You can probably literally not to be too silly.
If you want, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. So
you could probably literally put on a tinfoil hat and block whatever signal to your neural link chip.
Well, I think a tinfoil hat would enhance the signal.
No, because it would require the Faraday cage effect. It'll block it.
It'll ground it out, yeah.
And that might block the signals, but a tinfoil hat would enhance the signal.
No, not at all. That's why we use it for EMF shielding.
It would ground it out.
Tinfoil hats for aluminum shielding. You're crazy.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I was an electronics expert in the military, and there's this very expensive cable, the Whiskey 10 cable, they call it. So, on Apache helicopters, they have what's called the TADS PINVIS sensor array. On top is the PINVIS, the pilot night vision sensor, and below is the TADS, which has the day and the night sensors and the lasers and all good stuff. And so the PINVIS sits on top and it spins horizontally, and that's what they use. That's the pilot night vision sensor. It has one connect. There's a wire that connects all the different components, the subcomponents, all the drivers and the pre and post amps, the cooler doer, and all the camera stuff. It all connects to this one cable called the Whiskey 10 cable. Comes out the bottom. It's all this massive cool stuff, and then it connects to the rest of the TADs to this one connector. And this one connector costs about $10,000 for the Army at the pipe when you go buy it from supply. We always joke we could probably make it ourselves, for like $200 out of Radio Shack.
Right, you go into business,
or if to be able to block the signal if there's a nuclear explosion, in an EMF field or whatever. So try to prevent the helicopter from crashing and losing the PINVIS capability. It's got literal tinfoil wrapped around this whiskey tin cable. Just stuff out of the kitchen drawer. And I don't know how many other thousands of dollars it adds to it, but it's all it is.
That reminds me of the lunar module where it's covered with tinfoil. Then we paid like billions of dollars for that thing, and it's just a little model.
$3,000 hammers.
Well,
and stuff.
it's a special tinfoil, probably some kind of plastic or something. Tinfoil.
Well, if you listen to Joe here, he's telling you could build it for $200, but they charge you like $1 million or.
I do. Well,
they just make up numbers, bro. They pick a number and they see what they can get away with, and that's what they do. Bro.
Different. It's close to that. So yeah. So part of the cool thing, especially when I was in Korea, we had an actual Martin Marietta Raytheon civilian crew right across the street from us, and so we'd hang out with them and talk. And so the reason, okay, so the Apache helicopter at the time, the Alpha and Delta models that we were working on, where it's like I think the Army pays like 14 or 15 million dollars for each of them, but the actual helicopter, the system, it's like 50 to 60 million dollars for Lockheed and them for Boeing to make them, right? So if that's how these bid contracts, the lowest bidder thing is how it's almost a scam. So they undersell. If they only got it from the cost of the contract, they'd go out of business. So what they do is they undersell the price of the system dramatically. Like I said, it's they only charge $15 million for a $60 million helicopter. The way they actually get their money back, though, is through all the parts and all the maintenance. So that's how you charge for a $200 cable. You charge the fire control computer card. There's this one card that controls most of the computer operations in the FCC black box for the Apache. It was $40,000. It has a 486 chip on it. Hopefully the E model has something better on it, but we would joke. We maybe for like maybe $100, $200, we could probably build that FCC card from scratch again for just parts off of an old computer. But no, the Army will pay $40,000 for that card to keep Lockheed in business, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how they get it on the back end, basically.
You got
it's
it.
silly, but I guess it works.
You know what? I focus on NASA a lot, but they only get $20 billion a year, and people always say, "Oh, that's just a little fraction," and they're right, because in reality, the military-industrial complex, that's how they pull most of the money out, and from the taxpayers, and it's like what he's saying it's all with these contracts, and you got Lockheed Martin and all these other big names and whatnot.
Yeah,
but
the sad thing
I agree with you on that, Joe. But
yeah, it was sad. The total GDP for United States, we spend like 4% total on military stuff. It's kind of sad. Versus like North Korea, they spend like 80% of their GDP on military.
All right, what's next, guys?
I'm a technology buff, so if y'all want to take technology, I'll be here all night.
What do you do, bro? Because I was listening to your I was here for a while, and you guys were having a good conversation about the whole biology stuff. So I'm just kind of curious. And now you brought up the Army, and you see the corruption, and we all wake up in some kind of way, whether it be 9/11 or the some false flag somewhere.
He's younger than me. And he knows more than me.
Jungle.
I don't know where I've been all this time.
Your biblical knowledge is very, very good, bro. You're very underrating yourself, because I learned a lot from you.
Yeah, I guess everybody has their own niche or whatever.
Exactly. Well, yeah, we all wake up to like the satanic deception in one way or another. With it could be anything. It could be 5G. It could be vaccines. It could be the cosmology. It could be the moon landings. It could be when you see a conspiracy, there's something wrong, because like a washing machine washes clothes, and there's no.
Well, actually, Edgar, you're not supposed to be worrying about it, because you got to trust God too, right?
Right. That's why I appreciate you, because you have more biblical knowledge than me, because I only became a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, because even if all of that was all true, we still have to trust God.
Yeah, and you know what? I was for sure, yeah, because even he wrote his word, so it's got to fulfill itself. So I don't know.
Right. And there's nothing to be afraid of. We're in his hands, and he holds our destiny.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, my take on all MS is that everything in life, whether it's military or government or just the church down the road, it's all managed by people. So you just got to make sure you know who you're dealing with, and anything can be corrupted, and it's all our responsibility to pay attention.
Yeah, and half the time it's what people want anyway. It's the corrupt desires of people that people have, or
the love of money,
which
the root of all evil.
Even if it's not corrupt, it's still the desire of the people to have a cell phone, to be connected, stuff like that.
Yeah, convenience. Yeah, technology. Cars were evil once upon a time.
I never heard that one before, but I'll look into it, bro. Bringing it up.
So if they sell you a car for 0% financing, do they get you on the repairs?
Well, yeah. When you get into the finance and stuff, yeah, that's how the banks control everything, and that's where the Illuminati plot starts. It's with the
I
banks.
just
If you control
I just paid.
for the money, you don't care who makes the laws.
I basically paid off my car. I paid off my roof repair. I'm paying off everything.
Yeah, bro. If you can, don't. The more you can not be
Debt
part
free. The credit card companies don't like it. The score, whatever, what's like your credit score, they don't like that you live debt free. They want you to be in debt all the time and working. If you have a job, you're working, so you're a slave to the system.
Always. We're all slaves.
Go ahead. That's what
I'm
I'm
trying.
was asking me, but I don't.
I'm trying to be nobody's dog. If I have to work, I'll work for myself. Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully I don't have to work for anybody else, be anybody else's donkey.
Bro, you should start growing some vegetables and fruit trees, and because I know you got some land, and
Yeah.
go grow some stuff over there, bro. Just
I got plans. As a matter of fact, I was mowing the lawn, and I saw outside what's growing wild in the grass is passion fruit. You know what passion fruit is, Iger?
yeah, bro. That's crazy.
That's good, isn't it? That's a good fruit, and it grows wild year round.
Yeah,
it's an annual. It's not a.
Right.
I mean, it's not an annual. It's a perennial.
And then you can actually clip it and go grow it more. So yeah, man,
I'm gonna. They're all through the yard or the lawn. I'm gonna pick them up and plant them.
Well, you can eat them. You can eat the dragon fruit, but what you want to do is clip the trimmings. That way, because that thing grows wild. So you're
But
gonna.
I think isn't there a male and a female plant or what? What's the deal with that?
It's crazy with the way they fruit. Like they only blossom once
There's
a year or something like that.
There's a
So
male and female flower. Isn't there a male and female flower?
yeah, that's a lot with a lot of plants where that's why we need the bees that the 5G is killing. It helps them pollinate, and but they only open up like once a year or something. And the one video I was watching with the passion fruit is like you gotta watch them like hogs, because once they open up, then you gotta go in there. And this guy went in there with a swab and took some of the.
But I think they're self-pollinating, or the bees are pollinated or something, because they're growing fruit. It's growing fruit.
Good. That means it's pollinating itself. So you must have a lot of bees or some type of.
Oh, there's all kind of crazy stuff around this place.
Yeah, that's good, bro.
There's different kinds of bees, all different kinds of bees and everything.
Yep. So you need bugs. But yeah, that's good, bro. I actually. It's funny because I just started looking into dragon fruit a little bit ago because I was curious. I thought I saw somebody growing dragon fruit next to me, and I was like, "Oh man,
you call that dragon? That's what we call it, dragon fruit.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called dragon fruit.
It's good. It's actually sweet when it's ripe.
Bro,
it's actually
delicious. Yeah, it's delicious. It looks like
you call it maracuja, right? Maracuja.
I've been in the U.S. most of my life. I call it dragon fruit.
Oh, okay. It's I think it's maracuja with a J. But we call it maracuja.
I don't know about that, bro, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's good. It's actually sweet. It's sour when you buy it in the store and when you buy the fruit, but when it's ripe, it's
Right.
actually sweet.
Yeah. There's like 200 different varieties of it, just like everything. We got like so many.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Just like bananas, right?
Yep. Or oranges or grapes or whatever.
Yeah, there's like 50 different kinds of bananas
Hey,
where I used to
can you
live.
send me some dragon fruit? But I don't want the fruit. I want like a clipping. If you could just cut off a branch or something, I'll look to grow some dragon fruit, bro. But it's got to be like the plant that makes you the most fruit, because when you start looking into that stuff, then it's like some plants are not as good as producing fruit as other. And so yeah, if you could send me a clipping, bro, I'll appreciate it.
Okay, I'll have to next time I'm all alone, I'll pick up some clippings.
or just
No.
around. Like you ever tried growing aloe plant? You could grab an aloe plant from the store and just stick it in the ground, and that thing
Yeah.
like it grows. The dragon
Oh
fruit
yeah.
thing is like
I've
you
done that before.
water it. It's just put it in a shady spot that way so it can grow some roots. But once it gets roots going, then you could just put it out in the sun, and it's just gonna grow.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah, when you first clip a plant, you got to put it in the shade, because if not, it's gonna kill the plant, the clipping. But them things are amazing. Like I'm so amazed with dragon fruit and any type of cactus, how it grows. It's amazing. All right, let's get back to some space stuff, Joel.
Well, Brady's been trying to ask me to review some video about a missile hitting the Pentagon. Can't seem to find it. But Brady, if I can, real quick, I just without seeing the actual video. So I'm a 3-dimensional programmer and such, and I've worked on projects for RDEcom that are extremely photorealistic. There's some cool stuff that's going to come out soon for civilian stuff that makes CGI look literally real. It's really, really cool stuff. But so if I saw something like that, I think maybe probably doctored something to make it look like.
Bro, I had the worst argument with my girlfriend. She was telling me like the Lion King was actually real lions. I was like, no, it's all CGI, but it's like a mixture of both. So the technology regarding that is just so amazing, because it's hard. They mix it up. It's half real, half CGI, so it's kind of hard to tell what's real and what's not.
Have you heard of deep fake? They call it now. Deep fake technology.
No, tell us about that, bro.
It's CGI, but there's some companies out there that work on actual real-time algorithms where they literally take someone's video, like a live videos, or just recording somebody live, and then they can mimic that in a computer-generated environment to make a person literally and lip sync you to make you literally say anything.
Oh yeah, I see that. I've seen
it.
It is scary.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You
In
don't
other
know
words,
saying what nowadays.
you make a video, yeah, having the person say anything. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. There was one example that they put together. They had like these three. I think it was like Sam Harris and Dawkins and some other guy sitting together, and it's like there was some interview that they were doing together, a real one, where they actually were talking about some atheistic topic, but the company changed it so that they were talking about unicorns and God. I mean, it was just.
Well, I have a thing with unicorns, because that was a big thing. I started my channel like 4 years ago. One of my YouTube channels got deleted, but I argued with so many atheists along the way. But the unicorn thing for me is very interesting, because I was like, they were like, unicorns are in the Bible, and you look it up, it's mentioned like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
Bible,
Yeah, unicorn is in the Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, but regarding unicorns, rhinoceros unicornis is still the scientific name for one-horned rhinoceros, which is now known as the Indian rhinoceros. So if you Google up rhinoceros unicornis, it still shows up, and there's these rhinoceros that only have one horn, and that's their scientific name.
There's a fossil in Siberia that was discovered like that too, I thought.
A what?
There was a fossil in Siberia of a single horn rhinoceros, supposedly.
The big one.
I bet you it was big. I don't know about it, but I bet you it was big because everything.
Yeah, it was a big horn.
All right, let's see the video
for
for.
back then. Sharks. We got sharks. We got the sloths that were as big as elephants. We got the rhinoceros. They were huge, bro. Everything used to be bigger. We're actually devolving, not evolving from God's perfect creation.
I would have liked to have seen Leviathan or Behemoth.
I posted a video about that recently, bro, and it turns out, yeah, I kind of agree with the guy that I posted the video from. His name is Pillars of Truth Church. His real name is Tyler Doka. He shows up a lot if you Google him. But the YouTube channel is Pillars of Truth Church, and he was saying that it was alligators and other things we have today. It wasn't dinosaurs like you think.
I believe it was a Spinosaurus, which is very, very similar to a crocodile animal.
Right, but when you look at the flood, God saved all the animals.
It was an aquatic animal, the Leviathan.
And it looked like an alligator. So
and it would raise itself up on its, hind feet or whatever. It would stand up, in other words.
Yeah, I always thought it was like a dinosaur and I forget the names of them.
Yeah. Except the only thing is dinosaurs don't swim, though. I mean, they're not aquatic. This Spinosaurus is definitely aquatic.
No, I'm sure there's some dinosaur that looks exactly like a brontosaurus but has flippers.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. And it could have been Leviathan, could have been a name for any sea monster for that matter.
Yeah.
But this particular one described in the book of Job it comes out on land, stands upright, looks down at everything runs, and it goes back into the water and stirs up the water like it was boiling or something.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I wanted to help answer Brady's question real quick too.
Go for it, bro.
Yeah, I'm watching that video, and I don't think that's the Pentagon at the near the 5-minute mark. Whatever that's hitting, that's not the Pentagon. But the problem with the whole missile hitting the Pentagon story was that there were several light poles. I'm sorry, light poles along the freeway.
I saw that video. Yeah.
And then there was a large generator, like a 60, 80-foot generator off to the side that had the whole top left chunk of it was just broken off. And
so we're talking about 9/11 now?
Well, Brady was. So it could never have been a missile. It had to have been a very large object like a jet airliner.
The problem with that, if we're talking about 9/11, oh my gosh, this is how I originally wake up because it was around 2005 and I saw this video called what was it? Dang, but yeah, definitely 9/11 was not what we told it was because there's if you look at the actual testimony of the people that were there, they went through that field and they couldn't find anything bigger than like a cell phone as far as there was no
in Pennsylvania or whatever.
Oh, nothing, and it definitely was not an airplane. That's what I think, bro. And well, that's what a lot of people think. That's where the whole we are the other 99%. It's kind of what initiated the whole Wall Street shutdown, and there was a lot of people already woke to that. I wasn't woke till like 3 years ago because that's when I came out actually speaking out about it. But I saw it and it made me go crazy because then that's when I realized that the saying controls everything basically, and it can make you go insane. And they control everything to wanting to cut.
All power comes from God. God determines everything that happens.
Yeah,
and
but
so
we were fooled that they needed that to fool us into going to conquer the Middle East, so that now you can go to Afghanistan, Iraq, and you can use your Visa card.
Even if you're taken prisoner as a Christian, that's all part of God's plan. no matter what happens, it's part of God's plan.
Yeah, right. But definitely Bush. He's 33rd degree Freemason.
Yeah, but I wouldn't worry about that too much, you know. I mean,
Right. But yeah, because if you start looking into that, but what's that? Oh, it was called Fahrenheit 9/11. That was the first video I saw, and that woke me up to 9/11. Like you see the firefighters talking about that. There was a lot of explosions, so it all lines up with a controlled demolition, and then that's what woke me up. So I was like, okay, if this guy in paralysis that's like 65 or 70 years old didn't do this, then who did it? And it turns out it was, the Illuminati, the synagogue of Satan, the corporation conglomerate of people that control the world and lie to us about just about everything, Big Bang, evolution, and whatnot. And but yeah, it was from there. Then I found out about the Illuminati. I found out about the secret societies, and then the rabbit hole just keeps going on and on and on. It never.
If I can help on that, Igor, you gotta be careful because a lot of this stuff is very, very old conspiracy theory stuff. That stuff, I was paying attention back like in the early '80s when I was a kid. There's role playing games based on the Illuminati and all this stuff. I mean, it's old fiction.
Is the synagogue of Satan mentioned in the Bible?
The Illuminati?
The synagogue of Satan. The Illuminati was founded by I forget his name, but it was founded around the same time America was founded by
that story
or something like that.
Well,
the story changes. They talk about it was founded in like 1500.
So,
all kinds of silliness.
Do you know it was founded in the 1776, around the same time America was founded.
See, the stories change. That's what makes it so fake.
Well,
are you familiar with?
It's the synagogue of Satan, which would technically be the Illuminati. Are they mentioned in the Bible? Because I did a whole debate about that on Monday debate.
I don't know anything about Illuminati's existing in the Bible. The only secret I know of Bible
the Masons.
Pardon?
It's the synagogue of Satan mentioned in the Bible.
Say again.
Is
synagogue
the
of Satan
mentioned in the Bible?
Is what mentioned in the Bible?
The synagogue of Satan.
Somebody keeps talking the instant
Yeah.
you start to talk. Can
Synagogue is something? Sorry.
Synagogue of Satan.
Oh, you guys keep doing it.
Again.
Synagogue of Satan.
I have
Check
no
it out.
idea what it is.
Synagogue of Satan. Google it. Synagogue of Satan mentioned in the Bible. Check it out. It's mentioned in the Bible. So if you
we'll type it in the chat. So I can...
Whether you believe that Satan is real or not, and he wants to bring about a one world government, a one world currency, a one world religion, so he can have a one world leader for the first time ever, because a lot of people have been trying to bring about a one world government for a long time, but
since the book of Daniel, right?
Yeah, but here we all worldwide are wearing masks, and how does it work? Is it controlled by corporations? Is it controlled by the media? Is it controlled by?
They wish they could have that kind of control, but no, I don't think so. I think people are more dynamic than that. Things.
Okay, wear your mask, bro. Breathing your own.
How about? Are you familiar with Extortion 17, Joe? Or
Nope.
What do you think about that? You don't know about that?
Extortion 17 sounds silly.
Extortion 7. It is very silly. But
Right.
you might want to look it up. I mean, if you're interested.
I would more recommend look up Synagogue of Satan, bro.
I'll be honest. I'm one of those guys that barely pays attention to the stock market. It's got to. If it's not something technology related or something to do with what God wants to.
Well, it's army related. It's an operation called Extortion 17.
Did you say army related?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, Army, Marines, Navy. I don't know what it was. Something.
Well, I'm sure there's thousands upon thousands of counterintelligence operations out there.
Yeah, there was something. It was very, very strange. It's a Obama era operation.
I would like Joel to look up the whole Fahrenheit 9/11 thing, because if he still thinks that Osama bin Laden, a guy 65 years old from a cave in Afghanistan, planned out the biggest military conquest in the whole entire world over the biggest military power of the whole entire world, and wake up, bro. That's how I woke up.
But it really doesn't matter that much. I mean, whether it is, whether it isn't, how is that going to affect your life?
To me, it kind of woke me up to like these satanic people have been around since Adam and Eve. It started.
You're gonna let it run your life, and
They run my life already, bro. Where have you been? Have you not been wearing a mask?
well, it's making it worse. Making it worse. The double jeopardy, you know.
No, I don't know, bro. But that's what woke me up originally. But
I've seen Fahrenheit 9/11. It was stupid. Michael Moore's a moron. There's another movie called Fahrenheit 9/11 where a bunch of other Democrats debunked it all.
You're just reading now. Did you watch the actual movie? Did you even? You're
Sorry,
telling
I can't hear you when you talk over me, Iger.
The
No,
Bible's
start over. You were talking over me. I couldn't hear you, man.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm saying like you just kind of Google stuff and watch the video. It's like an hour long. There's no way you watch it.
Fahrenheit 9/11 is stupid. It's all it was making fun of Republicans and making fun of the military. I hate that. Michael Moore is a freaking travesty.
Watch it.
Fraud.
Well, Michael Moore is messed up up in the head.
Yeah, he is. But if you watch that movie, that's the one that woke me up. I was like, all right,
Sorry. Yeah.
Watch. Not everything you find on the internet is true.
Yeah, Michael Moore's movies are all fraud, man. Again,
there's a lot more.
prove
You know what? There's a lot more movies than Michael Moore. If I could share my screen, I would share a bunch. But we got firefighters. We got firefighter testimony talking about how they heard explosions going off when the Twin Towers were going off.
And there's other firefighters about all that. I
Coming
know.
out. And but I'm just saying you should check it out, bro, because you're still stuck in this whole. You're still stuck in this whole Republican Democrat control paradigm where both sides are run by Satan himself. So it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican.
My cat's making
Well,
noise.
Michael Moore is stuck on being a flaming leftist himself, so there's a whole lot of
Right.
that's going on.
Yeah, I'm not stuck on that, dude. You don't know me. You don't know what I know. You don't know what I've watched.
You didn't watch that because you just looked it up. I hear your girlfriend talking in the background.
My wife?
Your wife talking in the background.
Look,
So,
what? If we're talking about Fahrenheit 9/11,
Yeah, that's the movie. Watch it.
What party
It's
do you think
stupid.
Michael Moore belongs
You didn't even watch it. How can you say it's stupid when you?
No,
if you're gonna accuse Joel of being hyper partisan and old Republican, this and that, well, what party do you think freaking
Yeah.
Michael Moore's leg?
Why do you listen to him? Look, all I said, and I've watched more stupid movies. There are other movies that prove he's stupid. Go watch those. Then we
All
can
right.
talk.
So what movies do you have that prove 9/11 was real?
Okay, the best one is from a Canadian. It's called Screw Loose Change. Again, second edition. Go check that one out. It's about 3 hours long. He takes that Dylan, what's his name? I forget. The guy that made the 9/11. What was the first one? Loose Change.
So you guys still think 9/11 was done by a guy in paralysis that's like 70 years old?
That was debunked too. Iger, you've been lied to miserably. Osama bin Laden was directly interviewed by a British journalist.
What were we talking about
in
earlier?
Afghanistan? And Osama bin Laden himself said the story that he was a lie. You are believing terrorist propaganda, dude. Don't talk to me about it. You are literally quoting terrorist propaganda.
The thing is here that all Christians are going to be labeled terrorists.
So, look, I cannot. I apologize. I cannot believe anything you say because you are quoting from Osama bin Laden's evangelist terrorist network. You are literally quoting their material. I'm not kidding you.
Saying I'm a terrorist. Is what you're saying.
No, you're not. You've been lied to. You're a fine, wonderful person who's only heard one side of it. You've heard what the terrorists want people to believe.
You know what, bro?
I'm serious. No, I'm serious. I think you're wonderful. And I'm trying to my best to do my duty to let you know that there is a bunch of counter information out there that what you currently believe.
Right.
What you think you know right now is not true. And I would love to talk to you more about it.
You think 9/11, the Twin Towers coming down, the guy that owned it, Larry.
I actually saw the towers.
11. I know all that crap.
Can I talk? Can I talk? So there's this guy, Larry Silverstein. He pulls out a big insurance contract before, and that's not factual.
And that's
And,
all debunked. That's all false.
right. And then you think that the planes that were shut down, how they couldn't and we got videos of this.
What do we
Forget Michael Moore. Really, forget Michael Moore. I don't give a
Look,
fuck.
I don't want to get controversial. I certainly don't want to fight. But
Right.
there's
Yeah.
all of the evidence is overwhelming that it was done by these Al Qaeda terrorists.
Right. And
I've
that's
seen the Purdue supercomputer simulations. All of the math, all of the science proves.
I disagree with all that. I disagree.
See, you're not even listening to me. No, I don't want to fight. I don't want to pass the mic to anybody. Iger, you've proven that you are not interested in anything. You are only preaching the terrorist propaganda. While
you might not know.
You're interrupting me. So you're
You
not.
might not.
You keep using the word terrorist. That's fucked up, though.
That's what
Or
they are.
you might not know, you might not remember, but they tried to hijack another airline in Newark, and they failed.
All the stories, yeah.
Like,
They failed.
You never heard about 9/11 being an inside job, bro? Like, I mean, that I would call you a terrorist at this point.
I didn't call you a terrorist. See, now you're attacking me, and I did not attack you. I said the exact opposite. I said you're a fine person. You're a believer. You've been lied to, and now you're attacking me. You're double wrong.
All right, let's all right.
It's bad wrong. It's a bad wrong.
You think? What about Building 7? What can you tell me about Building 7? How come that burned down?
Because it was built wrong. It had a tripod foundation, and there were several generators and several stacks of diesel fuel for those generators that were left alone for too long. And the firefighters themselves, long before Silverstein was even told about it, that the fire departments were already marshaling.
I like how you said Silverstein
down. Long before Silverstein ever even had a phone call about it.
I like how you said Silverstein because he said pull the buildings down, and there's video of him saying that. So that's kind of
right.
crazy.
No. Because if you watch these actual other true documentaries, you'll find out the fire department was talking about actually pulling it down with cables, and so there's all kinds of mixed terminology, and they correct all of it.
So they made the building free fall with cable, as opposed to controlled demolition.
It wasn't free fall, first of all, and again, there's been very complex, very amazing, well done.
I'll tell you what, Iger, I saw the buildings. I saw the buildings on fire, and I myself said the whole building is going to fall to the ground.
I thought, I argue, Jungle. I say it was a miracle of God that they stood up for as long as they did.
When I saw metal pouring out on the side of the building, I said that building's coming down, and it's coming all the way down.
Yeah, it was a miracle. The few that were able to get out.
Yeah.
So
and then I said the other one's coming down too.
You guys all think that
You don't know what I think. I ain't got to be able to get a word in friggin' edgewise.
Okay, let's look.
All right, I like your one.
A long time.
Okay, so this is my bottom line. Okay, look, check it out. Okay, you're worried about Satan. You're worried. You're a believer and all this other stuff. Yet you're listening to the likes of Michael freaking Moore. Okay, I mean, no. Check it out. Listen to me. I'm not gonna allow to be talked over. Okay.
You guys, hold on. I understand. My wife is very introverted. She's seldom never talks.
Yeah, let her back.
A rare, precious prize moment. Please
let her back.
Let her talk.
Oh yes, sir.
Okay. All I wanted to say is, look for information from reliable sources. Michael Moore is a flaming turd. Okay. I mean, God forgive me. The dude is a liar and a complete and total freaking charlatan. I agree, and I love the fact that you investigate the matter. That is rare. Most people don't give a rip, okay? I think that it's admirable that you're investigating the matter, but please check who your sources. You know what I mean? Make sure that you're not being led astray by some friggin', oh my gosh, he's a total deceiver.
All right, that's fine. But there's a lot more.
That's all I wanted to say. Here you go, darling. Enjoy.
Wait, where'd you go? That's fine. There's a lot more resources I can pull up.
And she can't still hear you, so go ahead.
Yeah. There's a lot more other sources I can pull up. Like, it's not just Michael Moore. That's just it just happens to be the first movie I saw about the topic. But keep it break. 9/11 being an inside job, that's like a common phrase nowadays.
That's annoying, yeah.
Well, it's because of the likes of Mike, but regardless, listen to just about, unless it's a
Most people think most
unless it's an
people.
honest God card carrying friggin' Democrat. Okay,
Listen.
anybody except the card
I'm not a
carrying.
Democrat. I'm not a Republican either.
Don't look if you're a
This is the whole
Democrat,
problem I think right now.
okay?
All
And no
right, all right.
person can be a Democrat.
We're gonna go all overboard with this. Oh,
She,
fun.
and I think that's the problem we see right now, where people are like, "You're a Democrat. You're a Republican." I'm neither.
Do you
I'm
support
neither. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
You
I just
support abortion?
stay in control of all the media.
I'll boil it down for you real simply, okay?
Yeah,
One
go for it.
issue. One issue. Do you support abortion?
No, it's murder. Abortion is murder. Go on. Next.
Well, then you can't even say that you're going to consider the Democrats' position, and that's
Do
just
you, yeah.
What
Do you want a leftist takeover? Do you want a leftist takeover of the United States?
exactly. Keep
If you want a leftist takeover of the United States, that's what the Democrats will do.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. No fighting.
You know what? I like to tell you guys about Revelation 6, because this was brought up to my attention not too long ago. So Revelation 6, the first passage talks about the first horseman getting a crown, which means corona, and he sets up to conquer and to conquer. And then the second horseman, he brings in strife. So now we're here arguing about mask or not mask, or Trump or Biden, who's a pedophile, obviously, but regardless. And then the third horseman brings hunger. And if you haven't heard any conspiracy theories about how our short supply has, our food supply has been disrupted and stuff like that. And then the fourth horseman brings death. So I think we are really in the end times, guys. And that just because I think 9/11 was an inside job, and you're calling me a terrorist or a Democrat or whatever the case may be. And
Nobody's calling you any of those things. Nobody has once said that you're a terrorist or a Democrat. I asked questions to determine your position, and that's it.
Right.
And I'm warning
And
you
like
and
I said,
cautioning you to be careful who you listen to. Michael Moore is a flaming leftist
Yeah.
and a
It
well-known deceiver.
It just happened to be the first movie I saw regarding the topic back in 2003 or 4 or something, and then that got me following the rabbit hole about the Illuminati and the secret societies and Freemasons, Jesuits, and you can Skull and Bones. You can go on for Skull and Bones. I
Right.
mean, give me a break. Skull and
Don't
Bones.
fall into that trap, though. That's what the devil does. He tries to deceive people, and that's what
That's
you're doing.
fine, and I understand that because if you keep on focusing to what the devil's doing, then you're gonna be that's all you're doing is focusing on the devil. But he is doing stuff behind your back.
So
and they like to divide and conquer us, and that's my main point.
So just again, I'm trying to do my best to help. And I don't know. You just have to take my word on this. I don't know how I can. I probably shouldn't even bother saying this because I don't have any way to back it up. But I'm prior military. I still talk to people in the military. All kinds of counterintelligence crap and whatever. And so I apologize when I said what I said about how you're quoting terrorist propaganda. It wasn't about you specifically. I'm talking about what you're saying. The things that you're talking about right now are literally, and again, I wish I could prove this somehow without acknowledging the word. That's exactly what the terrorists have been talking about online and the internet since before 9/11. This is their narrative. This is what they preach about. This is their ideal. And so Michael Moore and all these other freaking idiots, they are literally propagating Al Qaeda's message. Literally, it's not a joke. This goes back before 9/11.
I agree with you on that.
Well, don't listen to them. And if you want to talk about the details of the counter evidence, we can. But
have you ever heard the term divide and conquer?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Okay. Well, that's all it is, bro.
And that's what we're going to avoid together. We are not going to be divided and conquered together.
Have you heard the term one world government, one world currency?
Of course, dude. I have, yeah, I've heard all of it.
Can you see how that's all coming together?
Yes. Again, I've been playing role-playing games about it since I was a kid in the 80s.
Michael Moore isn't BSing you.
Nobody.
All the stuff's not new. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. Nimrod tried to create a one world.
Yeah, there is nothing new under the
sun. W. Bush. I've been Kelly and I, we met chatting politics. That's how we fell in love. So And I used to debate all this stuff ad nauseum. I'm tired of it.
Did you say Nimrod?
Yeah, remember Nimrod?
No, Nimrod. I believe the CY chromosome is Nimrod.
Uh-oh. It's got a
Chromosome.
chromosome.
Back to evolution again. I mean,
Yeah, because the CY chromosome never went to Africa. It went east instead of west, and it went east from that area of Mesopotamia where Nimrod was the king in the land of Shinar. And so very early on, he was there and had a kingdom, and he was a great hunter. And his descendants all went east instead of west, or went all through the Polynesia and everything, Melanesia, Micronesia, all that stuff.
Well, my tie to it was he was literally trying to conquer the planet at the time. He got done
And Nimrod, yeah, like Genghis Khan too, but Australia as well, and even all the way to America. See, the CY chromosome goes all the way to Americas.
Okay.
I wanted to make an additional point, if I may, is that, because there's a lot of things that I question too. I question a powerful lot of things. I am not a big truster of the government. Okay, I'm just not. I think that they're far more deceptive
Well, yeah,
in just about every arena.
they've
But
done horrible things, but
it's even to the point where I joke around. I'm like, hey, if you're not paranoid, you're not paying attention. But I encourage you just to check your sources and make sure you're not listening to a flaming friggin' rabid weird commie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you want to talk about the details, we can. But
I like to say something. It might sound kind of funny to you guys, but here in America we have the Republican Democrat paradigm. Well, have you ever stopped to consider that there's no such thing in all the other countries in the world?
Sure, there is.
Of course, there is.
No, they have different parties. They're not called Democrat and Republican.
Well, left wing versus right wing.
In Brazil, they have the right wing and the left wing.
What are they called, though?
It's the same thing. It's all the same
They're
thing.
not called Democrat and Republican.
Israel's the same thing. It's all the same thing.
Conservative, liberal, whatever you call it.
But if you watch their actions, government actions in general, regardless of who's in party, you will notice a common theme. Everybody's moving freaking left. Okay,
Yeah, these
so the whole fake left-right dichotomy is in words only, not in action. So yeah, definitely keep your eyes open.
And if you're going to stand on any kind of principle, you have to define them. So regardless of whatever current popular whatever movements there are, whatever shifts in the wind of governments, the ideals, the principles don't change.
The principles.
That's a lie, bro. Because it can go from a workers' party to a business party, and you don't know what there's like over 300 countries in the world or something, maybe under 300 countries in the world, and they don't hold to this Republican Democrat paradigm. And you guys are so stuck on like,
semantics.
Republican movie or a Democratic movie, and so I must be a Trump supporter or
it's semantics.
It's semantics. Yeah, it's
left and right. It's left and right. That's all it is.
It's dualism. It's called dualism, and that's one of the
it's
like light and darkness. And
it's like wrong and right. How about wrong and right? How about that?
No. But
if we have to codify it, I would say socialist fascism versus classic liberalism.
Right, and you could divide it any way you want, but there's like a right and left no matter what. It's called dualism, and the devil controls both sides, no matter who you follow. And you think Trump is not a freaking part of the Illuminati? He's born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Voted for Trump, dog?
Well, hold on.
I'm not voting because it doesn't matter. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote.
It does matter. It does matter.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Tiger, you just told us that you were controlled by Satan. You just did. You just said that. Because he said he agreed there's only a dichotomy. There's only two sides, and then Satan controls both.
Yeah, that's right. Satan controls both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at this point. So no matter which party you identify with.
Well, that's just because you don't want to take a position of right or left.
Listen,
the parties are.
You just don't want to take a position of right or left because you don't want to say you're on the right
I'm an ultra right conservative. I mean,
Because
I believe that.
I'm sure a lot of your friends are left.
None of my friends are left. All my friends are right, and that bothers me because the whole MAGA, Make America Great Again, and the whole where we go one, we go all. That's all. That's all a fallen angel theology. That's the bow they took when they set up. So what I'm getting at is this whole right left paradigm that you're stuck in because you automatically call me a Trump supporter.
Well, we just.
Believe me, I get called a Trump supporter all the time because I don't believe in the mask.
But all we want to do, at least speaking for myself, is to save America from being taken over by leftist communists. That's all.
I agree with you on that because the left is obviously blaming communists and the right is at least pretending to fight for the right values. But here they are pushing 5G on us and all kinds of other things. So, or going to wars in foreign lands and invading other countries. So it doesn't matter which paradigm you follow. You're still fighting for who controls it all at the end of the day. Who's the prince of the world?
It's whatever people want to buy. That's what controls it.
Satan. Satan's the prince of the world. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine, but yeah, let's not assume
We're not part of the world.
I wish Trump was here to save America. I really do. I really do wish Trump was here to save America. I really do. I wish the Republicans had an actual person that stood for actual Christian values. But you can't find a video of Trump saying he's a Christian. There's no video.
You can.
Yeah, changed.
Yeah, you can.
I love to see it. I love to see it.
He claimed to be a Christian, yeah.
Let me see you find a.
He's a Methodist or something. He's a denominationalist. He has a denomination.
Even if he does claim to be a Christian, though,
He belongs to a Christian denomination, and he
even
is
anybody. Even if even if you or I claim to be a Christian, it's our actions that determine it, not what we say. Hillary freaking Clinton claims to be a Christian. So
I
Barack
agree
Obama.
with you guys that Kane and some pedophiles and freaking part of the deep state. You want to call them now the deep state because Trump made up the term. But there's no such thing. They're both part of the Illuminati. They're both deep state. They're both whatever you want to call them. Synagogue of Satan.
We were talking about deep state Illuminati stuff back in the 80s.
Back in the Bible days, bro. Google Synagogue.
No, I'm talking about the 1980s. Everything you're talking about is stuff that I was listening to when I was a kid.
Yeah. And it goes back further than that because the actual
maybe
founded in 1776. So yeah, it goes a lot.
I agree, but it's fiction. It constantly changes.
It's not fiction because you can actually just look it up for yourself, and there's letters.
I have been, and I've been watching it change over the years because it's fiction.
Well, you better watch who you follow as your sources.
Yeah, I pray to God, and I do my best to study, make sure that everything that I do hear from other people inside the government and out is testable and congruent with
about
on the ground.
He's blaming China, and he never talks about Bill Gates. He never talks about Fauci.
Who cares?
Behind him, he never does, and that's what bothers me about Trump the most. Also,
you're jumping all over the board. Of course, Trump talks about China. That's all he talks about anymore these days.
China.
Yeah. But where's Bill Gates? Where's Bill Gates in his conversation?
Who cares? Bill Gates is irrelevant. Only the fascists worry about Bill Gates. Bill Gates has absolutely no control. He can talk about vaccinations and all the popular conspiracy theories all day, but he's not going to force anything in my veins.
They're not conspiracy theories if you can.
Yes, they are.
They become fact when you can just
look.
No.
See, here, if Bill Gates or Donald Trump starts to try to force people to take vaccinations, there will be a great uprising of military people and veterans like myself that will tell them no. And if they don't stop, we will bring out our firearms.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Don't
worry about it. Don't let the Democrats divide you.
Yeah. Stop worrying so much. Don't worry about it.
Wrap around all this stuff, and
it's not new, man. This is all
old.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun, like you said earlier.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I mean, again, we can talk details, but don't be so convinced.
All right, you're right, bro.
Your mind open at all times.
No.
Never trust government. They always lie, but always keep your eyes open.
Yeah, and like my wife said, man, we love people like you that actually want to learn and dig into it.
What we don't want to have happen is for you to die of a heart attack at an early age because you're fretting over things that may or may not be true.
Like what?
Like
Michael Moore stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 9/11 being an inside job.
Yeah, it was not an inside job. I can go into the details for
Well,
you.
I don't whether it is or not. To me, it's absolutely categorically immaterial. Okay.
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter.
That in due time. Okay.
I'm afraid to have to tell everybody there are literal bad guys out there that literally want to kill you in your sleep right now if they have the chance.
Right.
I've met them. I've had their AK-47s waved in my face in multiple places of the world. They exist. And I'm sorry. They killed a lot of people in New York and Washington, D.C. Thank God that they stopped that one flight, but regardless. And they can only do these things once. Imagine some group of terrorists want to try to bring out pocket knives again or whatever to try to pretend that they've got a bomb on a plane again. They're not going to be able to get away with it.
Sorry.
Everybody on the next plane will take them down. Anyways, I don't know, man. Come on. Find a better topic. If you want to talk about details, we can. As I studied the hell out of it, there's all kinds of science out there for it.
Yep. All kinds of science.
Mm-hmm. That's what you got to look at. You got to look at the empirical evidence.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with you, but whatever. God is
So-
real. Jesus is real, and evolution is fake, and so is the Big Bang. And vaccines have heavy metals in them, like aluminum and mercury.
Well, mercury is concerned, but it's not. Yeah, they use that for preservation for like a.
Right.
Huh?
Either way, they're poisonous to the human body. But
Well,
You know,
only in large doses.
Well, and here's another thing.
right.
You'll get mercury
now
from
we're
eating
taking kids with like 5 or 6 different vaccines at one point just to get caught up with their schedule, and you're injecting them with different all these 6 different vaccines that have never been tested to be injected in one person at one point, and that's why $4 billion dollars have been paid out in vaccine injuries already.
So I'll give you some better details. So there's 2 kinds of vaccination technologies, I guess you call it. There's the vial vaccine, and then there's the single shot vaccine. The single shot vaccines do not have mercury in them. They don't need the preservation because they're self-sealed. But when you've got a vial that's like a multi-use where you use a needle and you poke it into the top of the rubber, and you siphon some out and you make multiple doses of it, those do have a very microscopic amount of mercury in there, so that whenever time you puncture the top of that and the pressure pushes the fluid past up to the edges of that seal with the needle, the mercury is used as a disinfectant. And thankfully, though, that it's such a microscopic amount, your body will flush that part of that mercury out. Your body does have autoimmune systems to flush heavy metals like lead and mercury and other things. So fish have mercury in them naturally, just from the ocean and whatnot, not from any man-made thing or whatever. It's just part of nature. So you'll get more mercury poisoning from eating too much fish than you'll ever get from a vaccination. But not to say always. Exactly. I was going to say that. Always make sure you know exactly what you're volunteering to be injected into you, and make sure that's always voluntary. The moment someone tries to involuntary inject us, that's where we're going to have some words.
It's always voluntary. Like they give you this paper with all the side effects, and death is included in it, and along with all these other what's that word I'm looking for? Neurological.
Neurological.
Yeah, so they're listed right on it, so they tell you to your face you can suffer side effects. So, but yeah.
What I was going to say to you right now is that the basis for your concern is not without merit. Okay, the government does have a history of injecting harmful things into the citizenry, innocent citizenry. Think of the Tuskegee experiment. So due to that, and that alone even is enough to make sure to keep your eyes open, because there is precedent there. They've done it once. They could certainly do it again. Here you go, Joel.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate your work on that one. That was a good point. Yeah, you can't even like you get, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. No, it's not. You can just look it up, and it's an actual fact. it just gets labeled as conspiracy theory in the mainstream media because the powers that be, the prince of this world, the synagogue of Satan, whatever you want to call them, that's what they want you to believe because that's just the way the world works.
Well, I mean, you say it's a fact. I wasn't convinced about the 9/11 conspiracy. For example, I'm
No. We were talking about that. We moved on from
this is an example. Undergrad simulation.
Whoever you want, but yeah.
So when Purdue University made an actual supercomputer simulation of the Twin Towers falling, as well as Building 7, I looked at the math. I looked at their simulation. They published it all. It's very complex.
I'm glad you listened to who was it that you listened to again?
It was a research project through Purdue University.
Hey, you should check out that movie I told you about because it actually has people in the scene.
Yeah, the Fahrenheit 9/11 fraud, where they got that guy's penis in Iraq. That was a jerk move. They weren't attacking.
So many other movies. It doesn't have to be by that same person. There's a lot of Christian people that came out and talked about this. For you on this topic is it makes me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm returning the same challenge to you. So there's a movie called Fahrenheit, HYPE 9/11, where there were actual other Christians and even other Democrats that went over all of the points that Michael Moore made in his fake movie, and they show that he was a total just.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't care about Michael Moore. You could check out Hibbler Productions, and they have a 9/11 movie, and it's all it is people talking for 20 minutes about how they saw the towers collapsing with bombs and.
Well, wait a minute. You told them to watch Fahrenheit 9/11, and you're not going to watch Fahrenheit.
Bro, I saw that back in 2005. So I don't.
Fahrenheit.
No, I saw Fahrenheit 9/11 back in 2005, and
well, I mean, you gotta be open.
I don't even want to give
minded though, right?
Credited, so I don't care about the guy. I don't care about Michael Moore. He might be part of the Illuminati. I don't care. It doesn't. What I'm getting at is
Yeah, Brady, I didn't want to start any.
We were talking about evolution, and you brought it back up. So
yes, if there's other questions,
back up. So
go ahead. Yeah, my understanding, Mercury, and I could be wrong, Brady. I'm not a medical person, of course, but Mercury doesn't activate the immune system. It's just it's a heavy metal. If it's like any kind of heavy metal, you can get lead poisoning and such. We have something we have to worry about, like in the electronics industry. If we do solder and stuff, and now we got lead-free solder and stuff. But you're probably thinking of antibodies. Say again, Iger, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why you said lead. We're talking about lead's probably poison. I mean, lead is poisonous too, but in the vaccine, it's aluminum and mercury that's in there, and that's what caused a bunch of kids to have neurological damage, and that's why they paid out $4 billion. And that's not a conspiracy theory; it's a fact. Just look it up. That's how much has been paid out.
I researched that because we have a couple of kids that have.
How about look up quantum dot?
I'm sorry if you don't want to hear me talk, I'll just.
Oh my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was saying we got a couple of kids that have high level Asperger's, and so we looked into all that, and it turned out the kids that they were trying to sue that were harmed by vaccinations with mercury poison didn't have any mercury poisoning, so it was total fraud. But there is some concern, of course, because autism is on the rise, but I haven't seen anything that really legitimately shows what the cause is. I'd like to know, but it's not vaccinations. But at the same time, we actually don't like to vaccinate our children. We try to wait for as long as possible and let them.
Make sure you read the side effects, bro, because it tells you right there. And same thing where if you look at the manual itself, it tells you right there. So
yeah, don't worry, I do. I got injected. God knows what.
They're putting it right there. They give you like a whole bunch of left arguments, if you want to call them that, and like how some scientific studies have been done that it doesn't show any effects, but some have, and they give you both sides. And but at the end of the day, if a washing machine didn't wash clothes, there's no conspiracy about washing machines, washing clothes. So
Okay. Yeah, aluminum. My understanding.
They wash them well enough.
I think
It
they say.
requires some research.
And the aluminum linked to Alzheimer's, and I think the main suspect is from spray-on deodorant, has aluminum oxide in it. So there's a concern there that's seeping in through your skin when you use that.
Right.
The washing machines really wash clothes.
It into your bloodstream, bypassing all your natural immunity that you have, like nose hairs and other things like that. So
Not
imagine
nose hairs.
something into your bloodstream.
Do you know what dust is, Iger? You ever studied up what just common dust in the area is? What's made out of?
When you mow the lawn and there's all kinds of dust blowing all over the place.
Worse than that. It's old boogers and bug poop and blood and all the stuff that dries up in nature and it floats around and we breathe it.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry. I used to tease my kids. My kids came home one day from school and they're all excited talking about how they learned how sense of smell works, and the nose hairs, and it's all cool, Dad. Did you know, Dad? Yeah. The microscopic particles land on our cells in our olfactory in our nose, and that's how we smell smells. And I was like, yeah, you're right. How do you smell a fart? And they looked at me funny. So when you fart, you're basically pooping out microscopic particles that are floating around in the air that are invisible, right? So how do you smell a fart? And it took them a few seconds, and it finally dawned on them. They all started going, because you poop on your nose, in your nose.
That's why we have our lungs to, you have your nose hairs, you have your whole trachea, you have all types of little, you were talking about earlier, all these white blood cells and stuff like that to attack any type of exosomes. But when you inject them into your bloodstream, you're bypassing all of that. So you got to be careful with all that. And so you are. So at least be aware of, there's something to them, being able to inject things into your bloodstream. Like, who knows what's in there? And they tell you
we won't do it unless we do know. So yeah. We agree.
It tells you all the side effects. They don't even hide it. It's the weirdest thing about it.
Well, okay, so for example, I wasn't an anti-vaxxer necessarily. This is before this was even a topic. This is when I started having kids in 1991. Okay. So, anyway, but I was skeptical. I'm like, okay, so why do we absolutely need at this point in time to inject these brand new babies with whatever's in the syringe? Yeah. And again, this is back in the 90s. This is well before people regularly had personal computers in their houses or Google or anything. Okay.
Well,
I didn't, but so I was still skeptical. So basically, to sum it up and boil it down real simple, my daughter at 19 years old, we finally went ahead and carefully selected which immunizations to go ahead and get her. And no, she did not get Gardasil. I'm sorry, that's just stupid. And yeah, there's too many dangerous, harmful side effects. So I was like, yeah, no. And also no chicken pox either. I mean, are you kidding me? Is it necessary to have a chicken pox vaccine or a whooping cough vaccine? The only people that ever, and this is per the CDC's website, this is what killed me when I was arguing with school officials over the whooping cough vaccine. The CDC, okay, so I forget the specific numbers, but the only people that died, and it was extremely small amount of people, were extremely newborns that were too young to even get vaccines in the first place, and extremely elderly people. And there was so precious few that did. And only 6,000 out of I don't know how many millions of Californians live in the state got sick with it in the first place.
But the school system was telling us that, we were going to get in trouble if we didn't.
Yeah. And I'm like, no, you're not doing it. And that they didn't do it. But I'll tell you what, don't live in California now because they will force you. Yeah. They will jail your butt.
There are state laws now that they will inject things in your children without your knowledge now.
That's right.
So that is a crime.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always been skeptical. Don't worry, darling. I've paid attention and was careful.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard me earlier. I went to boot camp. They inject us with God knows what in boot camp, and I researched it all.
Yeah, you gotta be careful because like that Tancamo, what your wife said earlier, the Tancamo, what was it called? Miss Joe,
the
Kamawaki, where they injected a bunch of people with these things
Tuskegee experiment.
They were
They
the people with
they had us marching in the rain when Chernobyl blew up, and we never marched in the rain. I mean, we never marched. Period. And they had us marching in the rain.
Weird.
When as the cloud was passing over. Yeah.
I marched in the rain all the time. Sucked.
Well, yeah, but it's something we never did before as mechanics, you know.
Huh.
I just thought it was strange, and so I was singing. I'm a radioactive, you know. So
Yeah. Well, good thing Chernobyl wasn't actually that big of a catastrophe. It's all
it
green.
was, yeah, and it passed. I looked at the cloud; was more north. It was more northern Germany than where I was.
Have you ever heard of a phenomenon? What's it called? Hormesis? Hormesis. Thank you.
No linear threshold.
No linear threshold. Yeah. So there's research out there that corroborates how, especially Europeans, for millennia now, for thousands of years, they've got like radioactive radon like ponds and stuff. They'll go into these little caves and they'll literally radiate themselves on purpose, you know, and they claim it has a health benefit. Well, there's been research on it that proves that's true now. And so it's like a little hockey stick looking thing. If you get just a little bit of radiation, it's a health benefit. And then as you get a little bit too much, it starts to taper off. And then of course, if you get too much radiation, it's where it starts to actually hurt you and eventually kill you. But but there is a benefit to having some sort of radiation therapy.
I would call it like even like ancient people, you know, there's like all these ancient history stuff where they talk about frequencies and how some are beneficial and some are not.
Yeah, back to that telecom thing. So there's two kinds of radiation. There's what's called ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation, that is the scary stuff. That's the stuff from like plutonium and actual radioactive sources. And when it's ionized like that, it can actually change the ionizing effect and the electromagnetic field effects like that doctor was talking about. It can change your cells and change your DNA. That can affect you.
Which is what happened to the scientists that worked on the radioactive metals and stuff.
Right. Correct. Like the Manhattan Project, where they had that beryllium sphere and it was about to fall off the table and possibly cause a reaction. The guy just grabs it with his hand and puts it back on there real quick, and they're all worried, you know. And it took about a month, but he did die from it, just from that grabbing it for just a split second. But so the non-ionizing radiation does not affect your cellular structure. It does not change electromagnetic fields, and it doesn't change your DNA. And that's what we use for our telecommunications today, for radios and satellites and stuff like that. So I can, you know, and I'm a telecom guy. You know, at SpaceX, we were hanging up these like gigawatt transmitter stuff for different things to try to broadcast across several miles across our campus there. And you could stand in front of it, literally like, you know, a foot away from it, and you might feel some heat from it, especially on a hot day, but it'll never hurt you.
If you stood there for all day for a year,
For the rest of your life, it'll never hurt you.
You're gonna be different than if you wouldn't have stood there.
No, it's non-ionizing. It passes right through you without ever touching you.
I don't know. You're saying you could feel heat from it.
Well, the microwave towers would be different than that. I think the microwave towers is pretty hot. I think maybe.
It's an interesting.
It's not heat from the radiation. It's heat from the thermal components. The actual.
But I'm talking about the communication towers. Remember before we had cell phones, they had microwave communication.
Yeah, we've
towers.
had those for
DARPA
since World War II. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think fries birds when they fly by or something. I don't know.
Not at all.
But back to this, how you're saying,
But it's from heat. It's from the heat. It's not from the radiation.
Yeah, if we climb the cell tower today, especially on a hot day, if you touch it, it'll be very hot because it's white and it absorbs heat, and the components inside are very hot. Right. Well, it's reflecting heat.
Better.
It's white hot.
But if you don't touch it, it won't hurt you.
Radiation, so it's hot, no matter what.
Well, there's two kinds of radiation.
Probably cook an egg on it. Right, and this ionization radiation.
But it's because it's hot from the sun and from the components, not because of the non-ionizing radiation.
Right, and you know what's interesting is before this 5G, all FDC, CDC, whatever approved radiation was limited to 0.5 gigahertz, and now we're moving up to like
up to 80, 90 gigahertz with the 5G. So it's kind of
you're thinking of the SAR rating, the something absorption rate thing, specifics absorption rate. It's 1.6 watt per kilogram is the current limit from my understanding, which you're going to get 60 to 80 SARs by standing under the sun.
right. But I'm talking about from the transition from.
And you need vitamin D.
All the previous radiation, including microwaves, even your baby monitor or your walkie-talkies, they all took like 2.4 gigahertz, so it wasn't like you say compressed.
As long as it's a non-ionizing transmitter, then it's fine. It's not going to ever hurt you.
Right, but if you stuck a frog in the microwave, which is running in non-ionizing radiation, it's gonna kill it. And now we're moving up to and that's only 2.
From the heat from the molecules vibrating.
Correct.
Yeah, microwaves are using magnetrons. Those are ionizing radiation transmitters. So that's how they can heat things up.
Well, I don't know. My phone's gotten pretty hot sometimes, bro. So I have to put
the battery.
How hot it gets.
It's got water.
They have radiators for cell phones. I ordered one, but I don't think I ever got it.
A radiator?
Yeah, they have fans, cooling fans for cell phones.
That's probably because the battery gets hot. In fact, I used to have my favorite cell phone ever was a Droid 4. I love that phone. It was the last big QWERTY that had the QWERTY style keyboard that could slide out, and just love that phone. But I've got Verizon's. I got the grandfathered the truly unlimited LTE plan where they won't throttle it, and I started using that phone as we didn't have internet where we were at, so I started using it as a hotspot or as a MiFi thing.
That's
so
exactly
in. Huh?
That's what heats it up. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. So I went through 4 of them. I had to exchange them because the battery would boil up.
Yeah, it overheats. Yeah.
Sucked. Lost that. I love that phone. Now it's gone. There's no more slide out QWERTYs anymore. Man, it sucks.
But I noticed if you connect it directly to the computer, it doesn't overheat. If you use the cable.
It's 5 volts. It's 5 volts.
Yeah, well, it charges the phone at the same time. But if you do, what are you trying to figure out what this is? What do you call it when you connect the
USB?
Yeah, connect the USB, but it's not called. Let me see. I'll show you.
Well, some mobile devices have what's called a fast charge, so it'll use the 8 to 15 volt side of a USB connection, but most use a 5 volt, which is what your computer uses.
Excuse me for 5 minutes, guys. I'll be back.
Sure.
No, the tethering they call it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was using my old phone. That's what I was talking about when I say my phone.
That doesn't overheat the phone. The phone it'll charge the phone up, but it won't overheat like it does with the mobile hotspot.
Are you talking about inductive battery charges where you got like a little tray that you put the phone on?
No,
because tethering doesn't
plug in the USB, it'll charge the phone and it'll tether, but it won't heat up like it does with a hotspot. With a hotspot, that's what makes it heat up.
Well, if you're talking about like a hotspot device, which is a dedicated MiFi device, it's not a phone. I was using my phone as a MiFi, and
that's what causes the phone to heat up.
I guess, yeah. Well, none of my I've done it with other phones, and it didn't happen. It was just that particular. I figured it was that design.
No, I think all of them do. As far as I can tell, all of them heat up, don't overheat. That's why I can listen for a while. I can stream for a while, and then it doesn't work. Right now, I have it tethered, and it's cold.
Okay. Yeah, I think that just depends on the design. Probably, it's not specific.
No, it's just I just noticed it doesn't overheat when you tether it.
Right. Probably because it's been designed that way, is what I'm thinking.
Well, if you think because it's a hotspot, it's not called hotspot without a reason. It's actually what is it? It's not Bluetooth it's using. What's the it's an
Wi-Fi?
actual
Like a Wi-Fi?
I don't know, is it Wi-Fi? What's Wi-Fi? Is that microwave?
It is. It's either 2.4 or 5 gigahertz.
Okay, so that's what causes it to overheat.
I don't think so. I mean, again, some devices might because it's just they weren't designed as well as other devices that don't. I think
Because the people at the Verizon store, they said that if you use the hotspot, it's where it's hard on the phone.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think that's some devices, but not all. That Droid phone did. It bubbled up the battery, but like this other phone I've got now, I forget what type it is. Some sort of Motorola something. I don't know what this is. It won't though. This guy's battery lasts forever.
But it's just my observation that when I tether, it doesn't heat up at all.
Yes. Yeah, there's a
So
lot of devices that are designed for that, right?
So it's not sending microwaves all over the place. It's just sending the signal through the cable. The signal's going through the cable and it doesn't heat up.
Well, all right. So it's not the signal that makes the heat; it's just the electricity through the battery.
Well, maybe it uses more battery to send the microwave.
Probably. Just
Probably.
Transmitter, yeah.
Yeah, probably uses more battery.
Yeah, but I mean that's why we add things like heat sinks and things to electronics to try to augment that.
Well, that's what I was saying. I ordered a cooling fan for a phone. I don't think I ever got it, but
okay.
I think I got to go back to the post office and see if he's misplaced it.
Yeah, I used to have an old computer, Core 2 Duo, that it always ran too hot. I literally had to put a box fan, circular box fan, blowing straight onto my motherboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My computer from overheating. So yeah. Yeah.
But it worked. The tethering works great. It's just you have to have it tethered. The hotspot is easy because it's not connected to anything, but the tethering is much better.
Well, sure, but I don't think it's because of the transmissions it's causing. It's the electronics inside that do.
Well, it's either using a lot of battery, heating the battery up, or it's heating the phone up just from the hotspot.
Yeah, because I've got an old tablet that has that regular charge versus fast charge mode or whatever. And if I plug it in and I let it do the fast charge, then the tablet doesn't heat up, but the little the charge adapter will.
Well, it's supposed to, yeah.
Okay.
It's supposed to be able to handle it if you do the fast charge.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, they get hot too, but they're supposed to handle it. I just got one of those osmosis chargers, whatever you call them.
Yeah, the little tray thing. I think.
And it burned up like the first day, and I checked it out. It wasn't the coil. It was the transformer that burned up. Verizon. It's brand new Verizon. And I figured I'll get some quality. I'll buy some quality, and the thing burned up like the first day.
Yeah.
So I'm using an aftermarket transformer now.
I don't know that the cell phone companies actually make anything. Verizon and Apple and all them, they're all the same.
Yeah, but it had the Verizon name on it. I figured the quality would be good.
Well, it's just it. So they just rebrand or resell Samsung and Apple and Ikea or whatever, Nokia.
Yeah, whatever. It had the name. Whoever made it for them had their name on it or whatever.
Gotcha.
But
I hear you. I used to work for Verizon.
Yeah.
About a year and a half. Which was fun because I was there right when the Edward Snowden guy went public. So you can imagine the fun that was. All the phone calls,
wow.
all the death threats. You better turn off my phone or I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, okay.
My
you better
aunt
not
worked.
be spying on my phone.
My aunt worked for Bell Telephone her entire life, practically.
Well, they were a monopoly for what? Ma Bell? You're talking about?
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Until it was broken up.
Yep. Yeah, I got one of my best friends from high school. He works for AT&T still. What's left of Ma Bell.
Yeah, you know who broke it up was what was his name? The lawyer.
My first thought instinct was Truman, but I'm not sure.
No, it was a lawyer. Larry Clayman broke it up.
Okay.
He's one of the lawyers or the lawyer that broke it up or whatever.
Okay. I thought it was a legislative thing, but I don't know.
Maybe, but he was involved in.
Okay.
What y'all guys talking about?
Kind of jump around the board about cell phones.
Telephone company.
Yeah, they're corporations, so they're probably owned by 6 corporations, and those 6 corporations are probably owned by the same person who reports to Satan.
What's wrong with that?
A lot. If you're
legit. Because someone will buy him out someday.
Yeah.
Or break him up.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know what? And you see it happening with the like everything. It really is everything. It's like, all these mom and pop stores, they get bought out. If they do become successful and big, eventually they're gonna get bought out by some other bigger corporation, and we're being absorbed by this giant octopus machine that's basically leading us to a one world government, one world religion.
As long as it's all voluntary, as long as they sell it because they wanted to.
And that's the beauty of it all. It has to be voluntary.
What are you all doing back there? Well, hurry up. Sorry.
They were saying AT&T was never going to fail or something like that. Before they broke it up or whatever.
I'll see you guys later. It's really
Because the AT&T that we have today isn't the same AT&T.
I have not heard anything about that specifically, Brady, but I do know that especially in the Army, but I'm sure all the branches have their own mobile subscriber networks that they're not only not tied to the civilian networks, but they get deployed anywhere, anytime, any place. There's an entire MOS in the Army. That's all they do is they set up mobile subscriber towers and networks, move them around.
Guys, I'm out. I like to close with a sinner's prayer or a serenity prayer. God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the things we can, the wisdom to know the difference. And any atheists in the live stream, dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust you and follow you as my Lord and Savior. Amen. I'll talk to you guys.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
talk to you guys tomorrow, man. You guys are awesome. Jungle and Joel, you guys are both awesome. It was a nice conversation. So y'all have a good night. God bless you and your families.
All right, take it easy.
You're awesome too. Hope to see you
Thank
soon.
you, bro. I'll see
Take
you.
it easy.
See you next time. We can have a little. I'll see you next time, bro. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Have a good night. Huh?
Well, I guess I'm a little bit tired. I mean, I've been staying up, but I was going to go to bed early.
Do a promise to pay.
Yeah, did you
Stand by 1 second.
do that?
Do you need
Keep
money?
your phone on. Well, he does, but we have rent coming up in a hurry. So if he hasn't done an extension,
Sorry,
do that
hold on.
now.
Anyway,
Do that.
Sorry. Talking about bills over here real quick.
no problem.
Yeah, we do extensions all the time, honey. We're usually consistently a month behind because of financing.
Pay them off if you can.
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. So yeah, I used to work for Verizon and I used to fix all the.
Pays want to pay bills, but you gotta do it or whatever.
I used to fix what's called sync cars, single inline channel something aerial radio. Inline channel. I had to look it up again. It's been a long time. It's been 20 years. But so
Single inline.
huh?
Was it like secured radio?
Oh yes, yeah. It's military radio stuff. It's super fancy. They have features called things like what's called signal hopping, where you'll have it's a ComSec feature where at the beginning of every day, all the radios that are going to be in the single network you have the little black box little thing you got to plug into it, and it'll program a certain key to it that everything has to be synchronized so that when you transmit, it starts at a certain frequency range for whatever channel you want to be on. But then as soon as it does, it'll change that frequency based on that algorithm for that key, literally 10,000 times a second.
Yeah.
And then so the receivers, all the receiving radios, have to know what that key is, that range, to be able to grab that first frequency, and then also know all the 10,000 different frequency changes that it does every second, so you can hear it. So when you key, it sounds normal, like a radio, record com check. But it's again, it's just jumping over the entire spectrum. So if the enemy is actually if they're able to triangulate you, even if they can tie into your carrier wave, they can't actually listen to you without knowing that key, because your frequency is jumping back and forth, and it's awesome. It's like scattering waves.
My dad was actually electrical engineering at Navy. He was electrical engineer, and he worked for RCA too.
Oh yeah. RCA, they invented the television, and I am Brady. Yeah, we're in Central Texas these days.
Yeah, he worked for RCA, and he gave it up and became a missionary and went to Brazil. Nice. I went to Brazil when I was 3 years old.
I love that story. I almost went to Botswana and oh gosh, where was it? Somewhere near Sudan. What was it? Not Somalia. Was it Somalia?
Ethiopia, Sudan, intermission.
It may have been Somalia. Because I was going to learn Swahili.
Somalia, yeah.
But
that's East Africa, right?
Yes. My brother ended up going, but I didn't go. I ended up joining the military.
Well, that's where they had the helicopter down, or what they call it, Black Hawk down, whatever.
Yeah, Mogadishu. Yeah,
that was a mess.
Yeah, that's something I blame on Democrats.
Yeah,
we had, I think, 3 full squadrons ready to support, and another 6 battalions of tanks to go in there, and they said no.
Yeah,
they should have.
Same thing with Benghazi. Same thing.
Mm-hmm. It's stupid. They don't want to look bad to the civilians. I'm like,
and it was near election. They were trying to cover it up for election.
Yep.
That was when Obama was elected.
Yeah.
Or re-elected, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I try not to talk too much about politics.
Yeah, I don't like politics.
Well,
but I'm just saying.
I'm very jaded about it. I used to never care until I re-enlisted when I was in Korea. And I wanted to go to Germany all my life, and because it was 1997, and Saddam Hussein started to talk about invading Kuwait again, and we had the operations in North and South Guard and all kinds of things going on. And so President Clinton back then was talking about, this is before I was politically aware or politically, astute or whatever. And he was talking about needing to remove Saddam again. And I was like, okay. And so when I first enlisted, I was part of Operation Desert Storm. No, not Storm Shield. And so that was something I thought was worthy to stay in a little. I didn't plan to make a career out of the military. I just wanted to get a start in my electronics trade. But President Clinton was talking about that, trying to defend Kuwait again, and basically defend the free world from Saddam Hussein over weapons of mass destruction. I was like, okay, that's one of the reasons why I signed up originally for it. And so I kind of made the mistake, I guess. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to call it a mistake. I re-enlisted for that purpose. And then I finished a hardship tour in Korea, and they said I can go. I had a choice of duty station. I can go anywhere on the planet that I wanted to go. And so I chose Germany because that's where we were marshaling for all of the operations into the Middle East from, and landed with the 1st Armored Division, all that fun stuff. And then he just changed his mind. And it really pissed me off because that was like the one thing worthy to really want to do to make a difference in the world, my young little life. And so that's where I got a big slap in the face that politicians not only will, but they can and will lie to you over the most important things.
Yeah, especially politicians.
And then, of course, years later, they go and they say, well, Bush lied about weapons of mass destruction. I'm like, wait a minute. All he did was fulfill Clinton's broken promise. So that's why I kind of hate politics. I stay extremely informed. It's very important to me, but my wife as well. But I really, it's just terrible stuff. Most people don't really know, I think, even half of what's really going on. Not even me.
We don't even know.
He was the one sending Scud missiles over to Israel, wasn't
he? Saddam?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a bad mojo.
He was when they started, the operation. He started sending Scud missiles to Israel.
Yeah, that was earlier on. That was before Desert Storm. Operation Desert Fox is what Bill Clinton did to try to, where he did a 3-week aerial campaign to destroy a bunch of weapons of mass destruction stockpiles in Iraq, and that was 1998.
Yeah.
And that's what they thought was a good enough deterrent. So, and they never went to verify. They just dropped a bunch of bombs and called it a day.
Well, Saddam, I guess he got wise and then cleaned up his operation or something. I don't know.
Stand by, hold on. Glasses.
I never did find anything.
Promise to pay on September 26th. It's weird that it says 2 different dates.
I said I had to do 2 different dates for it.
Okay. Well, if you need money, just let us know.
Well, I
got a little
the
bit.
first promise to pay, and I'm just waiting for the second one for the 5th.
Okay.
He's more responsible than we are. We're like a month behind all the time now.
Yeah, Verizon's giving us so much grace. I wouldn't worry about it.
We're always a month behind.
All right, sorry about that. Oh, did you ask me something? And you're right, Brady. One of my best friends from Germany. He's ETSing. He's retiring in Hawaii right now. Lucky duck.
After 30 years? Or 20 years?
I think he's just doing 2025.
20 years. That's good enough in the Army, though, it seems.
Yeah.
I got out before I started getting paid good in the Army.
Yeah.
But apparently, if you stay in like 20, 30 years, you start getting paid well or better.
Especially the higher your rank. Yep. There's people I've seen. I've met some officers making $10,000 a month on their retirement these days. It's crazy.
Wow.
And if there's a trick, Sergeant Major taught me years ago that since you can choose, you only have to live in a state for 1 year to switch your state citizenship. And so what a lot of military guys would volunteer to do a year or so duty in Alaska, so they can switch their permanent duty station or the permanent address for that state. And then no matter where else they went, they just keep Alaska as their permanent state. Alaska pays like $1,000 a year per family member. So if you got 6 kids, you're getting like $7,000 to $8,000 a year free.
Wow.
Negative taxes, I guess you call it. So yeah.
Move $10 so that's not to run overdraft.
I'm on the mic. No one wants to hear about our freaking finances.
I'm not talking about anything.
Sorry, guys. But yeah, so I never did that trick. I thought about I spent about 2 weeks in Alaska, but I'm not going to spend a year there just for extra pay.
Yeah, hardship.
Yeah. Well, as I'm saying.
Polar bear pay.
I got a bunch of friends from Alaska, and they're all, "Hey, Alaska's great. It's green most of the year." They don't tell you the part where it's not green.
And mosquitoes, or how big are the mosquitoes?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I watched that documentary about the Army Corps of Engineers that built the freeway cutting through up there, and there's guys that died from mosquito bites so bad.
Yeah.
I thought Texas mosquitoes were bad.
Dude, they are though. Oh my goodness.
Well, Alaska mosquitoes apparently are worse.
That's scary.
I'm
That's
telling you.
terrifying.
Oh, the world.
Yeah, we're lucky to be alive, and yet we're not going to live that long either.
Yeah.
I mean, relatively speaking,
Yeah.
we're not going to be here either.
Seems like the older we get, the less all that stuff really matters, huh? I'm just waiting for the Lord to come hit the reset.
Yeah, we got the hope of the resurrection.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, amen.
Yeah, that happens a lot. It seems like, especially in state and city municipalities, Brady, especially with like, police and local government. They all of a sudden they can't pay their pensions, and it seems like all heck breaks loose.
Yeah. Well, I didn't trust the airline to guard my pension well, because they took the pension from the other people.
Oh yeah,
because we merged with an airline, and we have a pension. They didn't have a pension because their company took it. So I didn't trust them. So I took the whole thing.
Smart. Yeah, I've never had a pension. I mean, I've had 401ks and stuff, but
you gotta have 401k. Yeah, you gotta stuff the 401k.
I used to have stocks, but I divested.
Yeah.
Used to have SpaceX stock too. Lived on that for about 8 months.
I actually traded penny stocks for a while. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was in I think the year 2000, and for some reason the stocks were jumping. Every day they were jumping, and I'm seeing these stocks go up 300%, and I'm saying, I gotta get in on this.
Yeah. I got a bunch of friends. There's one particular friend of mine. He's a retired medical doctor. He's been doing that recently. He's talking about he's made like $5 million over the COVID stuff, just in penny stock.
And penny stock. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's made like a 300-something%, like you were saying. And
yeah.
He stresses about it, because of course it's going to slow down. The gravy train's going to stop. But
right, and you got to watch it.
Yeah.
The penny stocks you got to watch every day.
Yep. Yeah.
But I'm going for the more, hopefully the more secure investment, and that's buying land.
Yeah, I hear that. Dude, I did a research project for one of my classes a few years ago about data centers, right? And I'm forgetting the details right now, but part of the project was just talking about different things for data center builds. But part of my research went into the real estate for it, and it showed me, and I put it in my presentation, that it had the highest. It was like 500% investment return rate for the real estate for data centers.
For data centers?
Yeah. For people to buy up property and then put a giant, factory, not a factory, but like a warehouse for a data center, for racks and stuff, for storage purposes and whatnot. There's such a huge demand for big data storage out there still.
Oh, data storage. Okay.
Wow. People will buy up these just thousands of acres, and they put all these switches out there and storage racks, and they make a huge return on it. They'll buy like just dirt, like literal desert property, and make buildings off of it. Supposedly Nevada, and there's like 3 states, but Nevada was the one of the more prosperous ones right now, the biggest, whatever you call it, growing sectors.
But you had to have a telephone line or something going there.
Well, yeah, you had the internet. Internet's everywhere.
Yeah.
Get a backbone. Backbone trunk line, you'll be fine.
Well, here in the Ozarks, we don't have internet. I mean, we got cell phones. That's it. You want data? It's a cell phone or a box.
Yeah, I was talking to guys. I've heard ranges between $10,000 to $30,000 per mile to have a hard line installed out in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know how expensive that is for people living out in the sticks, but there are options to get a trunk out there if you need.
Yeah.
I used to install satellite dishes. I used to install like the direct way and stuff like that, the satellite internet.
Yeah. Satellite internet is expensive though.
When I was doing it, it was right after 9/11, and I was doing it for about 6 months. It was right before Hurricanes Rita and Katrina hit the Gulf
But
Coast.
I noticed the faster speeds you have, the price skyrockets. It goes up.
You have a good night, Iger. Good talking to you again. Yeah, but the packages that my little independent contractor guy was selling was like $600, I think, for the actual dish, and then it was like $50 something a month, whatever. Again, depending on your transmission speed. So
Yeah.
and you could pay the dish off. Took like a contract, play like a year, so it was like $80 to $100 a month or something like that. So it seemed affordable. But the catch with satellite internet is the latency. It takes 5 to 6 seconds for the signal to hit the satellite and come back. So there's usually a 10 to 11 second delay. So you click your button, you got to wait, 10 to 12 seconds for anything to load. So once it loads, it's fast. So if you're watching a movie, you click the start for your YouTube clip. It takes about 10 seconds to start, but once it starts, it's fine.
Okay.
And if you stop it, you got to wait again 10 to 20 seconds to start and stop it again. But yeah, that's the catch.
Well, how would that stream? I wonder.
That's what I'm saying. Is that it's slow to start, but once the stream starts, after you get that first lag,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's smooth. It's very fast. It's just slow to start and stop.
I mean, could you have a conversation like we're having?
It would be very delayed, but yes, you could.
Yeah.
We'd say something, you have to wait about 10, 20 seconds and then be able to say something again. So it sucks.
That wouldn't work.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he has to be very patient. Yeah, I had this one guy, he was living in a trailer home and he wanted to install that direct way stuff. And I told him, look, no, as I tried to talk him out of it, he wanted it because he wanted to play online games, like World of Warcraft or something like that. I told him, look, no, it's got this huge latency. You might be able to get a connection. You might be able to play for a little bit, but it's just, you're not going to, it's not for real time. It's got huge lag. And he's like, oh, it's okay. I'll watch it for TV and stuff too. And his mobile home person, whatever park place, wouldn't let us tie it to his home, of course. So we had to dig a hole and put a concrete, pole in the yard,
Yeah.
all that stuff. And I told him I tried to tell him it's a bad idea, because the pole's going to shift. The satellite's not going to, you have to keep it pointed. And I taught him, and I spent all day. Usually we spend like maybe 1 to 3 hours per job. I spent like 8 something hours with this guy trying to talk him into it. And I went down to the hardware store, got the cement, did all this stuff for him. And I showed him how to point the dish right and all that kind of stuff, because I knew it was going to fail on him. But
Yeah.
we finally got it all going, and he got online to his World of Warcraft thing, or whatever it was he was doing, Call of Duty, I don't know what it was, but he couldn't play because it was just too much of a lag. I tried to tell him.
Tell him, man.
But he was paying customer, so what do I want to do, And there's this other guy, he was living out way in the middle of nowhere, and he had a like a metallurgy, he had like a some sort of metalwork job. He had an airplane hangar. He had really decked out property, and he wanted me to put the dish on top of his hangar, which was not easy to get to. So I did it, and that was challenging. But so all he wanted to use his internet for was he would get these contracts, like these government, state and local and federal contracts for these metal build jobs. And so he had to go onto their website, these government websites, to download the schematics and the work order and stuff like that to get the blueprint for whatever it was. And so he says he'd make like really complicated things, like some sort of engine mount for something crazy, to something simple like a highway guardrails, where he'd fabricate for him. I was like, wow, that's really cool. I didn't know there's like little subcontractors out in the middle of nowhere doing this, and so
Yeah.
But each little project file was several megabytes worth of data. So, so he was perfectly happy with it. Click the button and you wait about 10, 12 seconds and then boom, then the file, because he was using, I think, dial-up. So it would take a day or two to download some of these files. And so the satellite just did it in like 2 minutes. Yeah. But yeah, so now Starlink's coming out. If you've been following that, Mr. Musk's global internet, satellite internet. Pay attention to that.
I was wondering about that, but that would have a lag too, wouldn't it?
No, not as much, because it is low orbit. The current satellite networks are all geosynchronous. There's several tens of thousands of miles up there. The Starlink's going to be just a few thousand miles, so they're very low orbit. So it's going to maybe be maybe 1 to 3 second delays. They're much closer to the ground.
Yeah, I was wondering when that would come out, because maybe that would work for areas like where I'm at in the Ozarks.
That's the hope. It will definitely work out there. You just got to get a receiver. But from my understanding, so the FCC did give him the license is granted now, and there's about 4,000 to 6,000, I think. Last I haven't been keeping up with the latest launch counts, but there's several thousands up there now. Ooh, and they're just I'm not sure what the current weight is. It's ready to be turned on, as far as I know.
Yeah, and then what company would it be?
Oh, right now it's still just Starlink.
Just its own company, Starlink?
Yeah. You can go online. I think you can pre-order service, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the last big remaining controversy is places like China. Unless they start deploying K-band frequency scatterers out there, which I'm sure they'll do if they're not already doing for their cities. But out in the rural area, the Chinese, they don't know what's really going on in the real world. Well, they're about to find out if they get a Starlink receiver.
Yeah, but I doubt that the government would let them.
That's the thing, is that they smuggle stuff. I used to have personal friends of mine, but there's people who smuggle Bibles and all kinds of stuff in China all the time. So
yeah,
they'll get a Starlink phone. Don't worry.
Somebody will.
Yeah, it's gonna change things. Well, see, that's the thing. The people that are doing that, though, they're smuggling Bibles. They already know. They already know the Chi-Coms are evil.
What do you see?
Is there like a ghost picture or what?
What do you see?
And to think that Hudson Taylor had a great ministry there,
Where? I see a dog.
A dog or a clown? Sorry, hold on. My wife's asking.
Where? Point at the picture where you see a clown face.
See, like the little nose there?
Here?
No, that's the eye. I see the dog now.
I don't see any freaking.
Sorry, my wife's silly. Some sort of optical illusion.
How do you see?
Well, see, now that I see the dog, it's hard to see the little girl clown now.
How do you see that?
I don't know.
Nothing but a dog. Only a dog.
That's all I saw before you told me there was a dog there.
Black dog.
Here.
What the heck?
Ouch. So I think this was the nose right here, and this is the mouth. This was an eye. Yeah, I see it now. This is her hair. She got a ponytail. See that? She got a little nose, a little dot on the end of her nose, like a clown. It's a clown face.
That right ear is
That's
a
the ear.
ponytail?
This is the ear. This is her eye. She's looking down a little bit, and this is a ponytail. Yes.
I don't see it. I see a freaking dog. I see a dog.
Okay. I see the dog too, but I see both now. Craziness. What were you asking, Jungle? I'm so sorry.
Hudson Taylor. Have you ever heard of Hudson Taylor?
That does sound familiar, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I heard a lot about Hudson Taylor when I was growing up.
Do you remember Kelly?
He's a missionary to China.
Oh, cool, yeah. Yeah, so my friend John Paul, you mean a long story or short story? About my friend going to China. Yeah. You okay over there?
Was that?
You okay? You're not falling asleep again, are you?
No.
That was so cute, by the way. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear you snore anything until after the call, by the way. So I don't know if that helps or not.
After the call.
Yeah, after we left and I played it back to. But
Yeah. Well, I played it back too. It was just my Jaguar got a little bit out of hand.
Did you hear that, Kelly? It wasn't snoring. It was his Jaguar. It was grumbling.
Oh, that's cute. You're adorable.
Yeah. So short story. Long story short, a friend of mine that I met. There's a whole miracle. This guy and I, when we met. Anyways, he became a missionary, and so he was smuggling Bibles into China. The same time I was stationed in South Korea, so we got to, and so his escape route took him through Korea, and I got to hook up with him. We spent a few days together. It was cool.
Yeah.
He didn't die. It was good.
It's just such a shame because so many people are being enslaved, basically.
Yeah. No, I use China, the atheists in China, as a good example. Whenever I debate with atheists, and they try to say how evil God is in the Bible and everything, like all nonsense, and how Christians start all these wars. Well, not only do I counter all that anybody that starts a war is Antichrist, but the Chinese right now today are literally there's an international tribune recently, a couple of years ago in Britain, that was doing a bunch of research, and they finally certified or whatever they confirmed whatever that those concentration camps in China, the Uyghur or whatever it's called,
yeah,
they are literally gutting them alive. They're physically removing their organs while they're alive, and then putting their organs on their black market organ transplant. China has a very successful international organ transplant industry right now. And so I basically, the way I word it though is that the atheists today are literally gutting their political and religious dissident slaves alive for personal gain.
Yeah. And then they just enslave people, people that are in prison, they make money off of the people that are in prison.
Correct.
Because the people in prison, they're slave laborers.
It's a common theme too. It's not just that they're using them for slave labor, but they literally harvest their bodies. And so did the Nazi atheists. So did the Soviet socialist atheists. Now the Chinese atheists are doing it. It's a common theme in history. If you dehumanize humanity to the point you believe that everybody's just an animal.
Yeah.
The Nazis, they were harvesting people's hair and skin. I don't know if you've heard about that. That
yeah, I heard. Yeah. Lampshades.
Mm-hmm. We don't even know half of what went on in the Soviet socialist gulag death camps. It's all the same. History keeps repeating itself.
And sometimes they just kill people.
60 million people in Soviet Russia alone. People try to tell me, well, the Nazis were right-wing because the Soviets were left-wing. And I say, no, they're both left-wing. In fact, the Soviets killed twice as many people reportedly than the Nazis ever did.
Well,
it's a very frustrating topic.
Yeah. Yeah, because like you said, there's just no value in the human life,
No value, did you mean to say?
No value. They don't consider there's any value there.
Right. Yeah. It's repeated throughout history. Same way with the Jacobins during the French Revolution. They made the same argument. We're all equal. We're all animals. We're all, there's no we call it sacred there's no sacred human thing. And so they could get away with justifying literally murdering people, chopping their heads off in broad daylight in the streets if they disagree with them politically. We're seeing it repeated now. Whatever political movement that these rioters are pretending to fight for now, all they're doing is
they've been doing it for, like you say, decades with the Christians and different sects. They got a Falun Gong religion or belief or practice, and they just basically enslave them sometimes and take them all the way to prison or something.
Re-education camps. Yep. Did you ever watch that old movie called China Cry?
No.
It's based on a real life story of a family in China where the father was arrested because he was rich. It's during the Chinese Revolutionary Cultural Revolution, or whatever they call it.
Yeah, that happens. It's happening today.
Yeah, it's all being repeated. But it was a movie. I think it was published like in the late 80s, early 90s or so, and I highly recommend it. And so the father's killed. I forget what happens to the mother, but the daughter, little girl, she's shipped off to these re-education camps, whatever, and she tries to be a good communist. She tries to fit the party line, but she's extremely intelligent, and she realizes finally that it's all evil. It's all fake. And she gets raped and she gets pregnant, but she doesn't eventually find a guy outside of the camp that she's working at because she's a teacher, and they get married. But then she becomes a Christian. So I forget exactly what happens. I don't know if you've watched the movie.
She wound up getting in prison in the
Right.
concentration camp.
She said something wrong in one of her classes, and it wasn't even wrong. And so the whatever head honcho commie guy lady was like grilling her for like days and weeks, and while she was pregnant, was putting the baby at risk, just to get her to confess something that she didn't actually say. Yeah, because I think the communist leader lady was just jealous or something stupid.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but so it's basically sign this confession that you said something that I want you to say, or you're gonna die, they're gonna starve her to death. And so she's literally, and so that's what it was. So her parents were Christian, and so she had been taught about Christ at a young age, but she never really believed it. But so she's in the middle of this. They literally got her locked in this classroom, trying to grill her, trying to interrogate her to make this confession. And so she looks up the chalkboard, draws a big cross on it, and just says, "God, if you're really there, all the things that she learned as a kid, help me through this." And she did. He does. God.
She escaped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only did she stand up to the lady, and the lady ended up not being able to do anything. Well, no, they did. They put her for a firing squad. I remember now. They brought her outside. It was raining, and they lined her up. And just as they gave the fire command, a big lightning flash happened, and none of the rounds hit her.
Wow.
And they're back in the classroom. Long story short, her and her husband and their child, she finally had her child, they escaped China. And it's based on a true story. It's an excellent movie. Hope I didn't dice it up too much.
It's been a long while since we've seen it.
Yeah, it's an older movie.
Yeah. But yeah, they're taking people's businesses away and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're kind of doing that even here. This whole fake. The COVID crisis is fake as heck. And I've known so many people have lost their business. Even John here, LPP. No reason for it. I don't mean fake as in a conspiratorial way. It's just a bad cold.
Well, look at all the contradictions and stuff. You have to wonder if the whole thing is not a hoax or not.
Well, I don't know if you want to go into that mess or not, but
Well, when it's bad, but 80% of people apparently it doesn't even affect hardly.
99% doesn't affect. Yeah, the thing that kicks off that the most, the CDC admits is and it's on the CDC.gov website, that they've been mixing what's called, there's two different types of tests. There's the actual virus test that checks for COVID-19 specifically, and then just antibody tests that just checks for if you've had any kind of corona type virus, which includes the common cold. So if you have just a regular cold, that will test positive for the antibody test. And so the CDC and the several states have been mixing those results, and they admit it.
Yeah.
It's all the numbers that they base all these policies on are completely fake.
Well, apparently, if you have a corona type cold virus, that can help your immune system.
Yeah.
If you've had a corona type cold.
Well, the thing is that there's thousands of coronaviruses, and this is just a particularly nasty, somewhat new one. That's just wasn't as common.
Thing is that it's new.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's not that it's so terribly nasty, because maybe for a few people, but the fact that it's new is the big thing.
Mm-hmm. But it's still just
Yeah.
a cold. But you get the
It's a
antibody.
kind that jumps from animals to humans.
Well, and there's controversy with that, but to me, it's irrelevant. It's
probably back again.
To me, and there's a bunch of studies that showed that same exact amount of people would have died from it, regardless if it ever made it into the media or whatever. It's that people die from cold viruses all over the world all the time, every year.
Yeah, I don't know why they're making such a big deal about the bat virus, and the bat lady said she got the virus, was able to jump from animals to humans, and it was like a big thing. She made a big announcement about it and everything.
Then with that lady on, I think I watched her on Fox News. Yeah, she's talking about it was the controversy I thought she was raising was that it was engineered.
Yeah, that was recently. Yeah, she said that.
Yeah.
But the bat lady, the one that's known as the bat ladies, she's the one that apparently was able to get the virus to jump from animals to human or something, and like it was a big deal.
For me, I've heard that happens not too. I mean, it's I don't know if it's often or not, but it does happen. I actually did a temp contract job for the H1N1, the swine flu thing, a few years ago. I was doing a database job for a local clinic, and that was really jumping from pigs to humans or whatever.
Yeah, but there's something about it needed some kind of a receptor or something. I don't know. I forget.
Well, that's how viruses work. They the little spikes on the outside of their little jackets have special shapes.
Yeah.
Saying earlier tonight, they're just specifically designed to latch onto a specific receptor on a specific cell of a specific organism, and if their little prongs or little, what do you call them? There's a special word for them. Little spikes on the outside of the virus touches that spike on the outside of that cell, and it's shaped just right. They connect, and so the cell thinks that it's a legitimate thing from another cell, that it'll open up and actually suck it into itself. It'll bring the virus. Yeah, so the virus is designed specifically to fool a specific cell based on those receptors. And then, of course, the virus's shell dissolves, and then releases its RNA strand, which then uses the cell's own protein, the ribosome factories, to reproduce itself.
And apparently, it was the lung tissue that it connected to.
Yeah. No, that's the common cold. That's what it does. Causes pneumonia and everything. My mom had double pneumonia from just the cold once. Put her in the hospital. We snuck Burger King into her hospital room once.
Yeah.
Which is weird. I never heard her cough. So I don't know if she just hit it really well or what. I don't know how pneumonia works. I thought it was just fluid in the lungs, but
yeah.
My wife's got some friends that she plays online games with. A couple of them have really bad COPD. They just cough constantly.
Yeah.
And it's normal for them now. They just cough and they talk while they cough. It's just they learn to cope with it somehow. We take so much for granted.
Yeah.
Dude, I got stories on that too. Are you falling asleep?
No. Man.
I was working on my undergrad. I did a temp job for the 2010 census, right? I was a team leader, supervisor, dude, field supervisor. So I trained a bunch of teams for the enumerators that year, and I loved it. It was fun. And what was so cool was that there were usually the elderly like to volunteer for doing the census stuff, right? It's like a pride they do in their retirement. And a lot of them have disabilities and whatnot. And so and not just the elderly, they were young people too. They had these they had these things that you would think that they couldn't be able to do. So like, for example, and that was the year that they were introducing the handheld. Usually they do it all by paper, right? You just go door to door, you make them a dot or mark on the paper. But that year they introduced these like little Palm Pilot looking things that had a GPS built into it. So you'd stand by the door or stand by the property, and then you would you had a little stylus on the screen. You'd mark it, and it would transmit it through satellite and whatnot, and it would just download the information. It was really, really handy. But so there's this one guy, he had those I forget what they're called exactly, some sort of palm tremors where his hands shake real bad. It's not Parkinson's, but something else.
Yeah.
Something tremors, I forget what it was called. But just he was perfectly normal guy, he's a real happy kind of guy, but his hands would just shake real bad. Just left, right, left, right, left, right. And I was worried. I was like, I actually never said anything to him specifically about it, but the little handheld thing had the little stylus. You had to use the stylus, plus you had to push buttons on it and stuff like that. I had no idea how he was going to do it, but he figured it out. And he showed me one time. I was so impressed. He would, his hand, as it's just shaking across the screen, he would just time it just right. He would push down on the hit the screen while his hand was shaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's this one lady. She's on not my team, but one of my other team leaders' teams in Abilene, where she didn't have hands. She had lost her hands in her childhood. She just had her wrists were there, and we're like, I'm sorry, but where you have to use these stylus, we're not sure how you're going to be able to use the stylus. So I went over there and tried to help. We figured out, we got some Velcro straps. Actually, I think it was her idea. We had some Velcro straps and literally Velcroed the little stylus to her wrist, and she figured it out. And I love the smile on her face when she was getting going. It was so awesome.
Yeah.
These people are in general are so amazing. My favorite story. What was her name? Bobby. It was this really old elderly lady. She was well in her 80s. And when we started the class, she's kind of bragging, which is fine. She's been doing the census for 40 years. This is one of the pride and joys of her life. She's very excited to do it again. But when I brought out the computer, the little handheld thing, and started trying to show everybody about it, how to use it, and I didn't catch it on early, but she told me later it broke her heart because she was terrified that she wouldn't be able to figure it out. Because she wasn't very computer savvy. And she thought it was going to be too fancy and complicated. And I didn't think nothing of it at the time. I was just doing my job, just trying to teach this class. And she seemed very nervous, which I was concerned with. But you know, I asked her, I offered to let her sit in the front of the class. I let her read straight out of my training manual, you know, for questions that she couldn't seem to articulate well enough from her from the regular student manual or whatever, the enumerator's manual. I just let her read straight from mine to see if it helped. You know, and I just took a bunch of extra time in the class, and we didn't follow the curriculum verbatim, so we could take extra time for her and a few others to kind of practice and do, to kind of go over all the different things real slowly. But she did figure it out, and she passed. That was the thing. You know, a little test at the end of it. And she told me like weeks later, she pulled me aside, you know, because you have to show the maps and we got to, you know, do all this stuff, you know, while we're doing the actual work. And she pulled me aside one day and she told me, Joel, she said that she didn't think that she was going to be able to do the census that year because she was so terrified of those handheld things. But she wanted to thank me because she said that if I hadn't taken that extra time out to really just kind of walk her through it and just really just, and without condescending, I was never condescending to her. She's saying how she had already made up in her mind she was going to quit, but there was something about me, she said, that made her want to keep trying, and she learned it and she loved it. And I laughed, and I thanked her in return. I laughed because she was one of my best enumerators. She was kicking butt. I was having to take work from other people to give to her because she was doing it too fast.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that job. Oh, it's so fun. Oh. Plus, you got to go out everywhere. You had to literally go everywhere. You know.
Yeah.
Even if there weren't any houses, you still had to go look for what they called signs of life. And so, you know, you find, yeah, if there's like trash or, so you have to go out like to a ranch property, for example. If you see like trash in a horse stall, that might suggest that there's like some migrants or something. You know, and if you can find them, you know, you just ask them, hey, are you a migrant? Yes or no? Okay, fine, bye. Have a nice life. You know, we don't care. You know, I'm not trying to turn them in or nothing like that. But sometimes you find, like, for example, there was this busted out old bus with no tires on the outskirts of town. It had some curtains in the windows, you know, it was all rusted and rotten out. Never thought nothing of it. So, you know, one of our guys had to go there, and there's a family living there, you know.
Yeah.
And so we you know, let the city know, and they brought stuff out to them, you know, brought food and figured out because it wasn't on anybody's property. It was out of city limits. But it was nice to see people go out there to try to help them out.
Yeah.
So there's lots of cool stories like that. The weirdest ones were what do you call this? Like a lakefront property type campgrounds. That's what they are.
Campground.
Yeah. And apparently people are still doing it today. People will set up like a little camper or something, or a little mobile home, and they'll, you know, it's like $15 a day or whatever. So some people will actually live, like permanently live on these campsites. It's crazy. But we'd go out there and we'd spend, you know, all day, you know, knocking on doors, you know, trying to get the census thing going. And then we go out there the next day, you know, and they'd all change. So people either move around or they left the campsite. So it was kind of hopeless. It was funny.
Yeah, I never liked that idea I don't even like campgrounds. The idea of camping with other people camping around, that doesn't even appeal to me.
Yeah. I hear you. I mean, I was in Boy Scouts and I was in the military. So camping on a civilian campsite's not exactly camping to me, but
Yeah, camping to me is going out where nobody is.
Right.
So that's basically what I do when I go camping.
Same. I've not done it in too long. Dude, I did some bivouacs in the Black Forests in Germany, man.
Black Forest, dude.
Yep.
I didn't spend much time there. I visited Stuttgart. That's about basically all I did. But
yeah, that was where I was supposed to go when I transferred from Korea down there. I had all my orders were for Stuttgart. I even had the base there even sent me, you know, like little flyers and stuff, community, whatever, welcome me to the community and all that stuff. because they had consolidated. So I was the 39 Bravo, and they had all what's called the ATE and the EETF vans, these test vans that tested all the electronics and stuff, primarily for like the Apaches and stuff for the aviation support battalion stuff. And so they moved all those $1 million vans to Stuttgart, you know, as a theater strategic operations area. And that's where I was supposed to go, you know. So I get there, I land in Fliegerhurst. They redirect me to, I forget, 58 something, I don't know, it's a place in Hanau. And they eventually sent me to the 127th Aviation Support Battalion in Fliegerhurst Kaserne, right? Just somewhere like south of Hanau. And they had the ETF van on paper on the MTO list, but it was not there. It was in Stuttgart. So I spent a little more than a year on this little Army airfield.
Oh, you know, the neat thing I did. You know, I like Germany too. It was great. I got lost. I went to sleep on a train and woke up in Switzerland. But that's another story. And so I had to explain everything. They confiscated my film and everything, my camera.
What?
But anyways, the greatest thing I ever did in Germany was I volunteered to guard a train.
Oh yeah.
So it was an ammo train, and it went from one place to another. But we were actually walking through the train stations and everything with M60 and M16s, with people harassing us, with people taunting us and harassing us.
While you're sitting there armed with
M60s and M16s. And then we would ride the train, and then they would be on some of these overpasses, you know, demonstrating and everything, you know.
Oh yeah, demonstrating in Germany, like protesters.
Yeah, well, they protested the ammo train. Yeah,
that's weird. I never saw any protesters in Germany. I was there in the night.
But that's because it was an ammo train.
What's wrong with ammo trains?
I don't know. But I don't even know what was on the train or anything. But we just had to guard the train. But that was the
good.
That was the best thing I did. The most fun, you know.
You got to travel. You're saying?
Yeah, travel and just on the train.
Yeah, that's cool.
It was about was it 4 to 6 of us, something like that, maybe 6.
Yeah, most of my official travel was in those little what they call it, TMP vans. I don't know what years were you there?
82 to 86.
Do you ever hear of a TMP van?
Sounds familiar.
It's like an old little minivan, top speed 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it sucked. Oh my gosh, because that's like what? Maybe 80 kilometers kph. So you're the slowest vehicle on the autobahn.
Right. On the autobahn
for hours. They're like, oh, torture. The train would have been nice. I did do some what do you call it? Train depot loading, offloading details, where we had the little steel cables, whatever, we had to ratchet and the little screw thing to secure some things. I was like you. I had no idea what was in it was mostly connexes, but I had no idea what they were in there. I almost lost my finger. You know, we had one of those pictures in the hangar of making sure you take your ring off. You know, when you're working on equipment.
Wow.
Because you can lose your finger. And they had a real grotesque picture of a guy that happened to, where literally just slid all the skin off their finger. So you literally was just a white bone left exposed, you know. And so they had a nice big gross picture of that. Try to scare us with it. But anyway, so I'm on this railhead detail, and I'm twisting one of the what they call eye bolts or whatever. And I'm wrong, and somehow slipped my finger somewhere just wrong, and it crushed my ring under my glove. We're wearing those thick leather gloves, and it crushed my ring. And if I hadn't wearing that ring, it probably would have crushed my fingers off. But so it just bent my ring inside my glove, and so I couldn't take my ring off. I couldn't move my finger off the bolt. So I literally I took the little ratchet we had. I just kind of spun it the other way, and it kind of bent my ring back the other way. Decompress it. I was able to get my hand out, but that picture of that guy losing his finger skin. That was.
Yeah. I was a mechanic, and I would change transfers of transmission and things on like a deuce and a half.
Right.
So I was working on a deuce and a half, and I was taking the transfer or putting it up or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you do that, you have to kind of line up the bolts to put the bolts in to hold up the transfer.
Right.
So, and you use a come along or something to make it go up and down.
Mm-hmm.
And I was feeling for the hole to put the bolt in, and the thing slipped and it cut the tip of my finger off. But fortunately, it was just the tip where it all grew back.
It's got the fleshy part, huh?
Yeah, just cut the tip off. I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to be with a short finger, but it grew back.
That's good.
I don't even know which finger it was.
Could have been a lot worse, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was just feeling for the tip of the hole where I can put the bolt in.
Right. It's probably a different SOP for that, I bet, huh?
Yeah, mine was 63 whiskey.
No, I'm talking about
MOS.
There's probably an established procedure on how to.
Oh yeah, well, we just did whichever way is fastest or whatever. I mean,
yeah, aviation's hard, man, because they got.
Oh yeah.
Flight lists. Have you ever did aviation mechanic stuff?
No, but I know everything has to be by the book. Yeah.
Yeah, and we do the same thing. It's so repetitious that you're forced to memorize it. But if you don't have the book with you and you do act like you're just kind of going through the steps in your head, man, that will get on you. It's annoying.
Yeah.
I hated it.
Well, yeah, for aviation it has to be right, and it has to be double checked and rechecked. In the Army, we had quality control. After we worked on the vehicle, it went through quality control.
Mm-hmm.
But in real life, at least where I worked at the airline, we didn't even have quality. We didn't even have quality control, but it wasn't that necessary.
I hear you. Yeah, I was always stationed in like the regiment or theater operations area, so there's always generals floating around. Always making sure everybody's doing the right thing, which is fine.
Yeah, when I went to Germany, they asked me where I wanted to go, if I wanted to go near or far, and I said, well, as far away as possible.
Oh.
So they sent me to a place called Karlsruhe in Germany.
Karl's who?
Karlsruhe. Ruhe is Karlstown. Karlsruhe.
Okay.
And it was kind of like between Frankfurt and Stuttgart, but it was over near the French border. I could walk across to the French border if I crossed the Rhine River.
Cool. Did you hear my story earlier about whenever I would visit Landstuhl?
The what?
Yeah, there was this off ramp you had to take to get into Landstuhl.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
and I almost always missed it. And so the only way to do a U-turn was you had to cross the French border first.
Yeah,
mistake. It was weird.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that I fell asleep on a train and ended up in Switzerland. So and I didn't realize it, because what happened was I fell asleep and woke up and walked past the person, as who was, I don't know, taking the fare or whatever, because I had to use the restroom. So I didn't get checked, and I ended up in Switzerland. And so I get off the train and I'm looking around, I'm thinking, this is really strange. This is like a different state or something. Everything's different.
Foreign language looks.
And then I go to find a locker, and I go to put marks in the locker, Deutschmarks, and it says francs on there. I'm saying, francs? What's francs? And then it dawned on me it was Swiss.
Were you in uniform?
Swiss francs. No, I wasn't. I wasn't in new uniform, but I did have my ID, my Army ID, and I explained it to the to the customs official or the police. I explained it to the police, whoever was there. I said I fell asleep on the plane. I gotta go back. And then they took all my film and everything, because I took a whole bunch of pictures.
No, well, they think you're a spy or
And
something.
yeah, they took film, confiscated the film and everything. Asked me what I was doing there and all stuff.
Rude. Yeah, so when I was in Korea, I was on this Camp Eagle. It's on top of this mountain, and so there was nothing to do. You know, the only thing we could do was whatever was on post. But we did. They gave us free bus rides to anywhere we wanted to go in Korea, and so the base next over is about half hour to an hour bus ride called Camp Long, and they had a little do-it-yourself black and white photo lab, like a development lab kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's a little community thing there, or whatever. And so that was one of the few hobbies you could pick to do. And so I got into that. And so I was taking pictures all over. And I don't know how many. I some really, really good pictures too. And I don't have. I think I've got maybe half a dozen of them left.
Yeah, I took a lot of pictures too, and I don't have very many left.
I hate that. That's really awesome. I mean, things that you couldn't stage on purpose. Like there's this one shot where I was on post and I was just taking pictures of the sunset, and one of the helicopters, one of the Apaches, had just finished its little AHA round, and it was taking off, going somewhere, and it was flying across just as I was taking this picture of this very large, low hanging sun, and it crossed across the sun just as I took the picture.
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to do that. There's no way I probably could have timed it that way. I was on a little crappy SLR camera. It was a beautiful picture. I wish I could have kept it. I don't know what I did with it.
Yeah, I have to go through my negatives and a whole bunch of things, see if I can dig up some pictures or something.
Yeah. And I got a box full of junk that I don't know what's all in there, but I figure they're just lost. There's one other picture that I also remember taking. I was waiting on the flight line. I was off duty. I was waiting for the sun to go down because I was going to take some pictures of something in the dark. And just as it was turning twilight, there was another Apache that was getting ready to take off. And he was doing, it was annoying because he was doing his bore sighting, all that stuff. It took longer than usual, like over an hour. So I was getting frustrated with it. But what was funny is I was sitting there on the fence line to the airstrip, just sitting there waiting, kind of next to a tree. So I was like kind of halfway hidden. I wasn't trying to hide, but I didn't think about it. So anyways, he unslewed the TADS array, and he was doing his little checks, and you could see it slewed straight to me, pointing at me like, "Hey, we see you over there." My infrared imagery. Like,
yeah.
Anyway, so I was waiting. Anyway, so it was finally starting to take off, and it was rolling east on the airstrip, and so that's when I started taking my pictures. But when I developed it, and I didn't realize at the time, but the f-stop, whatever it was, the little shutter speed wasn't perfect enough or whatever. So the running lights, the sideboard lights for when it's it's in the air, they were flashing. Yeah. And so on the film they streaked when they were flashing. And so when it developed, it looked exactly like it was shooting lasers.
It wiggled around, yeah.
Where it was awesome. I wasn't trying to do that. Just how it came out. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. And then another favorite picture of mine that I lost. My kids, they're all freaked out about spiders. They moved to Texas, and the spiders are freaking 4-inch spider. And so I had this banana spider I took a picture of in Korea. It was just hanging on this chain link fence. It was easily 12 inches wide. It was this huge, giant freaking.
Well,
they call it a banana spider. I don't know what it was though. It was giant.
Do they have the bird-eating spiders in the Amazon?
Oh yeah, imagine.
And I used to walk past the opening of where they lived, because you could see the web and the opening where they went inside.
Right.
but I never messed around with it to see what was inside.
So you never saw how big they are?
No, I never tried to see how big it was, but it's called a bird-eating spider. It's
Yeah.
about maybe 6 inches. I don't know, something like that.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, that bad
Maybe
boy.
long.
Yeah, that one I saw was twice that size. It was huge.
Yeah.
It's something out of a movie, aliens or something. I don't know. Yeah. I liked Korea. I tell people if I had, because I had kids at the time, but so if I hadn't if I have to be separated from my family, that was the time of my life. Second best place on the planet is South Korea. Those people are very precious over there, Jungle.
South Korea?
Yeah. Koreans. They're super kind. I mean Asians in general, but Koreans specifically. You hear the old stories. You get on a bus. America used to be like that. If someone's sitting up front, an elderly person gets on. They move over. They still do there.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the Ozarks right now, and people are pretty friendly out here. Everybody always waves and everything.
Nice. Yeah, I'm from Texas, the friendly state. It used to be like that, not so much anymore. I mean, it's like 50-50 now.
Yeah. Because I'm originally from Kansas when I wasn't in the Amazon.
Right. Yeah, I had an old politics lobby chat friend that moved to the Ozarks. He loves it. Missouri.
Keep up. What's that?
It's Missouri, right? Ozarks.
Yeah, where I'm at now, yeah.
Yeah.
Right next to Kansas. And Kentucky. Or Illinois, I guess. Kentucky and Illinois, yeah.
You have to make me break out my geography.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how it works too, because when I travel, I travel through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois.
One of my brothers is in Kentucky right now, and then
but then I cut through Louisville.
That's Indiana, right?
Louisville, I thought it was Missouri, but no, St. Louis. I cut through St. Louis, not no.
St. Louis is Illinois, isn't it?
St. Louis is not Kentucky.
No.
No, St. Louis is Missouri.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Excuse me.
Anyway, then I go to the Ozarks.
I got you.
That's a long trip.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is 4 hours, 4.5 hours drive through it.
Yeah, I used to drive from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, back home to Texas here in Houston, and you just reminded me. So, you take I-20 most of the way. You kind of cut down past Florida, and you cut across like Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, before you get to Texas. So every time you get we start in one state, as you see the mile markers, it says like 400 miles, whatever, and then you watch the mile markers tick down as you go from east to west. And then they get to zero, and then they start over again. You get to the next state, and it takes about 2 to 4 hours to drive across each state. And then you get into Texas. The first mile marker is like 1,700 miles.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that would take a long time to go through, probably.
Took another 4 or 5 hours just to go from East Texas down to Houston. So, it's a big state. Yeah, I used to. That was back when I was young. That was a 19-hour straight drive, and I used to be able to do it 19 hours nonstop.
Yeah, I can do a straight drive if I'm very well rested.
I don't think I can do that anymore.
But yeah, it's rough. Usually I'll stop at a rest area, and then I'll start driving again. Then I want to stop again.
Yeah. Yeah, we moved from we joined we call it the California refugee program. We fled California about 3 or 4 years ago now. Came back home to Texas, and we planned a 3-day trip. You know, we had
Yeah.
we had a big truck. You know, we had our car trailer and all that good stuff. It ended up taking 5 days. Stop
Yeah. Well, I remember, well, with my dad, he was a missionary, and we would travel across the United States or from place to place.
That's awesome.
And I remember going through, places like Arizona, New Mexico. I remember that the temperature was so hot, and that we would actually close the windows because you couldn't have the wind blowing on you because it was hot.
Where's this at again?
It was probably New Mexico, Arizona, somewhere. We were driving through.
Yeah, Florida was the north part of Florida is super hot. It's weird.
Yeah, North Tallahassee.
Yeah, like 120, 130 degrees. Yeah.
Wow.
It's where military guys. There's a lot of military training there for extreme hot weather training. Yep.
I was trained in Fort Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, basic training.
I went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yep. I did my
And then I had my, what do you call it, the
AIT?
AIT training in Aberdeen Proving Grounds.
Yeah, where was that at again?
Aberdeen, Maryland, I think.
Maryland, okay. Yeah, mine was in Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of tornado country.
Yeah. I was looking at some houses in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this one house on Google, right? It's a nice house. I said, "Wow, that's a nice house." And then I zoom out, and I see something strange over to the side. So I zoom in, and I said, "This is strange. You have the streets, everything's in place, no houses." It was scraped clean probably by a tornado.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, I grew up and raised in Houston, Texas, Muggles. We were joking about that earlier yesterday or today. 100% humidity, 100 degrees year round. It's like a swamp. It used to literally be a swamp. Now it's just a big city. But the weather's still miserable. My wife teases me because she's from Southern California, so she's raised in deserts for the most part, where it's always 72 degrees, perfect weather all the time. But she says I've got gills somewhere.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Amazon, I went there a couple of times, and I remember temperatures up to 100 degrees, and like you said, 100% humidity.
You would think the Amazon would be, yeah.
But a couple of times I went there, it was like, 85, 90, up to like 90 degrees or something like that. But it seemed hot to me. I wasn't acclimated to it or anything.
Yeah.
And I remember it being a lot, almost every day up to 100. And for some reason, it was only up to 90 or 95 or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. You would think it'd be hotter. Miserable jungle.
Oh, it was hot. I mean, I was drinking water like constantly. I didn't stop drinking water.
Yeah.
I mean, because I wasn't acclimated. I was wasn't used to it, and I don't think I ever got used to it. I spent like a week or a couple of weeks there almost, and I never. Just seems so hot. I don't know why.
Tampa Bay area, is that Tampa, Florida?
Tampa, St. Petersburg. I lived in St. Petersburg. I was born and raised St. Peter. Okay. I lived in St. Petersburg for my third or fourth grade, something like that.
When someone says St. Petersburg, I'm thinking Russia.
No, that's why I has to clarify Tampa Bay area.
Yeah.
No, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay.
I lived there. I went to school there.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's like Paris, Texas, and like
there's everything.
Yeah, I forget this one.
They got Brazil, they got Cuba, they got all kind of crazy countries all over.
Yeah.
As cities and towns, all when I drive through.
Yep, good stuff. Yeah, I've lived most of the coastal areas but in the south, but not the north. I haven't been to like the Dakotas or anything yet, or Mississippi.
Yeah.
I meant to say Illinois, Michigan. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
To me, it's too cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've lived in Chicago. That's why I'm in the southern part of Missouri.
Okay.
Because I don't like it getting real cold.
Yeah, I can tolerate the heat, but the cold hurts me. In fact, I'd gotten hypothermia a couple times, and I had the cold weather injury. So whenever, I don't know how they did in the 80s, but we had those real high tech Gore-Tex type jackets in the 90s.
Yeah.
That little old that white engineering tape they call it. I had to put a strap of that on my little thing on the front under my rank. So I was more susceptible to cold weather injuries because of that. So if I got hurt, the medics would know.
Yeah. Yeah, we did operations. I mean, we did like play soldier once in a while in Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're mechanics. We weren't really, full-time soldiers.
We did, man. Aviation guys, we were always out there. We had to train with what they call the German sister units. We were always out there in the funk. Grafenwehr, gosh, that's all we did.
Yeah, actually, I think we went to Grafenwehr.
Yeah.
But so it was cold one time, and of course, they have you go out and to hold the perimeter or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we're standing there. It was so cold that the little birdies would take 2 steps and then sit on their feet, and take another 2 steps and sit on their feet.
That's pretty cold.
And so I just stood up and with my jacket and everything, and I just got used to the cold. Because when I came from Brazil, I didn't know how to deal with the cold.
Imagine, wow.
And I was always, when the cold weather came, I was like cold, and I would try to stay warm. So I would try to, heat up, and it never worked.
Right.
So what I finally figured out to do is just let the cold hit you, and your body will adjust.
Yeah, but you gotta make sure you got space. So there's all kinds of science to it, though. Yeah.
Yeah. And just this year, I was in, running from the pandemic. Long before anybody even knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
I took off on vacation in February. In February, I was out in the in the woods in Missouri, and what was I saying?
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah. So I was sleeping in the cold weather, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somehow I guess I got acclimated to the cold weather because there's no way to heat up. You just have to stay warm, right? So then I go to visit my mom in Kansas, and I'm sleeping on the bed, right? And I wake up. I think that there's a heating blanket, what do you call it? Thermal
Electric blanket.
electric blanket. Yeah, I'm thinking there's an electric blanket underneath me. And I'm trying to pull the electric blanket out from underneath me, because I'm half asleep, right? And then, so finally, I realized there's no blanket, no electric blanket underneath me.
Your poor body couldn't tell it was hot or cold anymore. Huh?
I was hot.
Yeah.
It was my back was hot. It was like burning. And I'm trying to pull the electric blanket out from underneath me.
Dude, I never had. I remember the only time I remember having an electric blanket when I was a little kid, and it was like one of those old-fashioned like wool type electric blankets.
Yeah.
And it was fun because we would kind of shake it on the bed, and it would always be full of static electricity. So if we did it just right, it'd be like these little blue like little lightning bolts flashing underneath. Weird.
Yeah. No, I never liked them either. I never used them. Never liked them.
Yeah, me neither.
But
me neither. I've been in some cold places, man. Korea gets cold, especially up in the mountains because it's on that peninsula.
Yeah.
And the winds blow across that island or that peninsula is just right, man. It gets to like -40, -60 below zero some days. It's miserable. And so we had the Mickey Mouse boots. We had all the bear suit stuff.
Yeah,
it just doesn't help.
The pump up boots.
All the Mickey Mouse boots with the little air pump. Yeah.
Air.
It gets to the point that it's just nothing will help, except short of like a fire, or a heater.
Oh yeah, 40 below. That's cold.
Yeah.
That's the temperature when centigrade and Fahrenheit meet. It's 40 below.
Yeah. We used to kind of joke, once it gets below that certain kind of temperature, any colder doesn't matter anymore, except it just depends on the colder it gets, the faster to kill you. So
Right.
It doesn't feel any different. And then we'd have these just giant propane, like turbine powered, whatever, these heater blower things for the hangars.
Yeah.
I forget what they're called, but there was these huge propane heaters.
Yeah, we used them in the army in Germany and stuff.
Well, they had the small ones, but you had these like giant, oversized, like 5 foot tall ones. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, because we would work in these tents on these trucks, and they would have these heaters going and stuff like that, and the tents would be full of smoke and everything.
Oh yeah, y'all use propane?
No, because they're running the trucks and the tanks and everything, whatever.
Okay, I got you. The engine exhaust was it. Yeah. Yeah, I was an electronics guy, but so that meant I got to go hang around all kinds of vehicles. So I was like, huh? I was hanging out with and stuff, man, with those turbine engines. So yeah, I know what you're.
Yeah, the turbine engines
for
the M1s.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw a sergeant, or I saw a sergeant put one of those through a garage door.
No.
He said, I thought the truck. He said they asked him, did you have chocks on it? He says the chocks wouldn't do any good with a tank.
Yeah, the whole building is a truck. It was just
and if he did have chocks, it probably would have knocked out the door side or something,
Yeah.
But he went straight through the garage.
You chalk a tank with? I don't know. Yeah, I get to hang all over those guys.
Yeah, and I was impressed because they had a test track there, and they would run these tanks on this test track, and I saw this Bradley tank flying around there.
I've seen video.
I didn't know that things went so fast.
Well, even the M1A, I don't know if you did the M1A1s or the A2s, but I heard they can get up 60 miles an hour now.
M1A1, yeah, that's what we had.
I think the A2s are a little faster, but I had a friend that was stationed in Fort Gordon, I think it was, in Georgia. And I went to visit him one time, and so they had a bunch of tank trails and stuff, and they had this this one like PT course they had was like a kind of a trench where they dug in the ground, and where they would do their little battalion runs and stuff like that. And he was telling me how, usually you run with a guide on, the flag in the front of formation, but he said they had to make sure they kept raised because tanks would drive over these trenches with soldiers running through them sometimes, and they'd have the guide on to let them know where people were so that nobody get hurt. But there's one time we were walking through one of those areas. We weren't in the trench, but we're just kind of in that area. And these tanks were literally like jumping. They'd kind of hit the upper berm of one of those trenches, and you could see it fly over this trench. I'm like, what the heck? Things too to be doing this stuff.
Yeah.
They'd get it just right. They'd catch some air, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, there was at Fort Knox. They had the tank range where they would drive tanks through there, and there was I actually found like some little dinosaur eggs that I thought were dinosaur eggs, fossilized dinosaur eggs.
Yeah, you probably got some money for that.
And I tried to keep it and hold on to it, but I don't have it anymore. I don't know what happened to him.
Andrew's laughing about the chunks on a truck, or chunks on a tank. There was talking to recently. You shared me a story how they did something. The turret got frozen somehow. Something broke on it, and it was one of those old LT stories. LT was trying to figure out they were trying to wrench it out. Then they brought some mallet out and they're beating on it, and he wouldn't have anything to do with it. He just sitting there watching them waste their energy. And finally, LT got mad at him. Told him to stop sitting around and figure something out, because the turret could move back to forward for the convoy. And he's like, he told him, he's like, sir, I could fix this in 5 minutes, and so which just made the LT even more upset. But so he maneuvered the tank over to the tree line, and then propped the turret against a tree or something, like he said. I think he said, and then he just pivoted the tank on its tread, which forced the turret, and it broke whatever was stuck, and fixed the turret. And just leveraged it against the tree.
Yeah. Well, mechanics have to think that way.
Yeah.
We
right.
make it work any which way. Well, you have to be creative. You have to be creative that way.
Oh yeah. Tim Allen driving an M1 tank. I don't know. Yeah, those things are monsters, man. Huge.
Yeah, I was impressed with the computerized, control of the turret and stuff.
That's worked on. Yeah, I was doing all the laser range the range finders and the infrared designators and stuff. The targeting computer. That's stuff I fixed.
Yeah. And they said that if there was ever an accident and it broke open one of them side panels, that they called in everything, FBI, CIA, or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah, the laser codes are classified, but it's about it.
Well, it used to be that the side armor for the tracks.
Oh yeah,
was highly classified too.
I think that's still is, of course,
because that keeps them from keeps the tracks working.
Well, it's just we don't want the bad guys to reverse engineer it too. I think.
Yeah.
Figure out how to defeat it faster.
Yeah.
Dude, that reminds me. I was watching a video of a contractor thing, whatever you call it, a research project They had a funny name for it. I forget what it was, but basically it was like this rail that you could hang on any vehicle, from Humvee to an M1 to anything, to a deuce and a half, and it basically was like it had a little sensor thing off this little like a hanger thing almost on top of the vehicle, and it was fast enough that it would detect an incoming round even from like an RPG, and it had little something similar to the Blade of Armor thing where it had little explosives on it, so that it was reactive and fast enough that it had that split microsecond of when it detected, right, like within, like just inches from the side of the vehicle, it would set this explosive off that was hanging off that rail, and it would knock the power out of the rail, to try to basically deflect essentially, RPG rounds coming in, and it seemed like it worked. It looked ugly as heck, but
okay.
I forget what it was called. They had a funny name for it, anyways. I'm about to find it again if I wanted to, but
Well, there was this. They had this thing sticking out from the side of the tank.
Hmm.
Is that what it was? That
it was like almost like a what do you call it?
it had like four or five different things
rain
sticking
gutter.
out.
No, this is like a gutter that was literally just kind of bolted to the top of the vehicle.
Okay.
And on the tank, it was on the tread side, on the top of the base thing, what do you call it? The frame. So it wouldn't actually help the turret, but
Yeah, I didn't work on the tanks, but I worked on the wheeled vehicles. Like I figured that would be, I'm doing it so I can, work on the outside when I get out of the Army. So I figured I'll go with a wheeled vehicle mechanic.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard that story before. Something about trying to destroy an M1A1 in 91. I could see the difficulty in it, but I got to work on a few vehicles as well. I worked on Humvees, and I did help a motor pool. They were trying to figure out that something got messed up in the fuel system for a deuce and a half that they couldn't. It took like months. They replaced everything. They thought they did. It still wouldn't fix it. And then we drove 5 tons for our AT equipment, so we had to be certified. So we had to do all our own maintenance from the 5 tons too.
Yeah.
So I got to look at that. Wasn't full time.
If there's a little leak in the fuel line somewhere where the diesel engine won't run.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even remember if they ever figured out what was wrong with that deuce and a half, but they just kept trying this. They spent well over the value of the truck almost at one point. Couldn't fix it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a little bit of a shade tree mechanic. Every time I usually took all my leave all at once, so I'd take my full month in the year, and I'd go home and I'd just work on everybody's cars for fun. Girl beard. And so today I like to fix everybody's cars and computers and stuff just for fun.
Well, I have had a problem with my computer. It was in my hammock, and the bear was coming through, eating all my food and stuff, and he grabbed onto the laptop, and it destroyed the screen.
Dude, where was your Jaguar?
The Jaguar wasn't there.
Yeah, I can see how that could hurt things. Laptop.
And he left the teeth marks in the computer.
I don't
So
know
I know the size of his mouth, his teeth marks.
I was thinking I could probably fix the screen. At least we could replace the screen, but there'd probably still be some marks on it at least.
Oh yeah, the marks will stay. Yeah, I wouldn't know where to get a screen though.
Oh, you usually can buy them. About $100 or
Yeah.
so. Plasma or LCD screen.
Well, I could probably do that myself, maybe. I have trouble figuring out pull it apart sometimes because they got tricks on how to take it apart.
Yep. There's a lot of YouTube videos and stuff that people show, but it's usually, yeah. So the only hard part is if there's like some sort of plastic little clasp or something, and you might break one. But
yeah,
be careful. Yeah, the hardest part about changing out, especially plasma screens on the laptops, is if you put too much pressure on them, you can damage the little cells inside there, and they can make permanent bad spots on them and stuff. Real easy.
Yeah,
just gotta be careful. And the LCD screens are real simple. It's not rocket science.
I think it's an LCD screen.
Yeah.
A Lenovo.
Okay. Those are a lot tougher. The biggest thing to worry for an LCD replacement screen is the ribbon cable where it connects to the actual motherboard. Sometimes it can get you have to have little crimp connectors to them. Sometimes if you don't put those on just right, but it's hard to break those in my opinion.
Yeah.
But you have to be real clumsy.
Yeah, I'm sort of a mechanic, but the wire, hooking up the wires, I think I could do that. I mean the strip or whatever it is.
Sure. Yep.
But I'm more worried about the screen, what holds the screen in place. The frame.
On a laptop, it's usually just a little thin frame. There's not much in there. Some laptops have like a little what they call a diffusion screen, or what do they call it? Little like plastic.
Little snap out. Thing.
Yeah, it's just held in there. Yeah, it's just a little frame in there.
Okay. That's what I thought maybe.
Yeah, what do you even call it? The place where you really want to start to try to press apart a laptop screen is at the base. So when you take you got to take the bottom of the actual laptop off first. You'll expose the motherboard and everything to it, and you got to disconnect the cable to it inside there. And then usually at the hinges, there's some pretty. That's where like the toughest part is basically, and there's usually screws there, and so you got to kind of take apart the hinges and just go from there.
Okay.
And the rest is just like I said, it's just usually kind of pressed little plastic clips, and you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Nothing super glue can't fix.
So where would I go about getting this screen? I just order it from the company,
or Amazon, yeah,
or eBay.
Almost anywhere, yeah. There's actual websites out there that dedicated to reselling old parts.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's true.
I got an old laptop right here in front of me, sitting under my big screen TV right here. That's got the keyboard just hanging out of it. I'm gonna fix it up and clean it up. I gotta hack into it because a friend from work gave it to me, but they still password locked, so I gotta hack it and wipe it. And I was gonna send it to my daughter in the Philippines. We're gonna try to fix the keyboard on it, but I gave up on it. It's gonna be like $80 to get a new keyboard for it.
Oh, it's the one with a DVD on it. The one that the bear broke the screen.
Yeah, those are like $10 now these days. The DVD players, a dime a dozen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the most expensive.
It's internal, no, it's not external. I mean, wow.
Usually they just, even the internal ones, they're just bolted in. You take the cover off, and it's just it's a module. You'll be surprised. Usually a couple screws.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess everything else is okay. I think it's just the screen that's broken.
Yeah, if I fix that for $100 or so, maybe $2. Again, the hard part would be replace, unless you could find a full screen cover replacement. The cover might have some holes in it, but you can probably just put some plastic over that, super glue that like a patch if you need, where the holes are.
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't. Most of the stuff that he bit, he would puncture, but it didn't puncture. It just broke the screen.
Oh, okay. I'm imagining like these literal puncture teeth marks going all the way.
That's true. That's what he did with everything. He bites everything, punctures it, and see what it tastes like, and then to determine whether he's going to try to eat it or not.
I was going to say that he was just tasting it.
Yeah. Well, I think he figured out right away that it wasn't anything to eat.
Yeah.
But he just pulled it. He pulled it right out of the hammock and threw it on the ground, but it just destroyed the screen.
Well, hopefully it's still working. Yeah. So I was an electronics guru in the Army, and so we'd have our test vans, and it was actually against regulations, but I don't think everybody cared that we would keep just old electronics floating around because we'd family members and friends and whatever they'd bring their old TVs and their VCRs and their PlayStations or whatever, and we'd parts them out. We'd fix them up, for the most part, and the ones that we couldn't fix, we had little custom made wooden cabinets in one of our vans. We just threw them in there, and every once in a while, in a pinch and we don't have the right part we need for some other amplifier on something for some other thing and for some other vehicle, we either have to run a Radio Shack or wait 3 weeks to a month for supply to get us that component, or we just break open some old VCR, pop the capacitor out of that we needed and throw it in there. I mean, fill paperwork and make it legal, but so I was always having parts of stuff half broken floating around me for stuff like that.
Yeah, they don't like anything hanging around too much, at least in the Army.
Yeah, in fact, this is when I was young and dumb. So Fort Bragg, that was my first duty station. So I got a partial excuse. I didn't really know better. So funny story. So we'd have, battalion or division inspection come around, and we'd have all these, like I said, all these old nurse parts and stuff floating around in the vans, which were obviously, they're illegal. They're against regulation. So one of our E5 sergeants would we'd dump all the spare component stuff in the back of a deuce and a half, and he just literally would just drive around post, just randomly just drive that truck full of parts, and he'd call in every once in a while. They gone yet? He's like, nope, we're still waiting for inspection. Okay, keep driving. So so they have their inspection. There's no parts in there. We passed the inspection. They're like, okay. Sometimes we'd forget. Come on now.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's horrible. Confess my sins. Yeah, no, and so we had a third van that was just a cargo van, and it was just wall to wall shelves, and so it's where we kept all our actual, the Army regulation, whatever supply chain components, all our capacitors and resistors and microchips and stuff like that. And we had it was 13,000 individual components. And when I was first assigned to that duty station, that section, it was all done by hand. It was all done by some scratched out, clipboard sheet of paper, which was insane because nobody would keep up on it. So next thing you know, the Q40 whatever transistor, you didn't know if any was on hand. They're all mixed up. It was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I was a young E3 at the time, and I just took it upon myself. And not only did I organize the day, well, actually, I organized every single component and every single shelf multiple times because they kept screwed it up. But eventually, I taught myself D-Base 4. Wow, that's old school. They had a tiny, those ancient like IBM XT type computers we brought in there, and just I don't know if you ever play this stuff, but just the chrome, the black and green computer screen, just one color screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so I made a database, and I made it so we had every single component, all the part numbers, all the the quantity on hand, the quantity required, stock required, whatever, where the location was, which shelf it was, which row it was in, which section of which row, all mapped out. And then all I asked them to do, look, you don't even have to go and edit the database for the computer. All you so we still had the clipboard with the little sheets and stuff like that. Just write down there however you want which component you took. What'd you take out of which drawer, and what time, put a time stamp, put your initial, that's it. I'll take care of the rest. Eventually other guys finally helped out, but it saved our day, so we could actually plan. Okay, so this component, we would start tracking it. We would show, okay, we're using X amount of this over this amount of time. So they would say, okay, we need to replace this component, by, we're going to run out of this within a month. We're going to run out of this within 6 months, kind of thing. So we would start to plan ahead and actually keep our stock and stuff, our inventory full for a change.
Yeah.
It was a lot of work, but it was worth it. That was a good private.
Yeah. I made it to E4, and I was gonna be promoted to sergeant if I had re-enlisted, but I didn't re-enlist.
Same.
So my sergeant was mad at me because I didn't re-enlist. He's from Guam, Guamanian, Chamorro.
My section sergeant in Korea was from Guam.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're great people. Great people.
Yeah, he was a short thing too.
Yeah, and in Fort Dix, I had a Samoan in the platoon.
I've heard they're not short.
No, they're bigger, and he was about my size, but of course stronger, wider, and everything.
That's
and
cool.
we're running, and we're running a mile or something, whatever it was, and we're running neck and neck. Two completely different body types, right? He's stocky and everything, and I'm lanky and 6'1", and so we're running neck and neck, and we couldn't get past each other. I couldn't get past him. He couldn't get past me, and so we crossed like the finish line at the end. Running as hard as we can. We both felt like we were going to die. But we crossed at the same time. It was just like same time. It was kind of interesting because there's just two different people, completely different people, and one couldn't beat the other.
It's funny. Yeah, I'm sure you had extra mass you had to move that you didn't have to, but maybe, yeah.
Right.
I can imagine the dynamics.
Right.
It reminds me similar.
But he didn't want to give up. He was trying to win, and I didn't want to give up.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit hard headed too. So.
Yeah, it's reminding me of a similar story. It wasn't in the army, but it was when I was a kid in junior high. I was in the band and I was a tuba player, right? But it's a similar story where I was a 6 foot little scrawny little kid, and the next better tuba player was a rather large, he wasn't fat, but he was big Hispanic guy, right? Latino guy. It's also like 6'2" or something like that, right? But he had literally more than twice the lung capacity than I did. As tuba players, that he's going to be the better player, right? You would think. And for the first few months or so, he was, he was first chair. But somehow I developed my lungs well enough that we started kind of trading back and forth. I'd be first chair for 1 week, he'd be first chair the next week. Like eventually got to the point where I was always dominant. I was always first chair. I figured out how to play that tuba.
Yeah, that's good. I played the trumpet myself.
There you go.
Yeah, and I know what it is, first chair. I mean, I usually wasn't first chair, but I was, third chair, or whatever.
Well, trumpets usually, it's a lot more competition. There's like maybe 4 or 5 of us tuba players. There's like 30 something usually.
Yeah, I like the baritone as well.
That's what my brother played, was baritone.
Yeah. And the flugelhorn.
Who?
The flugelhorn.
Flugelhorn.
Flugelhorn is what they call it.
Oh.
That's the one with a big bell. It's a trumpet with a big bell on it.
I'm thinking French horn.
No, not a French horn. It's a regular trumpet, but it has a wide bell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my wife, man, she was She was a tenor saxophone, flute player, and something else. Forget.
Yeah. And in band, for a week we traded instruments, and I played a clarinet.
There you go. Yeah, my son Ethan played clarinet. Yeah. I'm actually wanting to try to buy a flute again for my wife. Let her play again.
I was just thinking of buying a trumpet just for the fun of it.
I'm not big into tubas anymore. I did play guitar, though. I used to play guitar at all the chapels I went to when I was in the army.
You don't want to buy a tuba?
I was driving past one of the high schools here local, and they were out in the parking lot, and there was like 5 tuba players out there. It brought back memories.
Yeah. I also played in the Skyriders Drum and Bugle Corps.
Well, there you go.
Which at the time was 2 valves and the key of C.
Sounds all like a fancy bugle almost, huh?
It's a bugle and the key of C with 2 valves. It's
Okay.
one piston valve and 1 rotary valve.
I've never heard of that before. That's cool.
But I've seen one recently, and it's almost like a regular trumpet, but it's probably the key of C, but it has more valves. It has like 3 or 4 valves or whatever.
Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, I had a fun military career. I only spent about 6 years in, but it was adventurous. Did a lot more than I ever imagined I would.
So you were in the military for 6 years or 4 years?
6.
6, yeah.
Yeah.
My brother was in for 6. I was in for 4.
Yeah.
And I couldn't wait to get out.
Well, and I actually was again. I was having a really good time, and I probably would have stayed in, but my wife at the time she kind of went nuts.
Yeah.
So I had to my XO. She literally told me to my face because they needed to send my wife and kids back to the States, but my wife couldn't take care of the kids, and my folks couldn't take care of the kids, and then I couldn't get command sponsorship, so I couldn't be a single dad in Germany. My XO flat told me, literally to my face, I got to decide between the army and my kids. So,
yeah,
which was that wasn't a decision to make. You can't decide that. That's our
right
made for you. So
right.
And they were so mad at me. Oh my gosh, like you were saying. Oh, I was like,
Yeah.
sponsorship.
And all of my contemporaries, people that I've, worked with in the platoon or whatever, they all got their rank stripped and, busted with drugs or whatever,
Oh, dang.
It was, I don't want to say it was 70s, but it was right after the 70s, 80s. So, but I guess I'm one of the only ones or a few ones that didn't get busted. Well, I didn't smoke at the time.
Yeah.
So I didn't lose my rank or anything. And I got an honorable discharge.
Nice.
And yeah, they didn't get an honorable discharge.
Right. Yeah, I'd never smoked or drank. It's like, and all my friends were telling me, join the army. I'm going to come back and be a smoking, drunk kind of guy, whatever. I never did.
Yeah.
Even in Korea. So where I was at again in Wonju, we had the highest alcohol consumption rate per capita in the entire Southwest Pacific Theater. This little base, 400 guys, this little air base, and it's like like I said, we had hardly nothing to do. So you either swim, sat in your room all day, or you drank.
Yeah.
they had so much booze. So they had a little Air Force little PX there on post, tiny little like shop, but they doubled in size. They built a walk-through refrigerator area just for the booze, just. And I'd be sitting up there in my barracks. We had those old-fashioned little whatever World War II type barracks. I was on the third floor, and I'd see these like an entire squad of guys, 7-10 guys walking, each with a 20 pack each on their shoulder.
Yeah.
Away from it.
Yeah, that's one thing I didn't want to do was smoke, so I didn't smoke nothing.
Yeah, I'm always been a computer geek, so, and we did, this is the 90s, so I don't know if I think they had the Mars station stuff even back in the 80s. I don't know if you're familiar with that stuff or not, but so we had a Mars connection nearby with the DNS line for the telephones, and so we had one strung to our little half conics that we had for our little admin little talk center we had for our little area of operations for our test fans there in Korea. So I literally hacked into the DNS line and rigged it up to an old dial-up modem on a computer in our area, and I got on the internet through the Mars station, which I don't know how it was. I never bothered to ask anybody, but it worked. It was pretty fast, so I stayed online and chat. I still racked up a $4,000 telephone bill calling my wife back home, but
yeah, well, that's a lot of money for.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Back in the day, at least. For back in the day, that was a lot of money.
Yeah, and all you had those little prepaid cards and stuff like that. So yeah, $20 there, $50 there. It added up quick.
Yeah.
But we chat too, so can only imagine how expensive it would have been if I didn't have that internet. It's fun times. I did the same thing in Germany because they didn't have an American, style Ethernet type thing, so I hacked into the DNS line. I actually had a NCOIC ask me what I was doing, and I tried to tell him without telling him for fear that he was going to, he's going to shut it down. But somehow, it's like I don't remember exactly how it went down. He was upset about it, but he didn't tell me to turn it off, and then he turned it into some sort of official type use thing and started justifying using it himself. So it worked out.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say earlier, I loved working with our German sister units, they call them, we train with.
Yeah.
Those German guys, they're some of the best groups of guys I ever worked with in the world.
I was thinking of staying in Germany and working as a mechanic in Germany.
Dude, I wouldn't have blamed you. I loved Germany.
Yeah.
Did you train with them though?
Well, no, not really. I can't remember. We did because we were just mechanics, basically. I mean, we went to, places, different places, for training, and there was different groups of people, but I can't remember Germans.
Yeah. Well, we were aviation support, so we were always doing all the stuff with all the air cav units and stuff like that. So I was always having to get down in the dirt with some of those guys. So we would train, we do the FTXs, with the German guys, and it was always fun. We'd always have translators and stuff and do all this stuff. And then, but the funnest part was after the end of every FTX, we'd set up the big giant, GP medium stuff or GP large stuff, and they'd have a party, their thank you party, whatever they called it. They had special words for it. And most of them couldn't speak a lick of English, some could, and even the ones that couldn't, though, they'd greet you with this huge smile, grin on their face with a beer, hand you a free beer.
Yeah.
That was the way. Hello, I loved it. Oh my gosh! And of course, German beer is the best of the planet too. So.
Yeah. Bratwurst and the beer.
Yeah, that bratwurst is some small little sausage that would never fit in. God, I could eat those for days.
Yeah.
Small little biscuit. I mean, I forget what those are called. Little rolls. They had and we'd play this. I don't know. I forget the name of it now, but it was this dumb game that they just absolutely loved. Where it was it was just a stump in the ground, right? Like a pole, and you put a nail. Did you play that? If you know what I'm talking about?
That was my favorite game. I played that all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's it's all.
Because the reason why I played it is because I always won.
Yeah, I was so at it. But what was funny about it was that the more drunk we got, the harder it was to hit that nail. So
Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't know, but I'm from the Amazon, and I grew up using things like that. But they would have like a hatchet, right?
Mm.
You try to hit the nail on the head with a hatchet,
Mm-hmm.
and for some reason I was able to do it, and the Germans they would always miss.
Yeah.
So basically, I didn't have to pay for beer.
Right. Yeah. So I never really drank much. I maybe have one beer for that, but I did about 50-50 on that nail.
Yeah.
So.
No, but even after drinking, I was still hit it.
Right.
But yeah.
How do you miss?
But I love that game. That was great.
Yeah,
it's interesting that you mentioned it because that was great.
Well, even in the 90s, it was like 98, 99. That's all they played still. They loved it.
Did they still have the Finnick thing?
What's that? Finnick?
The Finnick. They would ask you if you had a Finnick.
That sounds familiar, but it's not. I'm not.
Oh well, did they have did they have Mark still when you were there?
Right before they went to the Euro, yeah.
Right before they went to the Euro. Yeah, well they had this thing where they would ask you if you had a Finnick. If not, you had to buy them a beer. So you had to always have a Finnick, which is like a penny, but it's smaller than a penny.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember that now. I think I got
You
some
had
of
to
those.
always have one in your wallet or in your pocket or something, because they would ask if you had one.
Yeah, I don't remember them ever asking me about one, but I think I've got some old Deutschmark
I
coins.
think I think I was asked one time because the German teacher, we had a German teacher that she said you have to have a Finnick with you because you might get asked if you have a Finnick.
Yeah. See, that's bringing back. Every time we talk about this, I'm getting a new memory. So now I'm remembering how just driving down the Autobahn, you stop to like a gas station or whatever on the side of some store on the side of the road, and so they had those public bathrooms. I don't know if they had them in the 80s or not, but they had like this large ceramic like a bowl or tray, and you voluntarily you just put some money in there because there's an attendant that would clean the bathroom there. You kind of stay inside, clean up after guys, I guess. Which was cool because you knew he was there, so you didn't want to make a mess. You didn't want to give the guy, something to clean up. You just naturally clean up your own mess, and you toss a Deutschmark or two or whatever in the little bowl. Love that. Wish we do that.
Yeah, when I was there, it was 3 Deutschmarks to $1.
Oh gosh, what was the rate for me? Forget. It was like 1 point something.
It was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah.
3 because I just went out spending money, buying things. I almost bought one of those Mercedes. It was like the first time they came out with a Mercedes Jeep type thing or SUV type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost bought one of them, but I didn't buy it because it was all, German, German manufacturing, and it wouldn't. I'd have to convert it to the United States system, and that costs money.
Yep.
You
Just to ship it was costing money too. Yeah.
Yeah, to ship it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure they had those. Oh gosh, what were they called? Those little like stamps you had for buying gas price, American price for gas. Gas stamps.
I didn't buy it. I didn't have a vehicle.
Oh, okay.
But this one guy bought a Porsche 911, and he's there adjusting the timing and everything is spitting and sputtering and bang, pow. Obviously, he had to change the engine because you're not supposed to mess with the timing by hand, right? It's got to be exact.
Yeah. Dude, that reminds me of another story. So was this? Yeah, this was Germany. Yeah, there was this one E5 that just absolutely hated me, and I never understood why. It's always giving me a hard time. I mean, so I had the Fred Flintstone, syndrome where, no matter how often I'd shave, I'd get that 5 o'clock shadow almost instantly.
Yeah.
He got so frustrated that he ordered me to bring a razor to formation with me, so that proved to him, like, yes, I did shave this morning, Sergeant. But he was always on my ass. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I did, but he had a not a Lexus. What was it? It's a fancy Nissan. What was it? It might have been a Lexus. Anyways, he had this nice little luxury car, and the computer in it went out, the Elysium, and he was spending like thousands of dollars trying to get other mechanics and even German mechanics to try to fix it and stuff like that, and nobody could fix it for him, and I did. It was all tore out too. They'd cut all the wires to it. It was horrible. So
Yeah.
I had to break everything out. So I fixed his ECM for him, and then it's like I hung the moon for him. It was crazy. He was like my arch enemy, and then all of a sudden he loved me. So I fixed his car.
Yeah.
Crazy, night and day.
Well, it was interesting with me in basic training. They don't like anybody. You're just a trainee, right?
Right.
But as soon as I qualified as expert, as I became, the greatest person in the world.
There you go.
Because to them, that's the only thing that's important in the Army, or that means anything. It seems, if you qualify expert, then they'll respect you, because half of them, had bolo badges anyway.
Right. I missed my expert badge by 1. So I'm just a sharpshooter.
It's funny because when I went to qualify one time, and the lieutenant's right beside me, right, and I go, we had the pop up targets, so I go to, they start popping up, and the first one was a 50 meter target, the easiest one, right, and I go to shoot it, and I had the safety on.
Oh.
So
Classic.
then I took the safety on, and I hit everyone after that, and the lieutenant behind me thought I hit all of them, but I missed the first one because I had it on safety, and I had the safety on, but
Classic.
I still qualified as expert.
Nice. Yep.
Yeah, all of the other ones, which are farther difficult targets, I hit them all.
Right. Yeah, I missed 3. So I didn't get expert. I couldn't seem to do better than that. But I got expert on the M9. I got expert on my grenade toss. I got expert on the AT4. Huh?
Yeah, grenade, right? Yeah.
I got expert on M6. Something else. The M203.
Yeah, we didn't qualify. We only qualified for the grenade and the M16.
Yeah. Oh, we did all this stuff, and then so since I got expert on AT4, they let me. We had little training ones, I don't know if they had AT4s in the 80s. Those little rocket launcher, shoulder mounted rocket launcher.
We had these shoulder mounted rocket launchers, but we didn't shoot them off. We didn't fire them.
Okay.
We trained on them, but we didn't fire them.
Were they the old SLAWs or slams, or was it the big AT4 though? Do you remember?
No, I think it was the slam.
Yeah.
We say back blast area clear.
Yeah, he did it with the AT4. But so the training AT4, it had like a little 9mm little thing buried inside of it, I guess. So you fire the trigger and it just shoots this little round off, little tracer round, and that's how you would test without firing an actual missile. And So I'd hit, I was hitting the target every time. So I was the best on the range for that. So they let me fire a live round one, which sucked.
Oh, that's good. No, it's no good.
Oh, it took your arm off, man. Knocks
Oh,
your
yeah.
eardrums. It's a freaking hell of a weapon. It's not fun to fire. I mean, it's
Yeah.
fun, but especially you could see it blow up at the downrange of it.
Well, we shot the M60 and the, but we didn't qualify with it.
Yeah, we did. That was I did boot right before the saw came out. The end was it the M2403 two so what was it called? The saw M243
I don't know.
automatic 556 round machine gun. I heard it's really crappy. It's really heavy. We did not have that, so we did the M60.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which I thought the M60 was cool. I mean, it got too hot too fast, but it was cool. Good enough. Swap the barrel out. Keep going.
Yeah.
Just don't get burned. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
The Germans had their grease gun.
yeah. Rope gun. We call it rope because when you fire it, it's like literally just a string of rope just flying in the air.
Right.
Yep. I get to work on Apaches, man. 30 millimeter freaking depleted uranium rounds on the top, the drop down front cannon, and then was it the M123 Hellfire laser and radar guided missiles and the 70 millimeter little Hydra missiles and all kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah.
It can ruin a day.
They gave us a ride in the I don't know what's the helicopter name, the old
The Huey?
Huey, yeah. I think it was, well, yeah, the ones they used like in Vietnam. I think
The
that's
ones were the Hueys. Well, they also had Chinooks.
Not the big one, the Huey. I guess it's Huey, right?
You had the Cobra too, the small attack helicopter the Marines use now.
No,
that was in Vietnam.
The classic type helicopter was with the
Big
doors.
Yeah, that's the Huey. Yeah.
Yeah, and they would make a bank, and you're looking straight down at the ground. You know?
Right. That was the workhorse. Yep.
Yeah.
I never worked.
What's that?
So I never worked on any of the Huey avionics. Did a few Blackhawks and some Chinook stuff, but mostly Apaches. But I never touched a Huey component that I know of.
Yeah. They had one vehicle called the Goat. Did you ever see that? You probably didn't ever see that.
I don't think so. What was that?
They call it Gamma Goat.
No, what's that?
It's like an all-terrain vehicle. It would kind of like snake around. It would like bend. And the steering would like bend in half and stuff like that. I forget how.
Oh wow!
Worked. But I guess they did away with that. But they had huge joints on it that we had to work on. You know, for all the.
Dude, there my story about U joints. So I was driving just a regular. Did they have Humvees in the 80s? They probably did.
The Humvee, we just started getting them when I was leaving.
Yeah. So I was driving one. It was in Germany. Just driving, I forget where. It wasn't that long of a drive, but we're going up a little bit of a hill on this high on one of the autobahns, on a little bit of a rise. And I was just driving along, and I was in the back passenger seat, and all of a sudden we hear this loud just bang, and then thunk 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 thunk, this really loud weird sound. And so the center console where that separates the passenger seats to the back, it's just a piece of fiberglass. And so whatever that was sound, just thrashing inside of that little box. I thought something was going to break out and kill me, but so we stopped.
That's dangerous. That's very dangerous.
Yeah, I was really scared. So we stop, in the middle of the freeway, and we look. There's like this, 150-meter long line of transmission fluid. And
Yeah.
the U joint had popped and was just literally thrashing there between the transfer cases.
Yeah.
It's crazy. We're stuck. We'll wait for somebody to come get us.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like every time we go on a convoy or something, the trucks would always break down for some reason. That was a test.
Yeah. Well,
That
we
was
used
a road test, I guess.
Yeah, we used to joke. So the Apaches, they're very highly sophisticated pieces of technology, and they had all kinds of redundancies. Everything was either double or triple or quadruple redundancy built into it. All the mechanics and the avionics. But we joke, if an Apache, you get it started, you get your thing going and calibrated, and if you just lift off the ground like 6 inches and then land it right away, something broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd average it was like $6,000 per flight hour for the cost of flying an Apache.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yep, fun stuff.
Yeah, it was such a long time ago too. Actually,
it doesn't seem like it. I mean, yet it was, for me, it's like what, 30 years ago? Gosh, I'm old, but it doesn't seem like it to me.
Yeah, it's probably like 40 years for me.
Yeah. I talk about some of this. I get picked on by the atheists, because they tease me as that Joel knows everything or some nonsense, because I've done all these things in my career, but most of it's like 10, 15, 20 years ago, but it seems like it was just, a couple weeks ago still. It's weird. I mean, I don't remember half of it, but
Yep.
Doesn't seem that long ago.
There's Doki Doki.
What? And good night.
Good night.
He or she probably just woke up and said good night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're just in Germany, overseas?
Yeah. I spent 1 year Fort Knox and 2 years in Germany.
Okay.
And 1 year in training.
Right. That's a long. See, I did a. I was my AIT was 12 months as well, but that was because I was doing all that electronics crap.
Well, in between basic training and AIT.
I got you. Still, that's a long time.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a year, but it turned out kind of be, a year, and then I spent a year in Fort Knox.
Yeah. Yeah, my AIT was well, I think it was 13 months, but still. But it was a bunch of It was mostly school. They taught us all the electronics crap, and it's like the first.
It was good training. I thought it was good training.
Yeah. Yeah, our first like 4 or 5 months was just literally classroom stuff. Learning electronics and microchip and logic and AC/DC circuitry type stuff, and then the other 6+ months was we had another month of just soldering training because we had to get the Class G whatever mil spec soldering certification where we literally could fix anything. We even did what's called multi-level circuit board repair, where there's circuit boards that would have multiple layers. Usually most of the times circuit boards will have just either a top and bottom run layer, on the surface.
Yeah.
Some of them would have embedded layers, and so we had to literally excavate. You had to drill like a box, like an area, and drill around it, and then clear all the components from that area out, and then drill another layer and another layer, so you can get down into the middle of the layer, make the repair, and then you had to put epoxy and you had to put an exact amount in. You had to calculate how much you needed because when you let it dry and then put it in a little heat oven thing, it would shrink. So you had to make sure you put enough to allow for the shrinkage, and then put the components back on top of that. So it took like a day or two.
Yeah.
One little thing inside the middle of the circuit board. So we were really doing fancy crap. And then the rest was
we had hands-on training too.
Yeah.
It was funny because
you had to. You're a mechanic, so yeah.
Yeah. but you have to take apart something and put it back together. But the thing has been taken apart and put back together probably hundreds or thousands of times before. So all the parts are worn and everything.
Hopefully, made it easier. I bet.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I guess the second half of our training, we had what was called an equate. Basically it's a $13 million computer that had all the so I had like it's like a multimeter with RF generators and frequency counter, all the junk you use to test electronics with, all tied into a central computer. And you had what they called these TPS programs, the test program, something or other. And some of it was really ancient. Some of it was on tape reel stuff still. And then you had other things that were like on these old hard drives and whatnot. And so what they would do though, and it was just thousands of circuit boards, all tying all these different test components together into an automated system. And you had what is called the programmable interface unit, which was basically just a rack full of these circuit boards that would have that had this big connector, 256 pins, and then you put an adapter on that connector, and then you would hook whatever circuit board that you're trying to test, and then so the computer would simulate whatever that circuit board would tie into, right? So like if you're working with a radio circuit board, it would stimulate the circuit board with all the signals that the rest of the radio would give to it, and then it would try to give you kind of an estimate, if based on what kind of return signals it got back. It would say, okay, well maybe R38, this resistor was broken, or this microchip wasn't responding properly. And so it would give you like a list of components of what it suspected wasn't working right based on that pre-programmed list. And of course, you would take the circuit board over to the repair van, and then that's where you would do your actual repair and measure things by hand. It was basically so it would make we can do a lot faster and simpler. So the rest of the school, though, so we had this big, massive computer that did all this stuff. They literally would just take little small bits of Scotch tape, and they would just take like a piece of the gold edge connector of one of the circuit boards somewhere randomly in this big giant machine of a computer, and which would make something not work. And so that was the test. You had to find out what wasn't working and then troubleshoot where the component was, and then eventually find the circuit board and you go, aha,
Right.
They try to make it so you couldn't see the tape.
Yeah, that's what they did to us too. We had to find a problem.
Right. But how do you fake a problem in a engine though, I wonder?
Oh, they have different things they do. I mean, I forget, but it's easy to make something not work, or in mechanics,
I guess,
put something out of place or something.
Fire, fuel, and spark. No, spark, fuel, and
If there's no spark and all, no fuel, no spark.
There's something else. I forget what it was.
It's, I don't know, it's intake, compression, power, exhaust.
There you go. That's the 4-stroke.
Yeah.
I still remember was the class 1 and class 2, class 3 league. So silly.
Yeah.
A lot of paperwork. Every week, man, we had to do a full maintenance thing. To write down every single little drip, every single little thing.
Yeah, I don't know if it was commonly used, but they call the pen the magic wand, the black pen.
Oh yeah, I don't remember that.
Magic wand, because you can write anything with it.
Pencil up things, you're saying?
Yeah, like I mean, with a pen, you can basically write anything. I mean, of course, in avionics, you can't do that. You can't cook the books or anything, but as far as different things, they call it the magic wand. You can just write anything basically.
Yeah, I got frustrated too, 'cause, like with my motor pool, man. Because I took this stuff seriously. I was always good attention to detail, and but it got to the point where I'm filling out the same exact problem, on my vehicle, writing the same exact thing down week after week, month after month, and it's like, why? They never fix it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's
low
that's
pro.
kind of like, it reminds me of the job I just retired from. Is that we had this one guy come around. He say he'd give us a list of things that he wants to fix on the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go through and fix the mirror, fix the seat belts, fix this, everything.
Yeah. Yep.
But I did it. I did it. I did everything that he asked to do.
Well, I wish we had you in my motor pools then.
Yeah.
It got annoying, right? The same thing down just so often for so long. I was like, oh gosh. And they wouldn't let me fix it myself, so
Yeah.
It's annoying. Oh well. Yeah. Even the circuit board, same thing. We had this special little, like a triplicate form thing, special DOD form, whatever it was. You had to write down every little thing you did, every little component you changed out, and to fill the serial number out, where the thing came from, where it was supposed to go. It was annoying. You had a code for every component you replaced, the reason why you replaced it. We had this little book through to get the right code.
I think I heard about that.
The only one that I ever memorized, because the one we used most often, because stuff was just broke, you couldn't fix it, you had to just replace it. So it was the NERTS code, NRTS, not repairable at this station. So it turned into a verb. That just NERTS it.
Yeah.
Those some good memories. That was a fun squad too. I actually was fratting. So my section sergeant, Sergeant McCormick. Oh my gosh! So again, I was a young soldier. I didn't know or care, but him and I were good friends. I'd go to his house. We'd play computer games. Families knew each other.
Oh.
He never showed favoritism though. And Sergeant Santiago, RE6, he had this one real cute pet peeve. He hated, like with a purple passion, he hated people popping bubble wrap. And most of our come in bubble wrap, right? So we had it's always floating around. And so he had this thing where he wouldn't stop you from popping the bubbles, but once you were done, he'd make you do a push-up for every bubble you popped, right? He makes you actually stand there and count it out. So it was weird because sometimes we'd have visitors that come into the van, and then they'd be talking and whatever, and they start casually popping the bubbles, and we'd try to interrupt them, hey, but they just keep talking. And they're like trying to cue them, and they're like looking at us weird, until finally, they were done with the bubble wrap, and Sergeant Santiago is like, he's like, you done? He's like, yeah, Sergeant, what's up? He's like, you need to count those bubbles out. We're all looking at him like, we were trying to tell you. Some of these guys, they do like 300 plus, he'd sit there and let them count it out, 300 push-ups.
Yeah.
It was pretty silly. Good times. Stuff that you remember, man, from 5 billion years ago.
That's funny. You didn't like the popping of the bubble wrap.
Right. Yeah, he'd get his revenge too. He'd sit there, he'd be patiently let you do it.
He'd count them out.
Yep. Now I'm remembering one of my pseudo favorite non-fun details. So at Fort Bragg, we were training oh my gosh, talk about training. That was insane. Especially this one rotation, we had a first line infantry commanding officer, and we were a general support unit, so we weren't really supposed to be going to the field more than once a month. He was having us out in the field like almost every day, because he was an old grunt.
Yeah.
But that was a nightmare itself. But so one time we were on duty, and again, I'm this top the whatever, I'd maxed my ASVAB score, whatever. I'm this big, working on these multi-million-dollar freaking systems, or whatever. And I didn't, not to brag or anything, but here they delegate even us smart guys to go out there and man those old fire station hydrant hose, those little metal hose things, that enough pressure is like it shoots the water like 200 feet.
Yeah.
And this little truck washing station out in the middle of nowhere. So when you bring your truck in from the field, you're going to come back on the base. You go through this like little ditch, and it went in two different directions. You had these power washers on each side. And the trucks would come through, and you had to make sure that all the mirrors and the side windows were all taped, so you didn't bust out any windows or whatever. You just hosed the truck down as it drove through. It was menial and stupid and annoying, especially when it was cold. But we made the most of it, man. We had fun even with that.
Yeah.
They had distanced the little power wash hose things just right, because we would try to hose each other down, from the opposite end of the little tread thing. We call it a little ditch. And we'd try, man. We'd angle it just right. I try to flick the hose, try to bounce it, so I try to toss the water a little further. We can do that each other, but we tried. Because you'd sit there sometimes for hours at a time, nothing to do, just waiting for the next truck. So the truck would come in, you'd be glad, just something to do.
Yeah, right.
Memories. But yeah, that was crazy because it was his first command, and especially General Support Command, and so he didn't understand how to run a budget. I guess he didn't know that some companies have a budget, and so he blew it on all our logistics and stuff like that. Because for our Equate vans, for example, it's a $13-something million test facility. And yeah, it had wheels. Yeah, it was green. But if you move it, something's going to break. We calculate on average, it was like $600,000 to $1 million for repairs to recalibrate the components if you move that test van, right? And so we try to warn him, Sergeant McCormick, but he didn't care. He's like, nope, hook it up, it's going. So we're driving that thing, trucking it through the forest, back and forth, deep place in the hills of North Carolina. Get it parked, get it leveled, power it up. It's all half broke. Took us like 2 weeks to get it back up and running. I don't know how much. Anyways, so we broke the budget. Got to the point where we couldn't even afford fuel. We couldn't even get MoGas for the trucks, the Humvees and stuff like that. Yeah, MoGas. So we were literally, and what made it worse was that he made us leave our test vans in the field, and which was, almost impossible to get any work done, But so we had another one of our test vans that stayed on the concrete pad, in the parking lot back at the company building, where we still had to get work done, because we were regional. What do you call it? Multi-division support for everything. Every unit east of the Mississippi River. Every unit in CONUS went to all the stuff for the electronics went to that one little area, our little squad. So we were constantly busy, and so he'd make us rotate. We'd spend, it was like an hour drive one way. We'd have to 4 o'clock in the morning, get up, do our stand to, do all the little stupid FTX stuff. They want us to pretend to play soldiers, you put it, and then find a ride to go back to to base, do our job, do our 8-hour shift, and drive back out to the field. It got so monotonous. It got to the point where, again, we ran out of gas for our trucks. And so we had to literally start learning to find out hitch rides from other units. Yeah. Good times. But we did it. We did our best. Which brings me to another memory. Did you ever have shelf milk? You ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah, we'd have like one hot meal a day, and then they bring out these trash can fulls of white and black chocolate milk. But it was what's called shelf milk. So they had it nice and everything, but it was like radiated or something, so it could last like years in room temperature. And nobody
in the carton, right?
Yeah, little cartons.
Yeah,
it's like a cafeteria type milk, but it was something done. So they did something to it, so it lasts forever, and it tasted nasty. I don't know what they did to it, but Sergeant McCormick, he loved those things. He'd been in the Army forever. He'd drink them like water. And I got tired of everything else, so I started drinking them. And it actually grew on me. Yeah. To the point where I liked it. So nobody else would drink it. So we literally had trash can fulls of milk just for ourselves. It was great.
Yeah, I actually like milk. I like milk anyways, but I like the carton milk, whatever.
Well, again, they called it shelf milk, and even though it was in a carton, it could stay drinkable for days at room temperature. It didn't rot. It didn't go bad. So it wasn't actual milk. It was something else.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think it was milk, but I think they irradiated. They did something to it.
Well, once you open it, though, it would probably spoil, right? Or no?
No. It
Oh,
was
okay.
chemically stable at temperature, whether you open it or not.
So
Yeah.
I need for camping. Need it for camping.
Yeah.
My coffee.
They've got it in water. In fact, we go to that not Spencer's. What's it called? There's like one of those stores that sells beers and stuff from all around the world. I forget what it's called. But we got one here in town, and we bought some shelf water like that. It's water that lasts forever. It doesn't go bad.
Shelf water?
Yeah. It probably tastes terrible. You can't grow
That's kind of strange.
Mm.
But it is true that a lot of times you have water, it has microbes in it.
Yep, it'll go stale. It'll make you sick.
Because I went to the Amazon and I filled up a bottle of the Amazon spring water,
Mm-hmm.
just to bring it back to the state, because to me it's, I guess I was raised on it, but it's the best tasting water.
Yeah,
So I
I think
brought some back.
A lot of us imagine it's probably some of the nastiest water in the world, man, full of microbes and disease and parasites.
Yeah, that's what he says. It says it probably has microbes in it or something, But I don't care. It's the best tasting water there is.
Nice. Hey, that's what you like. If it doesn't kill you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in Portuguese, we have a saying: "What doesn't kill you makes you fat."
Uh-oh. Americans, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but I guess
Yeah.
It's funny. For some reason. So that reminds me of my brother. He was doing team missionary stuff when he was in high school. He was going around the world. And one of his in the summer, so one of his trips was to Venezuela. And
I went on one of those.
Yeah. He was with Team Ministries.
Teen missions.
Teen Mania is what his group is called.
Yeah.
It's out of
I actually went back to the school where I grew up, and I helped build a building.
Dude.
For
that's awesome.
For the place. And so I was the only one that wasn't anxious about what the conditions were like.
Yeah.
Because I was all happy and everything, because I knew exactly what it was.
It's cool. It's like going back home, huh?
Yeah.
Well, so go ahead.
Everybody else is all afraid of what it would be like. Do they have bathrooms? Do they have shower? Do they have this or that or the other thing? So I was telling them everything.
That's cool. Yeah, his story was that Venezuela itself, the city, Caracas and stuff, the water, the travel advisory, the water will make you sick. You need to make sure you get potable water because you'll get diarrhea real easy. So the city water was real nasty, but he talks about how they went to some cliff faces on some North Shore somewhere that the water was so pristine, so beautiful and clear and clean looking that they were standing on top of these cliffs, and then the water, he said you could see like 40 to 70 feet down through the bottom. You can see the bottom of the rock below through the water, so clear. It was like glass. Yeah. And they wanted to jump into it so badly, but the locals, their friends, wouldn't let them because it was full of piranha. Right? I know this looks beautiful, just don't go in there. And some criminal kind of people came by one time where they were kind of just camping around and grabbed all their clothes and their Bibles and just threw them in the water, just being jerks. And our brother, being my brother, he's very adventurous. He jumped in, everybody's screaming for him not to. So he jumps off this 40-foot cliff into this beautiful water. He comes back out. He's like, "Oh, this is awesome," And then he started. Everybody's like warning him, "You need to get out. You need to get out." And he's just kind of taking it in for a moment, and he's like, "I don't see any piranha." And then he started seeing one, started swimming straight at him, and he's like, "Oh crap!" So he grabbed someone's slippers and then grabbed a Bible and started swimming back to the shore real fast. And he brought like a stuffed, like a little trophy piranha home with him, and those teeth, man, they were sharp. You could just cut them, just touching them, cut your finger.
Yeah, we have piranhas in the Amazon.
Yeah.
And the lake, we would go swimming in the lake, and they have the black piranhas in the lake, which are the big black piranhas.
Oh yeah. Did you ever get bitten?
No, I mean there's other things to worry about.
Imagine.
There's electric eels. I was shocked by electric eel.
Yeah. How'd that feel?
There's sticker fish. They call sticker fish. With barbs. The barbs will stick in you, and you can't get them out. You got to rip them out.
Ah.
And then there's suckerfish. If you dive down really deep, where it's dark, and a fish will latch onto you and start, trying to take a piece out of you.
Yeah, it's like your blood through your skin kind of thing.
Well, it would like try to suck a piece off of you or something like that.
Yum.
And you have to brush it off. You have to knock it off.
Makes leeches seem like nothing, right?
Yeah, and there's leeches too, but we don't, only in creeks or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a few leeches on us. We just pull them off,
And there's stingrays. You got to watch out for the stingrays.
Yeah, I heard those can kill you.
Possibly.
That Steve Irwin guy, the famous Australian guy, he gets out, right?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, because he got hit in the heart.
Yeah.
But it's kind of really strange is that you might not think so, but those stingrays are very agile and accurate. They'll put the barb exactly where they want to put it. And they have sensors. They're full of sensors to sense and see. They basically see the way we see, only they see with sensing, electromagnetic, activity. And so the stingray probably could actually see his heart. They just put the barb right in his heart.
Dang. It's like a predator, huh?
like a predator. But I'm amazed that nobody warned him or advised him. Because to me, when I hear stingray, I don't care what kind it is. I'll stay as far away from it as I can.
Yeah. Are you much of a computer game player, PC gamer? You ever play games on the computer?
I haven't. The last game I played was Space Invaders, or Space Invaders, or
that's an ancient one, yeah.
What other ones Pac-Man, of course. Pac-Man.
It's old arcade stuff, yeah. I'm only asking because there's this one game. I've been playing computer games forever, but I've got a strange interest. Most recently, I've been enjoying survival type games, basically. And there's this one particular game called Green Hell that all this conversation is reminding me of, where you're literally in, I don't know if it's the Amazon, but you're in somewhere in South America. It's in a forest, and there's stingrays. There's all kinds of weird fish.
Yeah, alligators.
There supposedly are. I've seen other YouTube videos of people fighting them, but I haven't seen one yet in the game myself.
Oh.
Which different types of birds and lizards and.
Yeah. For some reason, we swam with everything. We swam with the piranhas, the alligators, and everything.
Yeah. I don't think it's the Amazon, but somewhere in South America. But anyway, it's a really fun game. And if you step on a stingray, it can kill you.
Yeah. Well, in real life, it's very painful. You don't want to get hit by it because, like I said, they can put it exactly where they want to put it.
Yep.
The barb.
And I think it's poisonous too, a little bit too, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's got poison in it.
Yep. You'll be walking around even a shallow little stream. You know, it looks clean and clear. You're running through it. You can't drink it because it'll make you sick. You get parasites. But you're just walking along, and all of a sudden, boom! You know, you take a health hit.
Yeah.
There's a little stingray just looking up at you, like, dude, try that again, sucker.
Yeah. When we go to jump in the water, we always make noise when we first jump in. If nobody's been around or jumping in the water, we have to splash the water and make noise. Because you go there at night with a flashlight and you can see them.
Oh, you like the alligators?
Yeah, under the water. You can see them under the water.
Yeah. See, I grew up in Houston. We have alligators and stuff, crocodiles, whatever. My brother, so he spent 10 years in Botswana on his missionary trip stuff, his field when he was being a missionary.
Yeah.
So he's got all kinds of crazy, wonderful wildlife stories from over there, and he talks about how, lions and tigers and bears and whatever, and the natives, the tribe people, they'll tell them, they taught them how to react, and like for example, if a lion or lioness, usually a lioness, the male cats don't attack often, but the females will, and they say that the best trick is just to not move. So if a lioness starts to charge up on you, just stand there. And don't act aggressive. Don't try to run. Never run. As soon as you try to run, they will kill you.
Oh,
but
yeah.
if you don't show fear, sometimes they'll just run right past you. They'll ignore you.
Yeah.
But he said the two animals that there wasn't any like deterrent from was the I don't know if it was an alligator or crocodile. One of those two. They didn't care. They attack you no matter what. And then the hippopotamus. The hippopotamus is like the planet's #1 man killer, apparently.
Yeah, they're very dangerous. They kill more people probably than anything.
Yeah, that's what telling me. I'm thinking, what? You grew up thinking hippopotamuses are big, giant, fat, lovable little giant pigs or something. But no, they're deadly. They're killers. They're very territorial. Yeah. They won't give you a warning sometimes. They'll attack.
Yeah.
Every other creature you was saying, especially like the big scary ones, they'll give you a warning first usually.
One of the drug cartel people had a zoo, and then when he got caught, then his animals were kind of like released into the woods. So now they got a problem with hippos in South America breeding, and they can't catch them all.
That's crazy. Yeah, George, I'm sorry. The main host, he crashed hours ago, so we can't bring anybody else live backstage. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a problem in the South with the wild hogs. There's still a big problem. They made it open season for years now because of this overpopulation, wars and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they told me about them here in Missouri too, but I haven't seen any signs of them either.
Yeah, where we're at right now, it's not urban, but it's not particularly rural either. I mean, there's forests, there's woods out here, it's back roads, and we're driving down this one road, and it on one side of the country road, it's all housing, right? And the other side still kind of more or less undeveloped. But we're driving down this road one time, and there was this giant, big old, I don't know, 8 foot long, probably 800-pound wild hog just laying there dead on the side of the road and under someone's mailbox.
Well, somebody shot it or something? Or...
we didn't stop to check. Either someone shot him or hit him with their vehicle. If they did, it probably. We didn't see anybody else's vehicle nearby. We probably would have totaled them, but
yeah,
we just kind of slowed down, went around it, and kept going.
Yeah, probably somebody hit it, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's giant. Man. That's big old thing. Bigger than our car. Our eyes big as the car. Seemed. I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually something they're looking for is a hybrid that's huge like that.
Yeah, I've heard stories of some friends that were like park rangers and stuff. Where they used to have a license, but now it's open season, and there's guys that'll go out like in helicopters and just hunt them down.
Yeah,
flying around killing them fast as they can find them. And it's still not helping. Supposedly, the population's still out of control. Supposedly.
well, there's so much forest, you know.
Yep. Yep. I don't know if they're any good to eat or not. I don't think I've ever had wild pig.
Yeah, but they sound half domesticated that went wild to me. Anyway. Because in the Amazon they have what they call queixada. It's a wild pig.
No.
I guess you would call it a peccary or something like that.
Yeah, it's in that game I was talking about.
Yeah, those things are dangerous too.
Yeah. Little small little fat pigs. Pickeries and some other small thing. I forget what they're called.
Yeah, there's different names for them.
Yeah. Armadillos. Armadillos in the Amazon?
No, but I have armadillos here.
Yeah, I have them in Texas too, but that there's armadillos in the game. And I was like, wait a minute, is that South American?
Possums. We have possums in South America.
Okay. Well, no, these are armadillos.
Well, actually, probably armadillos too. They're not real common. They're not common like they are here in Missouri.
They're not super common in the game either, but when you find them, and they got small ones and big ones, they give different amounts of meat. But if you find a big one, you gut it, and you can actually use the shell. You can make armor out of it. Put on your arms and your legs.
Oh yeah, that's maybe it's a giant armadillo. I don't know.
Well, the small ones, I guess the shell's not tough enough to be.
But it's not really an animal that is common that I'm familiar with in Brazil.
Yeah, well, they're not really common here in Texas either.
We have deer.
Oh yeah.
There's a kind of wild dog, and there's a whole bunch of different otter-like animals that are like honey badgers and stuff, and weasels. Then there's possums. Then there's the rodents, the cuchilla, the capivara, and the paca.
That sounds familiar too.
And then there's the sloth.
Yeah.
And lizards and not chameleon, but iguana.
Right. Yeah, they got those in that game too. And you can set up little stone traps to squash them in. It's fun.
And the coati. I don't know if you know what a coati is. It's a great animal. It's nice. It's like kind of like the personality of a raccoon, maybe.
Oh yeah. Those things are wicked smart, but they seem really rude.
Yeah.
I've known guys that tried to have raccoons as pets. It didn't seem like it worked out well.
Yeah, they're troublemakers. And then there's all kinds of birds and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And chicken-like animals. All different kinds of, turkey, chicken, bird-like animals.
Right. Yeah, isn't the Amazon like the most biodiverse area on the planet? Supposedly.
It's it's one of the places for sure. Of course, there's all kinds of insects too, frogs and toads, frogs, turtles, and snakes.
Back in the day, they used to kind of half joke that if there's ever a natural cure for cancer going to be found, it's going to be in the Amazon.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that Green Hell game I've been talking about, there's several different ways you can play it, either just strictly as a survivalist, you got to try to build your little huts and buildings, see how long you can survive, but there's also a story mode side to it where you're a couple that is traveling to the specific area for research because there's some massive plague that's like killing millions of people around the planet, and you developed or found some sort of cure for it that you published, and a bunch of other people and companies came to the area to try to find and manufacture that as well, and so they disrupted the ecosystem and it pissed off the local tribe and stuff. And so but you're trying to befriend the tribe, so there's mixed feelings there. Some of the tribe hates you, some of them want to kill you, some of them don't want to kill you, but they don't really like you.
Right.
But you're trying to find all these ingredients, trying to do this extra research and try to see if you can perfect this cure. And it's just real, your girlfriend, she's infected as well, so you're trying to race against time, and it gets really deep and complicated in the story. I never finished the storyline, but anyways, the point is that you've got, there's a cure for the whatever plague that's killing humanity across the planet. It's in this jungle somewhere.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's cool.
Well, there is a verse in Revelation that says the leaves of the tree will be for the healing of the nations. So
enough of that.
Maybe there's something to that with a DNA. Actually, I take supplements for DNA repair and stuff. Resveratrol is good.
Interesting. Yeah, that reminds me. My mom swears by eucalyptus. That's what it's called. Some sort of,
yeah, there's eucalyptus oil.
Well, she takes pills, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's pill. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think right now. I'm a little bit tired. 7:20 in the morning here, I guess.
Wondering how much longer we'd last. 6:20 my time.
Or yeah, I guess it's
your internet stayed up so long. You said you got it tethered is the current solution?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tether and it doesn't heat up the phone. The phone is cold, completely cold.
Okay. Yeah, my old phone, it got hot because I didn't tether it like that. I just kept the battery charger on it. But I would use it. It's called MiFi, where you basically set it up as its own little Wi-Fi router. So all the computers and laptops in the house would connect through that old phone and then connect to the internet through the cell towers.
Yeah.
And that's what burnt it out.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, it's just a bad design for that particular drone.
Yeah, the tethering seems to be the ideal thing here.
Yeah.
For that.
Well, I mean, my computer is connected to it again through its own Wi-Fi NIC card, but I think it was designed maybe for like a few hours of being able to doing that. But we were running like 4 or 5 computers all day, every day.
Yeah.
Because we had the truly unlimited package, so we're doing like 300, 500 gigabytes a month.
Yeah.
Phone, so yeah. And they replaced it for us like 3 or 4 times. I had it insured. They considered it a manufacturer's defect, so they replaced it.
Manufacturer's defect.
Well, because I wasn't doing anything wrong to it; it was just blowing itself up.
Yeah.
But they instead of giving me another Droid 4, they gave me a Samsung Note 2 or whatever, one of those big giant Samsung bricks.
Yeah, I don't like that.
No, me neither. But that was the direct replacement. But I kept using that one as a MiFi as well, and it did not blow up. It stayed cool. Same, same exact
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah. Same exact setup. I had that phone too, man. That phone lasted I don't know how many years, but it finally the charging port got damaged somehow. Because I let my son borrow it. It was the real answer to that. But so the plug wouldn't fit anymore in it.
Yeah, that's why I'm always very careful when I plug it in, pull it out, because I know it messes up, gets damaged.
Yep. Well, I know how I fixed those, but again, I keep my phones insured, so I sent that one in for replacement. They gave me this. I don't even know what this is. This is a Motorola 4, I think, is what this is.
Motorola.
Yeah, it's a Motorola phone.
Okay.
But it's it's pretty sleek. It's pretty flat, but the battery lasts forever on it. I haven't plugged this phone in I don't know 2 or 3 days, and it's still at 18%.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I like good batteries. This laptop, I have to basically leave it plugged in.
Yeah. Oh goodness, yeah. No, I was saying earlier that I try to encourage anybody, especially those that need to save a buck, that stuff is a lot easier to repair than most would probably believe.
Yeah. Well, yeah, people like to just replace it, discard it, and replace it.
Yep. But like cell phone and even computer repair shops and stuff, where you can take your computer to or your phone to get fixed, their technicians, they'll be lucky if they make $10-12 an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like the first job I wanted to have was repair, technician.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to do stuff like that in between jobs. Just like do a little LLC, and I would just do like a self-employed thing, or just kind of advertise, and I'd go to people's businesses or even the house and just fix their computer or whatever.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. It was crazy too because I usually didn't really charge people a lot. Just usually just like a little more than for my gas money. So, like this one car mechanic shop, they just their CD-ROM wasn't working. So they called me over there. So I replaced their CD drive. $10. I was going to charge them $20. He gave me like $100-something. I was like, dude, I don't need $100. Oh no, man, you're worth it. Okay.
Well, usually most places charge $100 just to look at it.
That was my shtick. You're right. I said I didn't have any kind of service fee or what do you call it, a diagnostics fee. No, I just was very reasonable. I wasn't going to gouge you.
Yeah.
I just like doing it. Just pay my bills. It worked out.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit sleepy here. So.
Yeah. It's your second morning too, so.
But yeah, this internet connection working pretty good, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, if you're bouncing between towers, it's just basically it sounds like your earlier problem is it's a prioritization issue where one tower takes priority and then it switches to the other, so it takes a little bit of time for it to switch, and then you'll lose your signal, and it's just back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh. So getting that booster thing he was talking about would force one of
I
the.
think that's what I gotta get is the booster thing from Sprint.
It'll
actually
force.
I gotta try to do that today whenever I wake up, maybe, or tomorrow.
Sure. So yeah, that'll force one of the towers to prioritize it. There might be an alternative if you felt like hacking your phone. If it's not an iPhone, you might be able to tell it which tower to prioritize to.
It's an iPhone, man.
Oh, yeah, forget it. You have to jailbreak those, as they call it, and it just violates all kinds of warranties and problems.
Yeah.
iPhones are not meant to be customized.
Yeah. Even the computers, you can't do much to the computers, I don't think. I changed the battery in a computer in an Apple computer.
Oh yeah. So
That's about
most,
it.
most Apple computers, I know you need to go, but everything newer than a MacBook, all the Apple stuff today, they're basically PCs. They're the same exact PC build as a regular Microsoft build. It's just that it has the Mac OS on it. It's all instead of Microsoft.
Yeah.
So yeah. They don't have any Motorola or ARM chips in them anymore. They're all Intels for the most part.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, man, I'll catch you later. It was good talking to you. It's fun.
All right. I'll see it.
Oh hey, oh never mind. All right, anybody else that was still listening, y'all have a good night too. Unless there's somebody that wanted to relay between chat real quick, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's alive. Oh goodness. All right. Almost 10 hours live. It's crazy.